We're live.
Assalamu alaikum, and welcome to this opening session for the National Waqfe-Nau Rally 2021. My name is Hazur. I'm National Secretary of Waqfe-Nau. I'd like to start this session by requesting Malik Takreem Ahmad Saab to please recite a portion of the Holy Quran. Takreem.
Assalamu alaikum. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم ادع إلى سبيل ربك بالحكمة والموعظة الحسنة وجادلهم بالتي هي أحسن إن ربك هو أعلم بمن ضل عن سبيله وهو أعلم بالمهتدين وإن عاقبتم فعاقبوا بمثل ما عوقبتم به ولئن صبرتم لهو خير للصابرين واصبر وما صبرك إلا بالله ولا تحزن عليهم ولا تك في ضيق مما يمكرون إن الله مع الذين اتقوا والذين هم محسنون. The verses that have just been recited are from Surah An-Nahl, chapter 16, verses 126 to 129. The English translation is as follows. I seek refuge with Allah from Satan the accursed. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, ever merciful. Call unto the way of thy Lord with wisdom and goodly exhortation, and argue with them in a way that is best. Surely thy Lord knows best who has strayed from his way, and he knows those who are rightly guided. And if you desire to punish the oppressors, then punish them to the extent to which you have been wronged. But if you show patience, then surely that is best for those who are patient. And endure thou with patience, and verily thy patience is possible only with the help of Allah. And grieve not for them, nor feel distressed because of their plots. Verily, Allah is with those who are righteous and those who do good.
Jazakallah Takreem. Can I now please request Abdul Qadir Salam Saab to recite a nazm?
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah.
Welcome, beta.
کلام حضرت ڈاکٹر میر محمد اسماعیل رضی اللہ عنہ۔ بدرگاہ ذیشان خیر الانام شفیع الورا مرجع خاص و عام بسد عجز من بسد احترام یہ کرتا ہے عرض آپ کا ایک غلام کہ اے شاہ کونین عالی مقام علیک الصلاۃ علیک السلام علیک الصلاۃ علیک السلام حسینان عالم ہوئے شرمگین جو دیکھا وہ حسن اور وہ نور جبین حسینان عالم ہوئے شرمگین جو دیکھا وہ حسن اور وہ نور جبین پھر اس پر وہ اخلاق اکمل ترین کہ دشمن بھی کہنے لگے آفرین زہے خلق کامل زہے حسن تام علیک الصلاۃ علیک السلام علیک الصلاۃ علیک السلام خلائق کے دل تھے یا کسی تاہی بتوں نے تھی حق کی جگہ گر لی ضلالت تھی دنیا پہ وہ چھا رہی کہ توحید ڈھونڈے سے ملتی نہ تھی ہوا آپ کے دم سے اس کا قیام علیک الصلاۃ Jazakallah.
Jazakallah bete. That's beautiful. Auzubillahi minash shaitanir rajeem. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Assalamu alaikum to all Waqfe-e-Nau, to parents, to the administration. Jazakallah for joining day 2 of this virtual Waqfe-e-Nau rally. I'm sure you're all aware that the reasons why we have to hold this virtually. Last year when the pandemic hit, our National Ijtima was pretty much the first event that got postponed and then eventually cancelled. This year we're still in the midst of this pandemic, so we're holding our rally, a virtual rally, rather than an Ijtima. An Ijtima is a gathering. We can't gather together, so we're holding this virtually, and hence we're calling this a rally. Now, as I mentioned, this is day 2. Yesterday, Majlis Khulam Lamdia gave a brilliant full day interactive presentation event where they had a number of guests and a number of different streams active throughout the day. And that event was actually broadcast throughout the world as well. So my thanks to the team at Majlis Khulam Lamdia for a wonderful organization, and to all the speakers who gave some really insightful lectures and discussion topics. I'm going to address you today on a couple of things. I'm going to address you on some words that Hazur has, some advice or some instructions that Hazur has given, and then I'm going to talk to you about the program for the rest of the day. But I'd like to start with some words that Hazur has said, and I'm actually taking this from his khutbah that was delivered in Toronto in Canada on 20th October 2016. And Hazur says, if mothers and fathers instill in the minds of their children from the beginning that they are Waqf, and that they have been dedicated solely to serve the faith, and that alone should be the purpose of their lives, and along with this, if they pray for them, then the children will grow up with the mindset that they are to serve their faith. They will not grow up thinking that they want to become a businessman or an athlete, or they want to pursue such and such careers. Rather, they will ask the question that, I'm a Waqfe-e-Nau, and now the Jamaat and the Khalifa of the time should instruct me on which profession I should aim towards, as I no longer have any interest in worldly pursuits. Also, the pledge which my mother made, and the prayer she offered before my birth, and then the manner in which she brought me up so that I can pursue my faith instead of worldly things, it is my good fortune now that those prayers have been heard by God Almighty, and those efforts have been brought to fruition, which my mother made for my upbringing. And now I'm ready to dedicate my life with the desire to serve my faith, abandoning all greed and desire for worldly pursuits. So the reason I've taken those words is because on the 2nd of February 2020, Hazur gave an instruction to the Central Waqfe-e-Nau Department, which is as follows. Those Waqfe-e-Nau who are currently studying or with the permission of Hazur are pursuing their own career but are not serving Jamaat on a voluntary basis, they will be excluded from the Waqfe-e-Nau scheme. If they're not serving the Jamaat in any capacity, then they're not needed in the Waqfe-e-Nau scheme. Now, just to put some context around that, by serving the Jamaat, Hazur meant on a voluntary basis, or if they've been called to become Waqf-e-Zindagi, to become life devotees, then on a full-time basis. And then again on the 3rd of October 2020, Hazur actually held a virtual meeting with the National Mujtama in Canada, in which Hazur said, boys from the Waqfe-e-Nau scheme should be encouraged to enter Jamia Ahmadiyya. Furthermore, we continue to require doctors, teachers, and other skilled professions from amongst the Waqfe-e-Nau who can serve in our hospitals and schools. We do not require Waqfe-e-Nau who care only about the title of Waqf and are not interested in actually serving and fulfilling their pledges. The names of such people should be removed from the Waqfe-Nau list so that the true numbers and picture of this scheme are clear. Anyway, the Waqfe-Nau department should strive to motivate and guide the Waqfe-Nau from childhood so that they are infused with the true spirit of service and so that their full potentials are realized for the sake of Allah Almighty. Now, coming back to some words that Hazur mentioned in the khutbah, so you can see the theme I'm developing here. It's about understanding Tariq Waqfe-Nau. It's about understanding the purpose of this dedication, the purpose that your parents, your parents understood when they dedicated your life before your birth. Okay, and the purpose that you are signing up for when you sign the reconfirmation form at 15. Your purpose is to serve the Jamaat. Okay, and it's to do whatever the Jamaat requires you to do in whichever field the Jamaat chooses for you. Hazur has also said, again it's taken from the khutbah, if one wants to achieve a great objective, then one has to encounter difficulties and make sacrifices. Thus, the concept should be ingrained in the minds of the Waqfe-Nau from childhood that there is nothing greater than devoting one's life. Instead of judging others by worldly measures and thinking that though such and such class fellow of mine has acquired the same level of education as I have, yet he is earning hundreds and thousands, whilst my monthly income does not equate to anywhere near his income of a single day. Instead, they should think that the status God Almighty has granted them is far greater than any material wealth. One should always keep in mind the saying of the Holy Prophet ﷺ that in terms of worldly material means, one should always look at those who are less fortunate than them, and in respect to spirituality, one should always look at those who are superior than them, so that instead of competing with one another in worldly gains, one should vie with one another in matters of spirituality. Thus, those Waqfe-Nau children, particularly the boys who have completed their education, should try to improve their spiritual conditions instead of focusing on ways to increase their material and financial assets. In fact, the promised Messiah ﷺ had this expectation from every single Ahmadi, in that their levels and standards in this regard should reach their pinnacle. However, those individuals whose parents have dedicated them for the service of faith before their birth and have prayed for them, how much more of an effort would they then have to make to attain these standards? The promised Messiah ﷺ states, I consider it my duty to advise my Jamaat and convey this message to them. Thereafter, it is their choice of whether they pay heed to it or not. Should they desire to seek salvation and a pure and eternal life, then they should devote their lives for the sake of Allah the Almighty. Each one of you must strive in this regard and deliberate over this, so that one can attain such a status and rank whereby one can say that their life, their death, their sacrifices, and their prayers are for the sake of Allah alone. And just like Hazrat Ibrahim ﷺ, their soul should cry out, I have already submitted to the Lord of the worlds. Hazur mentioned that the promised Messiah ﷺ further stated, until man does not lose himself in God and does not die whilst he is one with God, he cannot attain the true meaning of life. Thus, those of you who have forged a relationship with me, you are well aware that I consider dedicating my life for the sake of God as the essence and aim of this life. This is the aim and objective. Thenceforth, analyze yourself that how many from among you would desire this for themselves, and how many consider dedicating their lives for God as an honor. Thus, the Waqfe-Nau should understand this principle and raise their own status above this. So those were some instructions from Hazur like this. And again, I wanted to deliver those to you because it's very, very important that we all understand the purpose of Tariq Waqfe-Nau and the purpose of today's event and yesterday's event. Now, moving on to the program today. So many of you will already be aware that we've already held at a regional level academic competitions for boys, for the Atfal. For boys from the age of 7 all the way through to 35. So we've held a number of academic competitions. We've held the Tilawat, we've held Nazm, we've held Urdu speech, and we've held English speech. And yesterday we held the finals. So we had the regional competitions, and the prize winners, the first prize holders of those in each region, took part at the national level. And yesterday, for the 7 to 15 age group, we held the academic finals. So Jazakallah and mashallah to everybody who took part, and I'll be announcing the prize winners in the closing session today. This morning, after this opening session, inshallah, the elder age groups will be holding their final sessions, their academic competitions as well. Yesterday, as I mentioned, we had Majlis Khulam Lamdi run a full day event, and today, by the grace of God, we have been granted a mulaqat with Hazur. It's for a very select number of Waqfe-Nau students who are at university. There's because of the pandemic, there's some very strict controls around who we're allowed to invite. So invitations have gone out to a small number of children, a small number of boys at university, and inshallah, they'll be in the presence of Hazur later on today. So that's the pinnacle of this rally. I don't think it'll be streamed live. If it is, we'll obviously put it on. Today, though, we have a number of other events and a number of other lectures that we plan to hold. So we're going to start with Yasmul Khan Saab, and he will give our first lecture on the meaning of my Waqf, and then we'll move on to how to become a better Waqfe-Nau by Shahid Mahmood Saab, and then we'll build on that with a lecture from Tahir Khalis Saab, Murabi Tahir Khalis Saab, on how you build a relationship with Khilafat, and particularly how a Waqfe-Nau should build a relationship with Khilafat. After that, I'm going to host a very short question-answer session. Now, I think most of you are aware that we've actually, as a national department, been around to every single Jamaat over the last few months on a one-to-one basis, and we've actually held a question-answer session. But I will be taking questions from all who are on this presentation around, I think it's around 12 o'clock. After which we are going to introduce the concept of mental health or mental ill health, and we're going to have a discussion around that. Dr. Matlub Saab, inshallah, will be presenting on a topic that's come to the fore across the world, and especially during this pandemic. So we'll be trying to gauge our views on that very, very important topic. After the break that we've got planned for namaz and for lunch, we're going to host a presentation on Waqfe-Nau and special needs, or special education needs, children who have certain special education needs. Fazl Saab will be hosting a presentation on that. And then we're going to have a presentation by the Ahmadiyya Muslim Research Association, followed by the final session. And the final session will start at 3:30, inshallah. And we're very, very fortunate that we have Abid Khan Saab, Hazur's press secretary, who will, inshallah, give us a brief address, and then followed by the final session. And our concluding speaker will be Luqman Kishore Saab, who's in charge of the Central Waqfe-Nau department, based here in Deer Park. So alongside this, you're also aware that we host our exams every single year. Now, the exams opened yesterday. The exam link is Waqfe-Nau exams.org.uk. So www.waqfe-nauexams.org.uk. Please go in and take the exam. We intend to close the exam tonight. Every single Waqfe-Nau must take the exam if you're above the age of 7, boy or girl. Even those who are Waqf-e-Zindagi, even those who are Murabiyan. Okay, a large number of our Waqfe-Nau have now graduated from Jamia, and they're in the field and they're regional Murabiyan, or they're working in other areas as full-time Waqf-e-Zindagi, alongside children who are working in MTA and the finance office and other areas as well. Each and every one of you, you are still Waqf-e-Nau, so please can I ask that you all take the exam. Please take the exam today, and that way we won't have to chase you. Last year, by the grace of Allah, we had over 3,000 exam entries. This year, yesterday, we opened the exam yesterday, we had about 1,800 by close of play yesterday. Inshallah, that number will tick up throughout the day. So that's a very, very important part of today. So you can see we have a number of streams going on. Okay, this is the first time we're holding something like this virtually. All right, so please bear with us if things work. If things don't work, please just bear with us. It's new for us. The children watching this are probably a lot more technically advanced than we are. You'll find things that we're doing that you do a different way, and you're probably thinking, well, why don't you do it a different way? Let us know. Okay, like I said, you're probably a lot better at technology than we are. Now, I don't expect you all to be on this presentation, on this broadcast for the entirety of the day. Okay, please do take a break. Okay, but I do expect you all to listen in to the lectures, especially those that are directed towards you. Okay, so the morning lectures for children, the parents should all be listening into the afternoon lectures as well. And I would expect each and every one of you to be at the closing session. Okay, so please make sure you are all here for the closing session. But please take advantage of these lectures. Now, this is being recorded, so you can always come back to it. But the idea here is to take part in this today. And if you have questions or comments, write them alongside, and we will try and pick up some of the comments as they come through. I've just seen one that's questioned when we're going to receive the results of the exam. I will post through the results exam like we do every year. I'll give you your last 3 years results. I need to do quite a bit of work to make sure that we have the right child versus the right Ames number, to make sure that the right child gets the right results. So it takes a few weeks. It's 3,500 exams that we have to check through. So bear with us while we do that. But every single year we do actually send you your results. So like I said, let's try and make this interactive. Please listen into the broadcast as much as you can. Now, I'm well aware of how people say that children should take a break from the computer screens, etc., etc. Yes, I believe in that, but I'm also well aware, I have children as well. I'm also well aware when you're playing your computer games, you can play those for 5 hours at a stretch. So I do expect you to listen into this broadcast for quite a large period. And as I said, I want you here for the opening lectures, and I want you here for the closing address. So with that, I'm going to hand over to Ayaz Mahmood Khan Sahib in a couple of minutes. But before I do, I'd like to end this opening session, and I'd like to ask you all to please join me in silent prayer. Dua kar lein. Ameen. Nadeem Saab, over to you.
Sure. Les, going to play a couple of messages that Waqfe-e-Nau have sent us, if that's all right with you, Secretary Saib.
Yes, please.
Sure. So we received quite a few messages.
My name is Abdul Wakil and I'm from Team Jamaat. I'm proud to be a Waqfe-e-Nau as it makes me feel a special connection with Allah the Almighty and our beloved Hazur.
So throughout the day, we'll play different messages, if that's all right, that people have sent in. And inshallah, we'll just go through them one by one. We received quite a few messages. I'll do one more, if that's all right with you, Masroor Saab, and then we can move on to the first part.
My name is Afan Khan and I am from the New Jamaat. As a Waqfe-e-Nau, I will help the Jamaat in the future by learning the Quran, to act upon it and to teach it to others. And I will also spread the message of Islam, inshallah.
For all those youngsters that did send in the messages, Allah bless them. So, Masroor Saab, do you want to start off with our first session by Ayaz Mahmood Khan Saab?
Yes, please. Yazar?
Yeah.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Firstly and foremost, Jazakallah. Allah bless you. I'm honored to be a part of this, and thank you for having me and giving me an opportunity to speak to my young Waqfe-Nau brothers and sisters. I have been asked to speak on what the meaning of my waqf is. What is the meaning of my waqf? And before we can talk about the meaning of waqf, we have to understand what waqf is in the first place. Waqf, which is understood as life devotion, is a very beautiful thing which not only breathes a meaning into our lives, but also gives us a purpose, a real higher purpose in life. We know in the Holy Quran that Allah the Almighty has stated that وَمَا خَلَقْتُ الْجِنَّ وَالْإِنسَ إِلَّا لِيَعْبُدُونَ أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وَمَا خَلَقْتُ الْجِنَّ وَالْإِنسَ إِلَّا لِيَعْبُدُونَ. And this verse of the Holy Quran is a very basic verse, very fundamental verse, in which Allah the Almighty states that I have created the jinn and the men, all of the people, so that they may worship me. That is the purpose of their lives. Now, of course, one form of worship is in the form of our 5 daily prayers, where we stand before Allah and bow and prostrate and offer our supplications and pray to Allah. But there's another meaning of worship as well. The fact of the matter is that if we live our lives with this intention, that everything that we do for the sake of God, so that He is pleased with us and so that He is happy with us, then that is also a form of worship. And so if whenever we do something, we think to ourselves that, am I doing this according to the instructions of God? Or am I doing this to please Allah the Almighty? Will Allah be happy with this action of mine? Then everything that we do will be a form of worship. And if we do a certain thing in order to please Allah the Almighty, that is also a form of worship. So for example, if we take care of our health, if we eat a healthy food and we exercise with this intention that I want to be a healthy person so that I can worship in the best possible manner and so that I can do different things which serve humanity and which are beneficial to the Jamaat, and so that I can be an active member of the Jamaat, and so that I can be an effective part of the Waqf-e-Nau scheme, then our exercising and our eating good and healthy food so that we can serve the Jamaat is also a form of worship as well. So it all boils down to our intentions and why we do a certain thing. And Waqf is such a outstanding method in which we can derive the pleasure of Allah the Almighty that there's nothing else like it. Waqf essentially is, what is Waqf? Waqf is loyalty, to be loyal to God. Just like Abraham, peace be upon him, was always loyal to Allah the Almighty. In the Holy Quran, it states that Ibrahim alladhi waffa, that Abraham, peace be upon him, was a person who was always loyal to Allah the Almighty. What is Waqf? Waqf is devotion, that we should always be ready to serve the Jamaat and the community in any way that the Khalifa of the time requires of us. What is Waqf? Waqf is obedience, that we should always listen to and obey everything that the Khalifa of the time tells us and everything that the system of the Jamaat instructs us. When the Jamaat gives us an instruction and tells us to do something, we should do that with full obedience. Sometimes we don't always agree with everything that we are asked to do, but the meaning of Waqf is to be obedient and do all of those things with an open heart for the sake of Allah the Almighty. Because Allah the Almighty has said in the Holy Quran that there is blessings in obedience, and there is blessings in following the leader which Allah the Almighty has appointed over us. So whether that leader is a divinely appointed leader, which is as great as Hazrat Khalifatul Masih, that obedience is important, but also other leaders and people who are put on over us to be in charge of us in various aspects of our daily workings, we should obey them as well. Because when we obey and when we work together as a team, we can be more successful. That is the underlying concept in Waqf, which is obedience, full and unconditional obedience to the nizam of the Jamaat and to the instructions of Allah the Almighty and to Hazrat Khalifatul Masih, who in this day and age is appointed by Allah the Almighty to guide us. When we talk about the system of Waqf-e-Nau, this is something which all of my brothers and sisters know very well, because we repeat this and we talk about this again and again. Waqf-e-Nau is a blessed scheme which Hazrat Khalifatul Masih IV, may Allah have mercy on him, established, so that parents would sacrifice their children to serve religion and the cause of religion before they are born. So Waqf-e-Nau children are those whose parents made an oath with Allah the Almighty. They promised Allah the Almighty, those parents, before their children were born, that when Allah blesses us with this child, we will give it to the Jamaat, and we will present it before Allah the Almighty, that child, figuratively of course, so that that child may serve religion, and so that that child may do whatever service of religion or of the Jamaat is required of that child. That is the meaning of Waqf-e-Nau. And so those children who are fortunate to have such parents who sacrificed them even before they were born, they should always remember that they have a great responsibility. Of course, their parents have a great responsibility to train those children. But right now, when we talk about those Waqf-e-Nau children, they also have a responsibility. Even if they're young or old, even young children have a responsibility. Even if you are 7 or 10 years of age, or even if you feel that you're not old enough to make your own decisions yet, you still are important and you have a responsibility. And your responsibility, young children, their responsibility is to obey their parents. And when we obey our parents and do all of the good things that they teach us, then we can become able, so that when we grow old enough to renew our waqf, that then we can be beneficial members of Waqf-e-Nau scheme. Now, what are the qualities that are, when we say, what is the meaning of my waqf? This is something which applies to me, and it is the essence of my waqf. I am a Waqf Zindagi.
Seem to have lost Ayasab, so we'll just wait for a reconnection. But in between, what we'll do, we'll play a short video. Ayasab, are you back?
I'm back now.
Okay, sorry.
I apologize for that technical difficulty. I'm as close to my router as I can be. Anyway, so I was mentioning that I also am a Waqf Zindagi. I sacrificed my life and went to Jamia and then became a missionary. And now I'm serving in our department for publications, publishing and publications. But whatever the case may be, all of these fundamental qualities which every Waqf Zindagi should have, this applies to me and it applies to all of you as well. And we should always ask ourselves this question, that are we acting upon these principles which make a true Waqf Zindagi, which make a true Waqf-e-Nau? The first thing is that we should be honest and truthful. Not just honest to ourselves, but honest to God as well. we should always remember that truth is the fundamental quality which becomes the root for all other good deeds. Once a person came to the Holy Prophet of Islam and said that, "O Messenger of Allah, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, I have many weaknesses and many vices. I commit many sins. What can I do? Tell me one thing that I can do which can help me." And the Prophet of Islam, sallallahu alaihi wasallam, said, the Holy Prophet said that you should speak the truth. And if you can develop this quality, then all of your other weaknesses will vanish away as well. Apparently, this seems impossible. How is this possible? But it's possible. The Prophet of Islam gave this instruction. And then when that individual went back, he started to, whenever he would do anything wrong, or whenever he would think of doing anything wrong, rather, he would think to himself that I have to speak the truth. So if I do something wrong and someone asks me, I will have to speak the truth. So I should not do anything which would embarrass me. And because of this, he would always speak the truth. And because of the truth, he started to develop a nature which moved him away from all of his other sins as well. As Waqfe-Nau, as Waqfe-Nau, we should remember that truth is something which becomes the stepping stone, which leads on to other good deeds. And if we are honest, then we will always give our best. That's the fundamental teaching which the Holy Prophet gave. That if we are honest, if we are truthful, then we will always give 100% of our effort in everything that we do. And we will always remember that if we are truthful, we have to fulfill the responsibilities which fall upon us. How can a person be honest and truthful and then not fulfill his responsibilities? A person who doesn't act in the way that he or she should is being dishonest. So truth and truthfulness is important. We should always speak the truth, even if that means that we have to bear some hardship. For speaking the truth, we should speak the truth. And as Ahmadi children, this is a quality which even ordinary Ahmadi children should have. Everyone should have this quality. So Waqfe-Nau, who are often referred to as special children, they should have this quality even more than others. Hazrat Khalifatul Masih V, may Allah strengthen him and help him, said on one occasion that Waqfe-Nau are often told by their parents that you are special children. And Hazur said that, yes, you are special children, but only if you have special qualities. If we just have the title of Waqf, and if we don't act in a special way, and if we don't have special qualities, then we are not special. We cannot refer to ourselves as special Waqfe-Nau children. So truthfulness is important. Then another thing which is part of my Waqf and should be a part of all Waqfeens' lives is prayer. Everything that we attain in our lives is based on prayer and depends on prayer. What does that mean? That means that we should develop a close relationship with Allah the Almighty. We should pray to Allah the Almighty. We should offer our 5 daily prayers. All of my children know that all of the brothers and sisters know, even young children will know, that when Hazur speaks to children or when Hazur speaks to adults, he always emphasizes the importance of prayer. He says that we should be regular in our 5 daily prayers. And if we are regular in our 5 daily prayers, if we get up in the morning for Fajr prayer and we offer all of the prayers during the day and finish with Isha prayer and then go to sleep, during the day we will be presenting ourselves before Allah the Almighty 5 times, in which we have so many opportunities to ask Allah the Almighty to help us. We can ask Allah the Almighty for our needs, and we can pray to Allah the Almighty that He helps us to develop a closer relationship with Him. And if we have any problems, we can present those problems to Allah the Almighty. Allah the Almighty is our creator and our master, and He is the one who is the owner of everything. So if we go and bow down before Him, is there anything that He cannot fulfill? There's nothing that Allah the Almighty can't give us. We should always ask Him, and we should always depend on Him. When we need something, we should pray to Allah the Almighty. Instead of um, mm, depending on other human beings to help us, and instead of depending on other human beings and people to come to our aid when we need something, we should pray to Allah the Almighty. And Allah the Almighty always listens to our prayers, and He helps us. Sometimes He doesn't give us everything that we want immediately, because He wants us to learn patience as well. He wants us to be steadfast. He wants us to be happy with what we have. But Allah always listens to us, and we should always pray to Him whenever we need anything. Waqf is, what else is the meaning of my waqf? What is the meaning of any child's waqf, or any adult's waqf for that matter? Waqf means devotion. And a form of devotion to Allah the Almighty is also by serving humanity. So when we become Waqfe-e Zindagi or Waqfe Nau, we should remember that everything that we do should be to serve humanity as well. Because when we serve humanity and when we serve other people and help them in their needs and in their requirements, then that is a way that we can develop a closer relationship with Allah the Almighty. And when we know that, let's just put this into perspective. Allah the Almighty has created the whole universe, and Allah the Almighty has created human beings. We are the creation of Allah the Almighty. So if we help other people who are also the creation of Allah the Almighty, and Allah the Almighty loves His creation, how is it possible that if we help other people and serve other people who are in need, this would not make Allah the Almighty happy? How is this possible? It's not possible. Allah the Almighty will always be very happy when we serve His creation and help His creation who is in need. And so this is why Waqf is very important, to instill a sense of devotion to other human beings in us as well. But we must know that, and we must learn that that is an important part of Waqf. The promised Messiah ﷺ always used to serve humanity. There's a very beautiful story that once the promised Messiah was so busy and had so many tasks which required his attention, but he would always make time to help other people who were in need. One time, Hazrat Maulvi Abdul Karim Sahib of Sialkot, who was a very great companion of the promised Messiah ﷺ, he said that I came to the promised Messiah ﷺ, and I saw that he was standing with a few medicine, with a few chests of medicine, some boxes which had medicine in them, and there was a huge group of village ladies and other people, children who were in need of medicine. And the promised Messiah ﷺ, one after the other, he was taking medicines out of glass vials and putting them in bottles and dispensing them to people, giving someone one medicine, giving another person another medicine. And Hazrat Maulvi Sahib says that I saw that the promised Messiah stood for almost 3 hours, and he continued giving people medicine. After all of the people had been given their medicine and they left, Hazrat Maulvi Sahib said that, Hazur, this is a great waste of time. Much of your important time is spent in this. You have so many other things to do. And the promised Messiah ﷺ said that, no, this is also the work of God. This is also the work of religion. These are poor people. There's no hospital in the area. So I especially order and stock Eastern and allopathic medicine, so that when the time comes, I can give this medicine to these people, because they need this. We should never be negligent. We should never ignore how important it is to help other people. This was the example of the promised Messiah ﷺ. And this is the example that we should develop in ourselves. If we see that someone is in difficulty, we should go and help them. This is what it means to be Waqf. Waqf, my dear brothers and sisters, has a lot to do with our intentions. And if we have good intentions, if the reason that we do Waqf is so that we can so that we can get the pleasure of Allah the Almighty, then we will always be successful. If the meaning of our Waqf, and if the reason that we do Waqf is so that Allah will be happy with us, so that we can serve the community, then we will be successful. But if we just walk around in a very arrogant manner and say that with our chests stuck out, that I'm a Waqf-e-Nau and I have a special place and people should respect me and people should give me importance because I'm not a normal child, I'm a Waqf-e-Nau, then this is wrong. Allah the Almighty will never be happy with this kind of a waqf. And this is why we should always remember that we should be humble and we should show humility. And we should remember, as Hazrat Musleh Maud Raziyallahu Ta'ala anhu said, that khidmat-e-deen ko ik fazl-e-ilahi jano. That remember that we should consider it to be a blessing of Allah the Almighty that we have the opportunities to serve religion. Iske badle mein kabhi talib-e-in'am na ho. Never desire that you should be given a reward for your service. Because when we expect a reward, a worldly reward, then we will never be true to our waqf. We will never be honest and sincere to Allah the Almighty. But my dear brothers and sisters, waqf isn't just something that can be, waqf isn't something that we can attain fully with its essence, and the blessings of that waqf cannot be fully attained until we have a spirit of sacrifice. We have to sacrifice for the sake of Allah the Almighty. And when we sacrifice, yes, sometimes we are faced with difficulties and we have hardships, but Allah the Almighty always helps us and always supports us. He never lets us go without support. And remember that if we give up all of our worldly comforts and our pleasures for Allah the Almighty will always help us. And Allah the Almighty will never forget us. He will never ignore us. Sometimes I have felt in my life that Allah the Almighty helps you in such a way that no other human being could have helped in that way. And sometimes I have a need which nobody knows, only Allah knows. And Allah the Almighty fulfills that need of mine. Even though I'm a very weak person, even though I have many weaknesses, but we all have our weaknesses. But Allah the Almighty is so gracious that He always helps those people who are ready to sacrifice for His sake. Take the example of Hazrat Abraham, alayhi salam, Prophet Abraham. He was ready to sacrifice everything for the sake of Allah. And Allah the Almighty then blessed him and his children in such a way that to this day, and until the last day, until the day of resurrection, Hazrat Abraham and his name will always be alive. And we celebrate Eid al-Adha and remember the sacrifice of Prophet Abraham. Why? Because Hazrat Abraham, Prophet Abraham alayhi salam, was a true Waqf-e Zindagi. He was a person who had devoted everything for the sake of Allah. And dear brothers and sisters, don't think that Allah used to show miracles in the past and now He doesn't. That before Allah used to help people who sacrificed for His sake, but now they don't. Even today, in this day and age, I know people who share their special experiences. Let me give you an example, and then I will end this talk. I've mentioned a lot of things which are important for a Waqf-e Zindagi, but let me end on a story so that you know and you realize that Waqf is something which still has its blessings today, and still today Allah the Almighty shows miracles which He used to show in the past. I know someone, there was someone who traveled to Africa. He was a Jamia student. When Hazur, and after this story, then I will bring my presentation to a close. But I want to leave on this last story so that you can fully understand how Allah the Almighty blesses those people who are Waqf-e Zindagi and who are Waqf-e-Nau. There was someone who graduated from Jamia a few years ago, from UK Jamia actually, and he traveled to Africa in order to spend a few months there on Hazur's instruction. When Jamia students graduate, Hazur sends them to Africa to spend some time there. And also those students, they had graduated and they were stationed to different places in Africa. So that student, before he went to Africa, he knew that he was going on such and such date. He says that before he left for Africa, he was sitting in front of the TV with his family, and he has that student. He has a very sweet tooth, so he likes sweet things and desserts. So that Jamia student who had graduated, he was sitting with his wife and his mother, and there was a program on TV which was showing how to make chocolate cupcakes with peanut butter icing. Don't laugh. This is a very interesting story about chocolate cupcakes and peanut butter icing. So that Jamia student who had graduated and he was going to be leaving for Africa soon, he said to his mother and wife that, I'm going to be going to Africa now for 2 months. Would you be able to make these chocolate cupcakes with peanut butter icing for me before I leave? And the mother and the wife said, oh yes, we will. We'll send you off, but before you leave, we'll make sure that we make this at home before you leave. So anyway, people got busy. He couldn't get his chocolate cupcakes before leaving for Africa. Anyway, he went and he was stationed in a very remote village in Africa, a village where there was no running water source, there was no electricity, nothing. He was literally in the middle of the jungle in a small jamaat where there was just one home for the local missionary who was living there. And that village was so into the jungle that there was no main road that traveled to that village. That's where he was positioned. So you had to take a motorcycle to reach that village. Even the road that went to that village, it was 70 kilometers off the main road. And the only way that you could get there was on a very bad road, which only a motorcycle could travel on to get there. So that's where he was positioned and stationed for about 2 months, that missionary, who was now graduated from Jamia. There happened to be another missionary there as well, who was a Christian missionary spending some time there. That missionary had all of the facilities available to him because he was there for quite some time. So he had a whole home built with solar panels, and he had electricity, he had his washing machine, his dishwasher, all of his modern facilities were present in the jungle with him there. And he was stationed there to serve different communities in that area as well. So anyway, that missionary developed a relationship with that person. And every so often he would take some fruit and give some fruit to that missionary and talk about the Jamaat and, convey the message of Islam to that missionary and other people as well. But anyway, he developed a friendship. And that missionary, that Ahmadi missionary, that Jamia student, he says that he always tried to go out of his way to send some fruit or some food to that Christian missionary, so that Christian missionary would never feel that this Ahmadi missionary is any lower than me. When that missionary went to the community that he was positioned in, that Christian missionary, when they had their first meeting, he said, well, how will you live here in the middle of the jungle? I've seen the Ahmadi house that you have here. There's no running water. There's no electricity. There's nothing. How will you live here for 2 months? And that missionary said to him, I'll be absolutely fine because I'm here on the instruction of my Khalifa and Allah will help me. Anyway, they developed a relationship. And so that missionary says that he would always send things to that Christian missionary to, just make him feel that I'm not any less than you. He would send him fruit. That missionary says that I would send him fruit and things like that. So this was the month of Ramadan. One day during the month of Ramadan, that Christian missionary had a feeling in his heart that I should send my Ahmadi friend something to break his fast. Today he will be fasting, and I should send him something. He is so nice to me. He sends me fruit. He sends me other things. I should send something in return to him as well. So that Jamia student who traveled to Africa, he says that one day when I was just about to break my fast, and I had made my food, and I was sitting and I was about to eat my first bite when the time for Azan happened and it was time to break my fast. The door knocked. There was a knock at the door. And it was that Christian the Christian missionary had sent someone with a tray of food. And that Jamia student says, who was a graduate of Jamia UK, who graduated recently, he says that in that tray, there was hot food. You wouldn't believe what that Christian missionary and his wife had prepared for that Jamia student for him to break his fast that one evening. It was chicken salan, very delicious chicken salan, with 5 or 6 very beautifully made rotis. And just bear in mind that this Christian missionary and his wife were they were Americans. They weren't Pakistani or Indian by descent. They were Americans. And they had made chicken salan and rotis. And in that tray, there was 3 or 4 chocolate cupcakes with peanut butter icing. And that missionary says that when I saw that tray, I thanked the person who brought the tray and I said, thank you very much. You shouldn't have gone through so much trouble, but thank you very much. And he appreciated the gesture and he sat down. And when he sat down to eat his food, he says that when I opened the tray and looked at it, I could not eat. I had to stare at that tray for 2 minutes and tears were dripping down my eyes because I thought to myself that I'm in the middle of the jungle. There's no one here except Allah the Almighty. I've been sent here by Hazur. I'm in the middle of the jungle. There's no electricity. There's no running water. There's no one here that knows me. I had a desire to have chocolate cupcakes with peanut butter icing a month and a half ago before I traveled here. How is it that Allah the Almighty could arrange for this here in the middle of nowhere? How is it that Christian missionary knew that this was a desire in my heart? That Jamia student says. But this is how Allah the Almighty shows his signs. I mean, that Jamia student says that it could have been vanilla cupcakes with chocolate icing. It could have been chocolate cupcakes with vanilla icing. But it was chocolate cupcakes with peanut butter icing because that is the desire that I had in my heart before I traveled. And in the middle of the jungle, when there was no one to help me, when there was no one to know where I am, only Allah knew, and Allah fulfilled that desire of mine and showed me a sign that if you sacrifice for the sake of Allah the Almighty, Allah will miraculously show you the proof of his existence by fulfilling your needs and fulfilling your desires in a way that no other human being can fulfill. And if this is not the blessing of Waqf, if this is not the blessing of devotion to Allah the Almighty, then what else is? So my dear brothers and sisters, always remember that when we sacrifice for the sake of Allah the Almighty, Allah never forgets us. He always remembers us, and he will always support us, and he will always help us in a way that we will know for certain that this was God who gave me this. This was God who was here to help me. There was no one else except for God, and God fulfilled my deepest desires, which nobody else knew. But we must remember that we should not do waqf for that purpose. If the promised Messiah ﷺ says something very beautiful, and then I will end. He says that when we sacrifice all of the things that we love for the sake of Allah the Almighty, when we give up worldly physical things for the sake of Allah the Almighty, Allah the Almighty gives us all of those things back in return and then some, because he is a loyal God. But we should be ready to give everything up for the sake of God. When we give everything for the sake of God, and when we don't expect anything in return, when we are willing to live without all of those things, then Allah the Almighty supports us and helps us and gives us everything that we could imagine. But for that, we must trust in Allah the Almighty. That is the meaning of Waqf. That is the blessings these are the blessings that we see in Waqf. So may Allah the Almighty enable us always to be selfless and be devoted to the cause of Allah the Almighty and the cause of religion. And when we do that, then inshallah we will see how Allah the Almighty shows miracles even today, in this day and age, with people like us. And that is something which is a proof of the fact that Waqf is a system which is a system of developing a relationship with Allah the Almighty, and it is Allah's way the greatest way in which we can develop a relationship with Allah the Almighty. So may Allah the Almighty enable us all. May God enable me first to act upon all of these teachings and these good points, and also enable all of my brothers and sisters as well. Ameen. Allahumma ameen.
Yeah, Asab, Jazakallah. That's just absolutely fantastic. Thank you so much for that. Thank you so much for those stories. Thank you so much for your personal insights. Absolutely brilliant. Very, very tough act to follow, by the way. You've really set the bar for the other speakers. But Alhamdulillah, I really enjoyed that. I could listen to you all day, but unfortunately, we will have to move on. And Nazim Saab, can I request that you play a few of our short messages from our Waqf-e-Nau?
Yes,
From
of course.
Before we move on to Shahid Mahmood Saab and see if he can live up to the standards that AR Saab has set. Jazakallah.
Of course. So here's one from Raja Saab's son.
My name is Alian Ahmed Raja. My father's name is Raja Puran Ahmed Marabi Silsila. I am a Waqf-e-Nau from Guildford Jamaat. I want to go to Jamia to serve the Jamaat and become a Marabi. Also, Hazur has said that he wants Waqf-e-Nau boys to try and become a Marabi. Jazakallah.
So that was the first one we played, and as you said, Masroor Saab, through the day we'll play different ones. I'll play one more if that's all right with you, and that will start us off to the next speech of Shahid Mahmood Saab as well. So the second one is.
And I am from New Malden. I am proud of being a Waqf-e-Nau because Waqf-e-Nau can seek guidance from our beloved Hazur for every step of our lives. Jazakallah.
That was the second one. So now I think it takes us into Shahid Mahmood Saab's video speech, which I shall now cue in and play, inshallah. There you go.
Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Today we are talking about how to become a better Waqf-e-Nau. I'm sorry, I'm probably not the best person to talk about this particular subject, but maybe I'll also learn something by relating to what Hazrat Amirul Mu'mineen Ayyadullah Ta'ala bin Nasr al-Aziz expects from us as being a better and special Waqf-e-Nau. Now, you can only be a better Waqf-e-Nau if you live your life according to the guidelines set out by Allah and His Messenger. And in this day and age, a strong relationship and obedience to Khilafat is the key. So the purpose of our existence is to worship Allah. As Allah Ta'ala says in the Holy Quran, وَمَا خَلَقْتُ الْجِنَّ وَالْإِنسَ إِلَّا لِيَعْبُدُونَ. And the best way to do so is by praying 5 times a day. But every Ahmadi Muslim has to pray 5 times a day. In order to be a better Waqf-e-Nau, you need to do something additional, something different, something extra, as Hazur has clearly mentioned in this clip.
उनकी बातों के मायार दूसरों से बहुत बुलंद हैं, तब वो स्पेशल कहलाएंगे। वो फ़र्ज़ नमाज़ों के साथ नवाफिल भी अदा करने वाले हैं, तब वो स्पेशल कहलाएंगे।
So Waqf-e-Nau are not only required to pray 5 times, but in addition, they are required to do their nawafil and tahajjud regularly. The key word here is regularly. One namaz here, one nafil there is not enough. You must be consistent, regular with, and not just with the 5 daily prayers, but with additional prayers. And this should continue with perseverance. Not just once, but continuously, regularly, consistently. And only then you can become a better Waqf-e-Nau. So this is the benchmark, this is the touchstone of being a better Waqf-e-Nau. And Allah Ta'ala has promised a great reward for this in this world and hereafter. So what's the reward? What's the reward for namaz? It's just exactly what we are seeking to be. We want to become a better person. we want to become a better Waqfe Nau. And Allah Ta'ala has said in the Holy Quran, Allah Ta'ala has made a promise, Inna salata tanha anil fahshai wal munkar, that indeed genuine prayers should deter one from indecency and wickedness. So, although all Ahmadis should try and achieve a level of spirituality, but Waqfe Nau children should excel in spirituality, in morality. As Hazur mentioned in his sermon, let's see what Hazur says.
गो के हर मोमिन दीन को दुनिया पर मुकदम करने का अहद करता है, लेकिन वक्फ करने वाले इन मायारों की इंतहाओं को छूने वाले होने चाहिए.
You need to have a clear goal in your life about what you want to become and what you need to do to achieve it. So now this needs to be in line with the requirements of Jamaat, and permission must be sought from Hazur at all stages. The ultimate goal is propagation of Islam and Ahmadiyyat and serving your deen, as opposed to achieving worldly desires. So let's see what Hazrat Amir al-Mu'mineen have said in this regard.
कि उन्होंने दीन की खिदमत करनी है. इस सोच के साथ परवान नहीं चढ़ेंगे कि हमने बिजनेसमैन बनना है, हमने खिलाड़ी बनना है, हमने फ़लाँ शोबे में जाना है, हमने फ़लाँ शोबे में जाना है. बल्कि उनकी तरफ से ये सवाल किया जाएगा कि मैं वक़फ़े नौ हूँ, मुझे जमात बताए, मुझे खलीफा वक्त बताए कि मैं किस शोबे में जाऊँ. मुझे अब दुनिया से कोई गरज नहीं. जो अहद मेरी माँ ने पैदाइश से पहले किया था और जो दुआएं उसने मेरी पैदाइश से पहले मांगी थीं और फिर मेरी तरबियत ऐसे रंग में की कि मैं दुनिया के बजाय दीन को तलाश करूं, मेरी खुशकिस्मती है कि मेरी माँ की दुआओं को अल्लाह ताला ने सुना और मेरी माँ की कोशिशों को जो उसने मेरी तरबियत के लिए की अल्लाह ताला ने फल लगाया. अब मैं बग़ैर किसी दुनियावी लालच और ख्वाहिश के सिर्फ़ और सिर्फ दीन के लिए अपने आप को वक्फ करता हूँ.
The Holy Prophet of Islam sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, look at those people who are beneath you in wealth and worldly affairs, and look at those who are above you in religious affairs. So, and Allah Ta'ala has said in the Holy Quran, fastabiqul khairat, compete with each other in good deeds. So, as a better Waqfe Nau, we shouldn't focus on those who have better cars, who have better houses, lots of money, branded clothes, etc. But on the contrary, we should be focusing on those who are less fortunate than us and be grateful to Allah for what we have. And in religious matters, we have to seek inspiration from those who are better than us. And we need to think how we can improve ourselves, how we can excel in financial sacrifices, how we can excel in good things like praying, fasting, charity, and so on. Let's see how our beloved Hazur beautifully summarized this in one of the Friday sermons.
हज़रत सल्लल्लाहु अलैहि वसल्लम के इस इरशाद को सामने रखें कि दुनियावी मालो असबाब के लिहाज से अपने से कमतर को देखो और रूहानी लिहाज से अपने से बड़े हुए को देखो, ताकि मादी दौड़ में बढ़ने की कोशिश के बजाय रूहानी दौड़ में बढ़ने की कोशिश करो.
Now, one of the most important aspects of living a peaceful and happy life is contentment. Hazur used this word qanaat in the Friday sermon, and Holy Prophet of Islam sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, "Al-ghina ghina nafsi." Wealth does not mean having a lot of property. Wealth means having self-contentment.
वक़फ़े नौ को तो अपने कनात के मयारों को बहुत बढ़ाना चाहिए, अपनी कुर्बानी के मयारों को बहुत बढ़ाना चाहिए. ये नहीं सोचना चाहिए कि हम माली लिहाज से कमज़ोर होंगे तो हमें शायद हमारे बहन भाई कमतर समझें या वालदैन हमें उस तरह तवज्जो न दें जिस तरह बाकियों को दे रहे हैं। अव्वल तो वालदैन को ही ये ख्याल कभी दिल में नहीं लाना चाहिए कि वाक़फ़ीन ज़िंदगी कमतर हैं। वाक़फ़ीन ज़िंदगी का मयार और मुकाम बहुत बुलंद है, उससे उनकी नज़र में होना चाहिए। लेकिन वाक़फ़ीन ज़िंदगी को ख़ुद अपने आप को हमेशा दुनिया का आजिज़ तरीन बंदा समझना चाहिए। वाक़फ़ीन नौ को जहाँ कुर्बानी का मयार बढ़ाना है, वहाँ अपनी इबादतों के मयार को भी बुलंद करना चाहिए, अपनी वफ़ा के मयार को भी बढ़ाना चाहिए, अपने और अपने वालिदैन के अहद को पूरा करने के लिए अपनी तमाम सलाहियतों और इस्तेदादों से काम लेने की कोशिश करनी चाहिए।
So if you keep on thinking, I don't have this, I don't have that, then you'll never be happy. But a better Waqf-e-Nau is someone who's happy and content with whatever they have. So not like when you have a Nintendo Wii, but you want a PlayStation. When you have a PlayStation, you want an iPhone and so on. The desires of acquiring new things are never ending. And the actual beauty is when you raise the level of contentment. So be content with what Allah has given you, and you will be the richest of people. So irrespective of what the situation is, irrespective of what you've been blessed with, just say Alhamdulillah. Be grateful. But the teaching or the requirement from or expectation from a Waqf-e-Nau doesn't end here. Once you're content with what you have, then the next stage is sacrifice. That means not only being happy with what you have, but make sacrifices. So now you've said Alhamdulillah for everything that you have, but now is the time to give up what you have. So that's the next step, i.e. giving up on things that you have, sacrificing wealth, sacrificing time, sacrificing honor, and then you have to continue to increase the levels of sacrifice to be a better Waqf-e-Nau. And trust me, the rewards are great. Allah Ta'ala has mentioned this in Holy Quran in chapter number 41, verse number 31. Allah Ta'ala says, إِنَّ الَّذِينَ قَالُوا رَبُّنَا اللَّهُ ثُمَّ اسْتَقَامُوا تَتَنَزَّلُ عَلَيْهِمُ الْمَلَائِكَةُ أَلَّا تَخَافُوا وَلَا تَحْزَنُوا وَأَبْشِرُوا بِالْجَنَّةِ الَّتِي كُنْتُمْ تُوعَدُونَ. So Allah Ta'ala says, just accepting Allah is not enough. Just saying Allah is our Lord is not enough. The next step is that after you have accepted Allah, done the namaz, done the roza, fulfilled all the obligations, then the next step comes is summa istaqamu. Allah Ta'ala says summa istaqamu. You have to stay on the right path. What does it mean? Staying on the right path. Staying on the right path is not easy. You will have difficulty. You will have problems. You will have challenges when you are trying to stay in the right path. शैतान गुमराह करने की कोशिश करेगा, लेकिन आपने इस्तकामत के साथ, perseverance के साथ, हिम्मत के साथ सीधे रास्ते पे रहना है. Then once you've stayed on the right path, and once you've stayed in the right direction as prescribed by Allah, what's the reward? Allah Ta'ala says, تَتَنَزَّلُ عَلَيْهِمُ الْمَلَائِكَةُ. Then the angels will descend with a good news from Allah. Allah Ta'ala will give you glad tidings. Allah Ta'ala says, أَلَّا تَخَافُوا. Do not fear. وَلَا تَحْزَنُوا. Do not grieve. Leave all the sorrow, leave all the worries, so that once you've done all of this, you will receive what? Here's Allah Ta'ala giving us a good news. وَأَبْشِرُوا بِالْجَنَّةِ الَّتِي كُنْتُمْ تُوعَدُونَ. The glad tidings of paradise that you were promised. So now we've talked about namaz, we've talked about increasing their spirituality, we've talked about excelling in good deeds. So as soon as you get to this stage where you've done all the right things, you start feeling that I'm something. I've now achieved spirituality. I'm the best, I'm better than everybody. And this is when the pride and arrogance come. All that you've done, all the hard work, everything's wasted. That's why Hazrat Masih Maud says, बदतर बनो हर एक से अपने ख्याल में, शायद इससे दखल हो दारुल विसाल में. Consider yourself to be most worthy of contempt in your own estimation. Perhaps in this way, you may find acceptance in the sight of God. So that means you have to think of yourself as less important, away from ignorance. Inculcate modesty in yourself, humility in all your dealings. So not only you have to excel in good deeds, but you have to excel in humility. We have to be humble. We have to be down to earth. Doesn't matter where you come from. Doesn't matter how rich or poor you are. Doesn't matter what your caste or creed is. What matters is how humble you are. Then the last aspect of the desired qualities in Waqfe-e-Nau Hazur mentioned was that all of your efforts, all of your abilities should be aimed towards serving Islam and Ahmadiyyat. If you're good at computers, you shouldn't be playing video games, but make yourself useful for serving the Jamaat. Whether it be propagating the message of Islam online, web designing, programming skills, language skills, or so on, all your efforts should be aimed towards only one goal, and that one goal should be propagating the message of Islam and Ahmadiyyat under the guidance of Khilafat.
खुदा ताला के साथ वफादारी और सिद्क और इखलास दिखाना एक मौत चाहता है. जब तक इंसान दुनिया और उसकी सारी लज्जतों और शौक़तों पर पानी फेर देने को तैयार ना हो जावे और हर ज़िल्लत और सख्ती और तंगी के लिए तंगी खुदा के लिए गवारा करने को तैयार ना हो, ये सिफ्त पैदा नहीं हो सकती.
So this clip requires a lot of depth. What Hazur said is very, very deep. The word maut in the context that Hazur's used means you have to be a better Waqfe-e-Nau, you have to kill all your worldly desires. What desires do you have to kill? The desire of earning a lot of money, the desire of having a nice car, the desire of worldly recognition or fame, the desire of a big house, the desire of women and children. All of these desires, Allah Ta'ala says in Holy Quran, that all of these things are there to test mankind. And it's mentioned in chapter number 18, verse number 8. Inna ja'alna ma 'ala al-arzi zinatan laha linabluwahum ayyuhum ahsanu amala. Indeed, we have made that which is on earth adornment for it, that we may test them. Which one of them is best indeed? So, the second part of that clip is relating to the next step after you've killed all your desires. So, not only you have to kill your desires to be a better Waqfe-e-Nau, you also have to be ready to accept all the hardships that may come your way. So the difficulties that you will face. And that is how we can be a better Waqfe-e-Nau.
इंटरनेट और दूसरी चीज़ों पर लग़वियात देखने के बजाय वो वक्त दीन का इल्म हासिल करने के लिए सर्फ करने वाले हों तो तब स्पेशल होंगे. लड़कों के हुलिये दूसरों से उन्हें मुमताज़ करने वाले हों तो तब स्पेशल होंगे. रोज़ाना कुरान करीम की तिलावत करने वाले और उसके अहकामात की तलाश करने वाले, तलाश करके उस पर अमल करने वाले हों लड़के और लड़कियां वक़फ़े-ए-नौ के, तो फिर स्पेशल कहला सकते हैं. ज़ैली तंजीमों और जमाती प्रोग्रामों में دوسروں سے بڑھ کر اور باقاعدہ حصہ لینے والے ہیں تو پھر اسپیشل ہیں. والدین کے ساتھ حسن سلوک اور ان کے لیے دعاؤں میں اپنے دوسرے بہن بھائیوں سے بڑے ہوئے ہیں تو یہ خصوصیت ہے. رشتوں کے وقت لڑکے بھی اور لڑکیاں بھی دنیا دیکھنے کے بجائے دین دیکھنے والے ہیں اور پھر رشتے نبھانے والے بھی ہیں تو تب کہہ سکتے ہیں کہ ہم خالصتاً دین پر عمل کرنے دینی ہدایات پر عمل کرتے ہوئے اپنے رشتے نبھانے والے ہیں تو اسپیشل کہلائیں گے. ان میں برداشت کا مادہ دوسروں سے زیادہ ہے. لڑائی جھگڑا اور فتنہ فساد کی صورت میں اس سے بچنے والے ہیں بلکہ صلح کروانے والے ہیں تو اسپیشل ہیں. تبلیغ کے میدان میں سب سے آگے آ کر اس فریضے کو سر انجام دینے والے ہیں تب اسپیشل ہیں. خلافت کی اطاعت اور اس کے فیصلوں پر عمل میں صف اول میں ہیں تو اسپیشل ہیں. دوسروں سے زیادہ سخت جان اور قربانیاں کرنے والے ہیں تو بالکل اسپیشل ہیں. عاجزی اور بے نفسی میں سب سے بڑے ہوئے ہیں. تکبر سے نفرت اور اس کے خلاف جہاد کرنے والے ہیں تو بڑے اسپیشل ہیں. MTA پر میرے خطبے سننے والے اور میرے ہر پروگرام کو دیکھنے والے ہیں تاکہ ان کو رہنمائی ملتی رہے تو بڑے اسپیشل ہیں. اگر تو یہ باتیں اور تمام وہ باتیں جو اللہ تعالیٰ کو پسند ہیں یہ سب کرنے والے ہیں اور وہ تمام باتیں جو اللہ تعالیٰ کو ناپسند ہیں اور اس نے روکا ہے اسے رکنے والے ہیں تو یقیناً اسپیشل بلکہ بہت اسپیشل ہے. ورنہ آپ میں اور دوسروں میں کوئی فرق نہیں.
Now, this instruction is very, very clear. To be a better and special Waqfe-Nau, your appearance and the way you carry yourself is important. And Hazur mentioned about the Holy Quran, that not only we should read the Holy Quran, but the next step is to understand. And after you understand, you have to act upon it and live your life according to the teachings of Holy Quran. Just the way there's a user manual with every machinery that you get, every toy you order, every phone you buy, there comes a user guide, a user manual that tells you how to operate that machinery. In the same way, Quran is the user manual, a guide to live our lives. So all of what we do must be in line with the teachings of Holy Quran. Hazur's mentioned some very important aspects of life that we pay careful attention to. For example, tolerance more than others. Hazur's beautifully mentioned the importance of tolerance and patience that is required from a Waqfe-Nau. As Allah Ta'ala says in the Holy Quran, chapter number 25, verse number 64, وَعِبَادُ الرَّحْمَنِ الَّذِينَ يَمْشُونَ عَلَى الْأَرْضِ حَوْنًا وَإِذَا خَاطَبَهُمُ الْجَاهِلُونَ قَالُوا سَلَامًا. The true servants of the most compassionate are those who walk on the earth humbly, and when foolish address them improperly, they only respond with peace. قَالُوا سَلَامًا. And not only you have to be tolerant, but you have to be actively resolving the disputes. So you don't just have to get away from disputes. You should be known as people, as kids, as Waqfe-Nau, who would not only diffuse the situation, but resolve the situation as well. یہ نہیں کہ صبح شام بس گھر میں لڑتے جھگڑتے رہنا ہے, بندہ چھوٹی چھوٹی بات پہ غصے میں تیش میں آ جائے. No, we have to demonstrate patience. We have to demonstrate tolerance. Now, another thing that Hazur touched upon in the last clip is one of the basic requirements and the quality that is required from a Waqfe-Nau, and that is tabligh. Now, all Ahmadis do tabligh. it's an integral part of our faith. Everyone must engage in some level of tabligh. But as a Waqf-e-Nau, we have to excel in this. The key is excelling in tabligh. And this is explained very beautifully in the Holy Quran, where Allah Ta'ala says, "Ud'u ila sabili rabbika bil hikmati wal maw'idha al hasanati wajadilhum billati hiya ahsan." So according to this verse of Holy Quran, you have to follow these three instructions. So first instruction is, "Ud'u ila sabili rabbika." Call them towards your Lord. How? First instruction. Pehli baat that Allah Ta'ala says, bil hikmati, with wisdom. Then the second instruction, mau'izatil hasana, kind advice, in the most beautiful manner. Not just invitation, but a beautiful invitation. And if you, for example, if you want to invite your friend over for dinner, you don't just say, "Come home." You say, "I'm making some nice food. Come home, we'll enjoy the food, we'll have dinner, we'll have fun, etc." So in the same way, you have to give the invitation of Islam in the most beautiful manner. Now, wajadilhum billati hiya ahsan, and only debate with them in the best of manner. So you as a Waqf-e-Nau must learn the tabligh in a way where you follow these three instructions. Number one, with wisdom. Number two, by way of a kind advice. And number three, debating in the best manner. Now, this is not an easy task. It requires a lot of research, it requires a lot of knowledge, and it requires a lot of prayers. Hazur mentioned in regards to health and sacrifice. Hazur mentioned that one of the most important aspects of Waqf-e-Nau is that you must be strong and healthy. You're not going to be healthy if you just keep on playing video games 24/7 and you're just in front of a TV the whole day, or just busy with your phone, laptop, or iPad. Sometimes these online video games, they're so addictive that people sit in front of them for hours and hours without realizing the time. So all this is extremely damaging for your health. And if you're not healthy, you can't be a better Waqf-e-Nau. Holy Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam said, "A strong believer is better than a weak believer." And Rasulullah Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam also said, "The strong believer is better and more beloved to Allah than the weak believer, while there is good in both." So he was talking in terms of faith and character, but also indicating the physical strength, the optimum strength and fitness. All of these things are also desirable in a believer. So our beloved Prophet ﷺ said, "Teach your children swimming, archery and horse riding." So ask yourself the question, do you just know how to play FIFA on PlayStation? Can you swim? Can you ride? If not, let's at least take this away from today's talk, that we'll try and do more physical exercise, less video games, more swimming, more riding, anything, cricket, badminton, football, basketball, any physical exercise, as opposed to doing everything virtually. I understand right now we are in a lockdown, things are very different, but at least let's take this away from today's talk, that we will be a little bit more healthier, a little bit more fitter, where we take care of our health from the outside and our spiritual well-being from the inside. So like all these aspects I've mentioned today, everything is important, but staying fit and healthy is also necessary to becoming a better Waqf-e-Nau. In regards to obedience to Khilafat, in the world we now live in, there is nothing without Khilafat. So all the bounties are only related to Khilafat. Our respected Maulana Tahir Khalid Sahib will now address us Next, on building a relationship with Khilafat. Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina wa Mawlana Muhammadin wa ala alihi wa ashabihi wa barik wa sallim alayhi. Jazakallah.
Jazakallah, Shai Sahib. Before we turn to our next speaker, Rabi Tahir Khalid Sahib, just stepping away from Delhi Waqf-e-Nau for a couple of seconds. So I actually just received a message from Sadr Jamaat Mosque West regarding the Masroor Eye Institute. And Sadr Sahib has mentioned that the Jamaat will be starting a program where they'd be trying and raising money for the Masroor Eye Institute. So the Masroor Eye Institute is a hospital that the Jamaat is building, specifically Majlis Ansarullah UK is building in Burkina Faso. And it's under the guidance and instructions of Hazur. This program has been going on for, I think, about a couple of years, if my memory serves me right. Very, very important part of what we do. Very, very important part of what we do is helping others, as both the Yard Sahib and Shahid Sahib have explained. So please bear that in mind. If you would like to donate, there's a website, the Masroor Institute website. If you just type it in, you'll see it. But Sadr Sahib, Jazakallah for raising that point with me. Nadeem Sahib, I think we running a little bit behind schedule, so I think we should go straight to Tahir Khalid Sahib for our next address. Tahir Sahib.
Assalamu alaikum. Can you hear me? أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله أما بعد فأعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. My dearest Waqfe-Nau brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Today I'll be talking on building a relationship with Khilafat and Khalifatul Masih. I'd first like to introduce myself. My name is Tahir Khalid. I'm serving as a missionary in Bet al-Ihsan region in London. And also recently I've been tasked with the assignment to help in the National Waqf-e-Nau department. So I've been there for a few weeks as well now. Now, building a relationship with Khilafat, everyone has their own stories, everyone has their own way, everyone has their own approach to building a relationship with Khalifatul Masih. On a personal level, my relationship with Khalifatul Masih had increased when I went to Jamia. I wasn't a Waqf-e-Nau, but as a child, I always saw my older brothers. They were always, in the time of Khalifatul Masih Rabi rahimahullah, my brothers, my two older brothers who were Waqf-e-Nau, they would always be going to the classes. Every Saturday morning, there would be, every Sunday morning, there would be classes with Khalifa Rabi rahimahullah. And on a weekly basis, we'd see that they were very close with Hazur. And in my heart, I always felt that I want to be there as well. I want to have that relationship with Khalifatul Masih. I want to be close to Hazur. And then in my heart, that desire came that Jamia was the way to build that relationship with Khalifatul Masih, get close to him, and be able to have that relationship and link with him. And as a child, Hazur knew me from the going to classes with him, and as in that familiarity was there. I'm not too sure whether he knew me personally before Jamia, but that familiarity, I believe, was there. And then my first mulaqat with Hazur, when every day a few Jamia students would go to Hazur, and Hazur looked at me and he said, "You want to be a missionary?" And I said, "Yes, Hazur." And then Hazur said, "Okay." So I felt then that Hazur knew me because of and of course Masoor Sahab knows me very well, Nadeem Sahab knows me, Dabir Sahab, that before Jamia Hazur knew what I was like as a child. And so being in and around Jamia, having the opportunity to see Hazur in the first few years of Jamia, there were only 4. I came as the 4th year of Jamia, so every few months, maybe even weeks, we were very fortunate to meet Hazur. And then slowly and steadily, we were in the habit of always writing to Hazur. For everything that you're going through in your life, we've always been encouraged, you have to write to Hazur. Build that relationship with Khalifatul Masih. Khilafat is the rope of Allah. Any problem that you have, the only way to build that relationship and with him is by introducing yourself, writing to him, taking that step forward, and wanting to build that relationship with him. At the same time, you have to build that relationship with Allah the Almighty. And Hazur has given us those steps, and hopefully I'll try and touch upon that throughout the talk that I'm giving today. When you see Hazur, you have that love for him. Naturally, everyone sees Hazur, and when Hazur looks at you, when he looks in your eyes, you feel, wow, Hazur has looked at me, Hazur has seen me. And it's that feeling, that blissful feeling is in a way indescribable, and everyone's feelings are different. But that love for Hazur, which we all have, is the same. And there was one occasion in Jamia when I really wanted to express my love for Hazur and be close with Hazur, and I wanted to hug Hazur. So I said, Hazur, I had one mulaqat, and I said, Hazur, can I give you a hug? And then Hazur grabbed my hand, and then he gave me a hug, and it was literally for around 8 to 10 seconds. 8 to 10 seconds, just counting it, 1, 2, 3. So it was a long hug. And Hazur says at the end, Hazur was like, "Bas kafi hai." Like, is it enough? Is that okay? And that was so, like, again, that feeling of being that close to Khalifatul Masih is something that we can never really describe. And I mean, you're lost for words by trying to understand, trying to show your gratitude that Allah the Almighty has blessed the opportunity to be near with Khalifatul Masih. There was another incident, and I don't want to talk about myself, but just to introduce that relationship with Khalifatul Masih. There was one incident where in Jamia I was fortunate to recite a nazm in front of Khalifatul Masih when there was it was a sports day. The Jamia, we had an annual sports day, and Hazur also came. And we were taking part in so many events. There was also the obstacle course, and I took part in the obstacle course that day as well. So I was tired, and of course when you're playing and your team is playing, my voice was gone because of the shouting, the running, and everything. I was quite exhausted, and I had to do nazm as well in front of Hazur. So my voice was quite sore at that time, and during the nazm, it was a nazm written by Hazrat Muslim Maud anhu, and I was reciting that nazm, and I didn't pronounce the word correctly. And Hazur corrected me then straight away, and he said, "Isko lamba paro, koi." So the word is koi in Urdu, and I said it quite short, like koi, and I didn't prolong it. And Hazur said, koi, say it like this. But because it was that when you're on stage, you're frightened, you're nervous. My legs are always shaking when I'm in front of reciting in front of Hazur, because of that. It's of course it's nerve-wracking. And then Hazur was saying something, and I thought Hazur said to repeat it. So Hazur said to correct it. I thought Hazur said to repeat it. So I repeated it the same way, in the incorrect way. And then Hazur smiled. If you look at the video, Hazur was smiling that he's carrying on, and he's still reciting it wrong, but he's carrying on. And then I that finished, and I think two or 3 days later, I had a mulaqat with Hazur. And I had, in that time, I had listened back to that speech, to the nazm, and I listened to what Hazur said, and Hazur was correcting me, and I was reciting it the wrong way. So in that mulaqat, I said, Hazur, I'm sorry, I didn't listen to what you had said, and I recited the nazm wrong. And Hazur said, and Hazur explained it like a father says to his son. And Hazur said, मैंने आपको कहा था, मैंने तुम्हें बताया था कि इस तरह पढ़ो. And you still read it incorrectly. You still recited it wrong. And even though I told you, you still recited it wrong. And then Hazur said, then in the mulaqat, Hazur said, sing me the nazm. So I recited that verse in the nazm, and Hazur also sang that end part of that nazm. He recited that line, that this is how you should recite it. So that the relationship with Khalifatul Masih, on each occasion, we've been fortunate as missionaries and Jamia students and Waqfe-Nau to have that relationship with Khalifatul Masih. When we meet him, when we close to him, when we have that desire to meet him, desire to instill that love and increase that love with him. And just a few days after that mulaqat, I had a family mulaqat with Hazur. So after I messed up the nazm, I had the personal mulaqat with Hazur, and then a few days later there was a family mulaqat with Hazur. And in that mulaqat, Hazur, through discussions, Hazur had held my brother's arm, and then he said that, so my brother is he's a very quiet, he's a very calm individual, and Hazur said to him that you should increase in confidence. And then he grabbed my arm as well. So he held my brother's arm, and then he looked at me and he grabbed my arm, and he said, you should increase in confidence like this murabbi, that he stands on stage and that on stage he deliberately recites nazm incorrectly with confidence. So he said you should increase confidence like your brother. So that feeling, that love, that kindness, the compassion that Hazur was showing, that in your heart, it shows that you should, whatever happens, you always want to increase that love. You don't want that to break in any way, shape, or form. You don't want that to decrease. You always want it to increase. And there's so many other incidences that each and every one of us have, and I believe every single Ahmadi has that relationship with Khalifatul Masih, where when they write to Hazur, when they introduce themselves to Hazur, when they open up to Hazur, at the same time they're praying for Hazur, then everyone will see that relationship. When they ask Hazur for, when they're going through trials and tribulations, they will see that Hazur's prayers will answer and allow them to overcome any hurdles, any obstacles they may face in their life. One big problem which I was facing a few years ago was that a few years ago my family had decided that they want to go for Umrah. For the first time, I was also having that opportunity to go for Umrah. So all of my family, there's around a good 20 or so of us, a few different families, we decided together that we want to go. And I said, I would also like to go. So I got everything ready, sent the paperwork, and we had booked the tickets, and we were applying for the visa. And I had forgotten that, so my passport was at the embassy from before, because I was applying for my wife to come from Pakistan. And for that, when the whole procedure, I had to show that I'm a British national, I have a British passport. So my passport was at the embassy. I didn't have my passport on me, and it had only been a few weeks actually that I had sent it off. And in this time, we had decided we want to go for Umrah. And I didn't have my passport on me, and I had completely forgotten. So we had booked the tickets, we were scheduling to get the visa, and there's a special form that you need to go for Umrah, to go to Makkah, Medina. So I thought that, okay, I have my passport, it's in my wardrobe, I'll get it out when it's time to book the visa. And then when the day was coming closer, I started looking for it, and I couldn't find it, and I was completely lost at where my passport gone. And then I remembered that, oh my God, I've given it to the embassy. So I called the embassy and I said, look, we want to go to Pakistan, to Umrah, and I need my passport, please. So the person that who was on the other line, he dealt with cases where someone who is coming from Pakistan wishes to come to the UK. So my passport was in that department. And so he said, look, your case hasn't been opened yet, and we can't give you your passport. It will take a few months minimum. It's impossible. And he was Muslim, so he said, I'm sorry, but you won't be able to go for Umrah because you won't get your passport in time. It's impossible. So I was obviously heartbroken, and then I wrote to Hazur as well. And I wrote the Hazur, please. I wrote on the Monday. On a Monday, I wrote to Hazur, and I said, Hazur, please pray that I'm able to go to Umrah and my passport comes as soon as possible. Because literally everyone had booked the tickets. I had booked my ticket as well, and we were scheduled to go for the visa appointment to get the visa. And I, again, like I mentioned, I didn't have a passport on me. So on the Monday, I wrote to Hazur, and in the letter, I remember quite clearly I wrote, Hazur, please pray that my passport comes as soon as possible, and also that my wife's visa is also accepted. And so on the Friday, so I wrote on the Monday. On the Friday, I got a post. In the post, my passport had arrived, which was impossible to have come, and still to this day, I'm still amazed at how this happened. So on Monday I wrote. On Friday, my passport had arrived. It came through the post, and at the same time, my wife received a letter that she should come and collect her passport. So, and she went on the Monday, the following Monday, and she was given a visa to come to the UK. So within 1 week, my passport had come, and she was also given her visa had been accepted to come to the UK. Whereas it takes a minimum of 3 months of the visa to accept it, and it happened within weeks. So it showed that through writing to Khalifatul Masih, within a matter of days, those things which are seemingly impossible become possible, and your prayers are accepted. And I was very fortunate I was able to go for Umrah and visit the holy sites of Mecca and Medina. I've also been fortunate that I've been in and around the company of people who have experienced the acceptance of their prayers when they've written to Khalifatul Masih, when they've been close to Khalifatul Masih. One colleague of mine, a missionary, he was quite ill a few years ago, where his lungs had collapsed. And he's a young, healthy missionary, but his lungs had collapsed, and he was severely ill. So he was in hospital, and he had informed Hazur, and Hazur was then on a regular basis inquiring of him and asking how is he. So then Hazur had sent people from the office to go and visit him to see how he is, and has sent flowers and chocolates as well from Hazur, that this is to give him some horse land to visit him. So he came, and they gave him the gifts from Hazur, and then he said, do you have any message to give to Hazur? So he said that you tell Hazur that I really love him. So he went, and when he went back to the office, he had told Hazur that this is what he said. And Hazur had said to him, to the person who was working in the office, that tell him that if he needs my lungs, I can give him my lungs. And that when he was narrating that story to me, it really shook me, and that my body started tingling. That love which Khalifatul Masih has is remarkable, is something which there are literally no words that we have. Whereas also tell him he can take my lungs, and so that he can fully recover. That's how much love Khalifatul Masih has for us. On another occasion, one of my colleagues, his son was quite unwell, and he had a newborn son, and for a number of weeks he was unable to sleep, and all night, throughout the night, he would be crying, and he took him to the doctors, and he saw that there was an infection, and he was quite unwell, severely unwell. and he was unable to sleep. His wife was unwell after the delivery, and there was a lot of problems which were happening. So he had a mulaqat with Hazur, and he said to Hazur, Hazur, this is the problem, and my son is really unwell. So please pray that Allah can recover and cure him. So he was surprised that in the mulaqat Hazur just said, okay, that's fine. And he felt like Hazur didn't give him that reassurance. That's what he felt like, and he was worried. So, but then that very same night, around 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock in the morning, his son miraculously had stopped crying. Whereas, like I mentioned, for a number of weeks, every single night he was unable to sleep, where he would be crying all night and be in pain, constant pain. And around 3 o'clock in the morning, the night of that mulaqat that he had, the boy, he became quiet and he started sleeping peacefully. And in the morning, a relative had a mulaqat with Hazur, and Hazur said to tell him that his son is fine. And when he thought about this, and it came to me as well, that my realization that time is when Hazur is, as we know, offering the Tahajjud prayers, when he's praying for the community, when he's praying for each and every one of us. As Hazur had mentioned, that there is not a day, that there is not a night that passes where he doesn't remember and pray for each and every single Ahmadi. And on that night, when he asked Hazur that his son is unable to sleep for weeks and he's in constant pain, that night around 3 in the morning, his son peacefully went to sleep and he had recovered. And it brings people to tears when you see that love which Khalifatul Masih, that the desire which Khalifatul Masih has to see his Jamaat flourish, to see that his Jamaat have that relationship with him. This is the institution of Khilafat, is something that we are extremely fortunate to have, extremely blessed to have. There are two ways to this. That one, we naturally have that inclination, that desire to build that relationship with him, with the Khalifa, and the Khalifa of the time wants his Jamaat to be attached to him, be strong to him, and be on that path that they can build a relationship with God. And ultimately, at the same time, they will have that relationship with Khalifatul Masih. I'm not too sure how long I have left, but there are a few. There was a clip which I wanted to play, which talks about the desires and instructions of Khalifatul Masih and what we should do. But I'll wrap up just briefly now. The points which I've mentioned, I've spoken about the incidents which people have had on their personal relationship with Khalifatul Masih, and how when they write to Hazur, when they build that relationship with Hazur, you will see how in every moment of your life, when you have that relationship with him, you will pass all your hurdles. You will always be successful in your life when you have that relationship with him. Yes, you may come across trials. Yes, you may come across tribulations. You may come across periods in your life which feels like the whole world has been placed on your shoulders, or you feel like the earth has swept from your feet, and you are unable to stand. You're unable to find strength. You're unable to continue. And there's pressure, there's stress, there's pressure, there's so many things which an individual goes through. These trials and tribulations, these are a part of life. And these are trials which Allah has put in place to see how strong we are as Ahmadi Muslims, as human beings, how strong we are. So Allah puts us through trials, but Allah has told us how we can overcome those trials. And that is by building a relationship with Him, by remaining firm with Allah the Almighty, and knowing that Allah this too shall pass. These days of trials, these days of tribulation, this will also pass. And when you have that relationship with Khalifatul Masih, you will feel that comfort. You will feel in your heart that your prayer has been heard. And you will always have that hope and belief that Khalifatul Masih is praying for me and everything will be okay. So that hope needs to be instilled with us, but that happens when you build that relationship with him. And like I mentioned, we should write to him, we should listen to him, we should obey what he is telling us. and we listened to the clip from the Friday sermon, which was said specifically about Waqfe-Nau, how they can be special. And there's so many points which Hazur mentioned, that we can be special by offering our prayers, by regularly listening to him, by being humble, by being honest, by being truthful. We listened to some amazing speeches earlier on today, and we're going to listen to some later on as well, particularly from Abid Khan Sahib in the final closing session on building that relationship with Khalifatul Masih. So that guidance is there on how to build that relationship. The onus, the responsibility, the duty is on us, each and every one of us, whether we want to listen to what he has said. And when we listen to him, we will then be able to build that relationship with him. So it is my heartfelt prayer that may Allah enable each and every one of us to build that relationship with him, so that in return we can have that relationship with Allah the Almighty and be successful in all of our endeavors. I'd like to end with one short quote and point, which I'll paraphrase, of Hazrat Muslim Maud Razillah Ta'ala Anhu, where on one occasion he said to the Jamaat he requested the Jamaat to pray for me. Khalifatul Masih had requested the Jamaat to pray for my health, that when you pray for me, in return Allah will grant me health, and when Allah grants me health, I will be able to pray for you. So this is that scheme of Khilafat, that scheme that we have, that we pray for Khalifatul Masih on a continuous basis, and Khalifatul Masih will always be praying for us in return. And then we will see how, whatever the occasion may be, whatever the problem may be in our life, we will always be successful, we will always pass when we have that relationship with Khalifatul Masih. There was a short clip. Nadeem Sahib, do we have that clip that we can play for the Waqfe-Nau?
Yes, we do. Do we have time, Mr. Sahib?
Yes, absolutely.
मैंने जैसा कहा बड़े स्पेशल हैं, लेकिन स्पेशल होने के लिए उनको साबित करना होगा। क्या साबित करना होगा? कि वो खुदा ताला से ताल्लुक़ में दूसरों से बड़े हुए हैं, तब वो स्पेशल कहलाएंगे। उनमें खौफ खुदा दूसरों से ज़्यादा है, तब वो स्पेशल कहलाएंगे। उनकी इबादतों के मायार दूसरों से बहुत बुलंद हैं, तब वो स्पेशल कहलाएंगे। वो फ़र्ज़ नमाज़ों के साथ नवाफिल भी अदा करने वाले हैं, तब वो स्पेशल कहलाएंगे। उनके अमूमी अखलाक का मायार इंतहाई आला दर्जे का है, ये एक निशानी है स्पेशल होने की। उनकी बोल चाल बातचीत में दूसरों के मुकाबले में बहुत फ़र्क है। एक वादे पता लगता है कि खालिस तरबियत याफ्ता और दीन को दुनिया पर हर हालत में मुकदम करने वाला शख्स है, तब स्पेशल होंगे। लड़कियां हैं तो उनका लिबास और पर्दा सही इस्लामी तालीम का नमूना है, जिसे दूसरे लोग देखकर भी रश्क करने वाले हों और ये कहने वाले हों कि वाकई इस माहौल में रहते हुए भी इनके लिबास और पर्दा एक गैर मामूली नमूना है, तब स्पेशल होंगी। लड़के हैं तो उनकी नज़रें हया की वजह से नीचे झुकी हुई हों, ना कि इधर उधर गलत कामों की तरफ देखने वाली, तब स्पेशल होंगे। इंटरनेट और दूसरी चीज़ों पर लग़वियात देखने के बजाय वो वक्त दीन का इल्म हासिल करने के लिए सर्फ करने वाले हों, तो तब स्पेशल होंगे। लड़कों के हुलिये दूसरों से उन्हें मुमताज़ करने वाले हों, तो तब स्पेशल होंगे। रोज़ाना कुरान करीम की तिलावत करने वाले और उसके अहकामात की तलाश करके उस पर अमल करने वाले हों लड़के और लड़कियां वक़फ़े-ए-नौ के, तो फिर स्पेशल कहला सकते हैं। ज़ैली तंजीमों और जमाती प्रोग्रामों में दूसरों से बढ़कर और बाकायदा हिस्सा लेने वाले हैं, तो फिर स्पेशल हैं। والدین کے ساتھ حسن سلوک اور ان کے لیے دعاؤں میں اپنے دوسرے بہن بھائیوں سے بڑے ہوئے ہیں تو یہ ایک خصوصیت ہے۔ رشتوں کے وقت لڑکے بھی اور لڑکیاں بھی دنیا دیکھنے کے بجائے دین دیکھنے والے ہیں اور پھر رشتے نبھانے والے بھی ہیں، تو تب کہہ سکتے ہیں کہ ہم خالصتاً دین پر عمل کرنے کی دینی ہدایات پر عمل کرتے ہوئے اپنے رشتے نبھانے والے ہیں، تو اسپیشل کہلائیں گے۔ ان میں برداشت کا مادہ دوسروں سے زیادہ ہے، لڑائی جھگڑا اور فتنہ فساد کی صورت میں اس سے بچنے والے ہیں، بلکہ صلح کروانے والے ہیں تو اسپیشل ہیں۔ تبلیغ کے میدان میں سب سے آگے آ کر اس فریضے کو سر انجام دینے والے ہیں تب اسپیشل ہیں۔ خلافت کی اطاعت اور اس کے فیصلوں پر عمل میں صف اول میں ہیں تو اسپیشل ہیں۔ دوسروں سے زیادہ سخت جان اور قربانیاں کرنے والے ہیں تو بالکل اسپیشل ہیں۔ عاجزی اور بے نفسی میں سب سے بڑے ہوئے ہیں، تکبر سے نفرت اور اس کے خلاف جہاد کرنے والے ہیں تو بڑے اسپیشل ہیں۔ MTA پر میرے خطبے سننے والے اور میرے ہر پروگرام کو دیکھنے والے ہیں تاکہ ان کو رہنمائی ملتی رہے تو بڑے اسپیشل ہیں۔ اگر تو یہ باتیں اور تمام وہ باتیں جو اللہ تعالیٰ کو پسند ہیں یہ سب کرنے والے ہیں، اور وہ تمام باتیں جو اللہ تعالیٰ کو ناپسند ہیں اور اس نے روکا ہے اس سے رکنے والے ہیں، تو یقیناً اسپیشل بلکہ بہت اسپیشل ہیں، ورنہ آپ میں اور دوسروں میں کوئی فرق نہیں ہے۔ یہ ماں باپ کو بھی یاد رکھنا چاہیے اور اس نہج سے تربیت کرنی چاہیے اپنے بچوں کی۔ کیونکہ اگر یہ چیزیں ہیں تو اس وقت دنیا میں انقلاب لانے کا ذریعہ آپ کو اللہ تعالیٰ نے بنایا ہے۔ اگر یہ نہیں اور اس وجہ سے دنیا آپ کے نمونے پر خود دیکھنے والی نہیں تو اسپیشل کیا، اپنے عہدوں کو پورا نہ کرنے کے اور اپنی وفا کے معیار پر پورا نہ اترنے کی وجہ سے بے وفاؤں اور بد عہدوں میں اللہ تعالیٰ کے نزدیک شمار ہوں گے۔ بس تربیت کے دور میں سے گزارتے وقت ماں باپ اس بات کے ذمہ دار ہیں کہ اس لحاظ سے انہیں اسپیشل بنائیں اور بڑے ہو کر یہ واقفین نو خود اس اسپیشل ہونے کے معیار کو حاصل کریں۔ جیسے میں نے کہا تھا کہ دینی تعلیم کے دوران اپنی دنیاوی تعلیم کے دوران مختلف دوروں سے گزرتے وقت جماعت سے پوچھیں کہ ہمیں کس لائن میں جانا ہے، بجائے خود فیصلے کرنے کے۔ لائن منتخب کرنے کے بارے میں واقفین نو لڑکے پہلے بھی میں کہہ چکا ہوں کہ جامعات میں جا کر مربی اور مبلغ بننے کو پہلی ترجیح دیں، اس وقت اس کی ضرورت ہے۔ جماعت پھیل رہی ہے اللہ تعالیٰ کے فضل سے، نہ صرف ان ملکوں میں نئی جماعتیں قائم ہو رہی ہیں جہاں جماعت کے قیام کو لمبا عرصہ گزر گیا ہے، بلکہ نئے نئے ممالک بھی اللہ تعالیٰ جماعت کو عطا فرما رہا ہے اور وہاں جماعتیں قائم ہو رہی ہیں، اور ہمیں ہر ملک میں بے شمار مربیان اور مبلغین چاہیے۔ پھر ہمارے ہسپتالوں کے لیے ڈاکٹروں کی ضرورت ہے۔ پاکستان میں ربا میں بہت سے ڈاکٹروں کی جو مختلف شعبوں کے ماہر ہوں ان کی ضرورت ہے۔ قادیان میں ہسپتال میں ڈاکٹروں کی ضرورت ہے۔ اگر یہاں سے نہیں بھی جا سکتے، دنیا والے سن رہے ہیں خطبہ میرا، اپنے اپنے ملکوں میں واقفین نو اس طرح توجہ دیں اور ماہرین ڈاکٹروں کی ضرورت ہے. بہت بڑا خلا ہے کہ ہمارے پاس ماہرین ڈاکٹر کم ہیں. افریقہ میں ڈاکٹروں کی ضرورت ہے اور ہر شعبے کے ڈاکٹروں کی ضرورت ہے. پھر اب گوئٹمالا میں بڑا اسپتال بن رہا ہے یہاں، وہاں تو کینیڈا سے بھی جا سکتے ہیں. یہاں ڈاکٹروں کی ضرورت ہے اور یہ ضرورت بڑھے گی آئندہ. انڈونیشیا میں ضرورت ہے اور جوں جوں جماعت پھیلے گی یہ ضرورت بڑھتی جائے گی. اس لیے اسپیشلائز کر کے ان ممالک سے اعلیٰ تعلیم حاصل کر کے اور تجربہ لے کر واقفی نو بچوں کو ڈاکٹر جو بن رہے ہیں ان کو آگے آنا چاہیے. اور جن ملکوں میں جانا آسان ہے وہاں جانا چاہیے. پیش کریں پھر جماعت بھیج دے گی. اسی طرح اسکولوں کے لیے ٹیچرز کی ضرورت ہے. ڈاکٹرز اور ٹیچرز کے لیے تو لڑکیاں اور لڑکے دونوں ہی کام آ سکتے ہیں، اس لیے اس طرح توجہ کریں. کچھ آرکیٹیکٹ اور انجینئرز بھی چاہیے جو تعمیرات کے شعبے کے ماہر ہوں، تاکہ مساجد، مشن ہاؤسز، اسکول، ہسپتال وغیرہ کی تعمیر کے کاموں میں صحیح نگرانی کر کے اور پلاننگ کر کے جماعتی اموال کو بچایا جا سکے. کم پیسے میں زیادہ بہتر سہولت مہیا کی جا سکے. پھر پیرامیڈیکل سٹاف بھی چاہیے، اس میں بھی آنا چاہیے. یہ تو وہ چند بعض اہم شعبے ہیں جن کو جماعت کو فی الحال ضرورت ہے. آئندہ ضروریات حالات کے مطابق بدلتی بھی رہیں گی. بعض واقفین نو کی اپنی دلچسپی بھی بعض مضامین میں زیادہ ہوتی ہے، اور جو میرے سے پوچھتے ہیں تو میں ان کی دلچسپی دیکھتے ہوئے ان کو اجازت بھی دے دیتا ہوں وہ پڑھیں. لیکن یہاں میں طلباء کو یہ بھی کہوں گا کہ وہ سائنس کے مختلف شعبوں میں ریسرچ میں بھی جائیں، اور اس میں عمومی طور پر واقفین نو بھی اور دوسرے اسٹوڈنٹس بھی شامل ہیں. سائنس کے مختلف شعبہ جات کی ریسرچ میں ہمارے بہترین سائنسدان پیدا ہو جائیں تو آئندہ جہاں دین کا علم دینے والے احمدی ہوں گے اور دنیا دین سیکھنے کے لیے آپ کی محتاج ہوگی، وہاں دنیاوی علم دینے والے بھی احمدی مسلمان ہوں گے اور دنیا آپ کی محتاج ہوگی. ایسی صورت میں واقفین نو بے شک دنیا کا کام کر رہے ہوں گے، لیکن ان کا مقصد اس علم اور کام کے ذریعے خدا تعالیٰ کی وحدانیت کو دنیا پر ثابت کرنا ہوگا، اس کے دین کو پھیلانا ہوگا. اسی طرح دوسرے شعبہ جات میں واقفین نو جا سکتے ہیں، لیکن بنیادی مقصد یہ ہے اور جس کو ہر ایک کو جاننا چاہیے کہ میں واقف زندگی ہوں، اور کسی وقت بھی مجھے دنیاوی کام چھوڑ کر دین کی ضرورت کے لیے پیش ہونے کا کہا جائے تو بغیر کسی عذر کے، بغیر کسی حیل و حجت کے آ جاؤں گا.
So we can see from this clip that Hazur has high expectations of each and every one of us, particularly Waqfe Nau. So again, the only way that we can build that relationship is if we heed that advice of Khilafat al-Masih, listen to what he has said, and become those special individuals which Hazur has set out and told us these are the ways that we can do it. So may Allah enable each and every one of us to instill within us these qualities which Khilafat al-Masih has set out for us, and may Allah enable us and accept our waqf and allow us to serve the Jamaat in the best possible way. May Allah enable all of us to understand the true meaning of waqf and become the delight of the eyes of Khilafat al-Masih. Ameen.
Jazakallah Rabbi Sahib. Those are wonderful, wonderful anecdotes. Thank you for sharing those with us. Thank you for sharing your personal anecdotes with us. And as you mentioned, Abid Khan Sahib will be, inshallah, presenting more anecdotes a touch later on at our concluding session. Obviously, I'm sure you're aware Abid Sahib is very, very close to Hazur on a daily basis as his press secretary. And if you've ever heard him talk before, he's got some wonderful, wonderful anecdotes. So again, Jazakallah for that. I want to pick up on a couple of things that you said. I know we're now into the question answer session, and the reason I wanted that video clip to play where Hazur mentioned the roles that are specific for Waqf-e-Nau. I'll come on to that, but there's been a range of questions around that. But before I do, you'll have seen, or our viewers will have seen, that throughout this entire morning, every one of our speakers has referenced the khutbah from the 28th of October 2016 that Hazur delivered in Toronto in Canada. I mentioned it, I spoke, I took parts of it in my opening address. Iyas Saab mentioned it. Shahid Saab actually dealt on certain parts of it. He picked out various clips of it, and Tahir Saab again has played the same clip. It's a very, very important khutbah. It's so important that the Markaz, Tariq Waqfe-Nau Markaz, have actually, I don't know if you can see it this way, but if I hold up to camera, they produced this booklet. It's called the Constitution for Waqfe-Nau. Now, what they've actually done is taken that khutbah and turned it into the constitution for Waqfe-Nau. Okay, we handed this booklet out, I think, at the Ijtima in 2019 to all boys and girls, and I think we posted this booklet on to those that hadn't attended the Ijtima. So most of you should have it. If you don't, please get in touch with your local secretary or your regional secretary, and they will let me know, and I'll arrange for some more copies. But this khutbah is so important that the Markaz has actually deemed it to be the constitution for Waqf-e-Nau. Okay, hence we keep pulling bits out of it. It encompasses everything you need to know about Waqf-e-Nau for parents, for the administration, and for you Waqf-e-Nau yourselves. Now, as I mentioned, a range of questions have come through to me, and I've already answered questions on an individual Jamaat by Jamaat basis, and we'll start that process up again, so you'll have a time where you can actually question me on Tariq Waqfe-Nau and the administrative matters, and we'll do it locally again, inshallah, soon. But there's been a range of questions that have come through about careers for Waqf-e-Nau. And the last part of that clip that Tahir Saab played, Hazur like this, explained in detail the types of careers that are suitable for Waqf-e-Nau boys and for girls. Okay, so rather than me answering that question, I thought it'd be best that you just hear it straight from Hazur's own voice, what his expectations are of you. Okay, so let me just relay the kind of process again to you. So before your birth, your parents dedicated your life to the service of the Jamaat. Okay, when you and they made a promise, they made a pledge to Hazur Akhtas, because your Waqf isn't with the UK Jamaat, it's with Markaz, it's with Hazur Akhtas, it's with Khilafat. So the pledge that they made was that they were going to bring you up in the best traditions possible to make you servants of the Jamaat. And if you're listening to this, and if your parents have asked you to listen to this, they're fulfilling their parts, or they're partly fulfilling their part of the bargain. And then when you hit 15, around the age of 15, I will be writing to you to ask you to fill out a reconfirmation form, i.e. you've matured enough and you've got to an age where it's now your decision as to whether or not you want to continue on with your Waqf. Okay, so when you get to about 15, 16, I will write to you and I will send you a form. It's called an annual update form, a reconfirmation form, and you will fill that in and send that back to me. Now, I will then send you that form every 2 years, every couple of years, because I need to know your updated status, whether you've done your GCSEs. It has a whole range of questions that you fill out for me. I need to know where you're at in your education. I need to know what your future plans are. I need to know what work you're doing, and a host of other material and questions, which I actually present to Hazur like this, partly on a monthly basis, but in full every 6 months. Okay. Now, you do that at 15, 16, you do that again at 18, and again when you finish your education. Those are the three time points where Hazur has mentioned that he wants you to reconfirm as a Waqf-e-Nau, but then I continue on every couple of years because I need this updated information. So that's how you progress through Delhi Waqf-e-Nau. But at every stage, and Hazur mentioned this in his khutbah, and if you're listening, you've heard it, at every stage of your education, at every stage of your career, you must seek permission from Hazur. Okay? So for me, what that means is if you're doing your GCSEs, okay, GCSEs are a broad range of subjects, and it really depends on which school you're at as to what they can offer you. After that, though, when you start to specialize, whether it be it A levels or be it IB, you should be get right into Hazur, explaining what you've done in your GCSEs or subject areas that you enjoy, and requesting permission to do certain subjects, the ones that you want to choose. Okay. Bear in mind the principles of Delhi Waqf-e-Nau. Bear in mind your dedication when you're thinking about this. Your dedication is to serve the Jamaat, is to serve humanity, and it's to do tabligh. They're the three principles, core principles of Delhi Waqf-e-Nau. So when you're thinking about what you're going to do in the future, that's what you have to do. That's what you need to bear in mind before you consider what education path you want to follow. Okay. Now, once you've done your A levels, again, once you're applying for university, get in touch, think about it, think about the core principles, write to Hazur for permission. Once you're at university and you're thinking about a career, you must write to Hazur for permission. Hazur will grant, if he so wishes, he will grant you permission to work in an area that you want to work in, and that permission is for 2 years. Okay. Before the end of the 2 years, you should be writing back to Hazur and explaining to him that what you've learned, what you've achieved, and what your opportunities are, and request his guidance and instruction for you, and then you can take it on from there. And you then continue to do that. You then continue to do that the whole time. So you've built this relationship with Khilafat because you've written to Hazur throughout your entire life. Hazur, and you should remind Hazur constantly, in brief, as to what you've done, what your background is, and what you're looking to do. But by writing continuously, by seeking his permission continuously, you're building this relationship that Tahir Saab spoke so eloquently about as well. But you're also fulfilling your obligations as Waqf-e-Nau, okay, by making sure that you seek permission at every single stage of your career. So just to reiterate some of these, I've got some questions coming. Let me just take some of these and answer some of them. I'm going to. There's a whole range of questions on non-Waqf-e-Nau topics as well, but I'm going to take the ones from that are dealing with the Delhi Waqf-e-Nau. Okay, and some of them I've dealt with. Some of the education ones, I've dealt with some of the reconfirmation ones. I've dealt with some of the career ones. How can someone become a Waqf-e-Nau at what age? Well, your parents have to apply, have to write to Hazur before the child is born. And seek Hazur's approval for their unborn child to be accepted in the Delhi Waqf-e-Nau. Then what happens after that is if Hazur's accepted it, he will pass the parent's request to the central office, who will then write to you and say, here's a form, please fill out that form and send it back. Now that form is very important because we're talking about a child that hasn't been born yet. Okay, so when the child is born, we need to know the child's date of birth, we need to know the child's name, we need to know the child's gender, your current address, etc., etc. Then you're issued a Havala number, and then you come onto the system as a Waqf-e-Nau. Okay, so it's very, very important you follow that process through. Some people assume wrongly that they've written to Hazur for permission, and then permission will be granted and they don't need to do anything else. Well, if we don't know, if the administration doesn't know whether the child has been born or not, because some people actually write way before, as soon as they get married, they say, Hazur, our first child, we want to be a Waqf-e-Nau. So we need to know that the child is born, we need to know the child's name, obviously, we need to know the child's gender and certain other things. Then we can bring you into that whole administrative process. Another question is, concerning the Waqf-e-Nau syllabus and how it was put together. Now, obviously, the Waqf-e-Nau syllabus, I mentioned this at the beginning. That we are holding the exam. The exam is based on the syllabus. If you haven't already taken the exam, please do so. www.waqf-e-nauexams.org.uk. You should already be aware of that. It's the same website that we used previously for the last couple of years. So please make sure you go in and take the exam. I don't have an updated figure, but inshallah, we will hit the 3,000 or so mark. Take the exam. If you don't take the exam, it's going to come on my list that you haven't taken the exam. I will then chase you, and there's no point in that. Please, please do take the exam. It's open tonight, until tonight. Look, I've got a question here. If you leave Waqf-e-Nau because you want to work to help your family and not go to Africa, what's the process? Look, in my opening address, and throughout what you've heard today, okay, if you need to consider the purpose of this scheme, and you need to understand that, and you need to believe in that for yourself. You need to believe that this is the right thing for you. Okay, as a Waqf-e-Nau, your role is to dedicate your life for the service of the Jamaat. If that's something that, for whatever reason, you find difficult, please do get in touch with me. Okay, just get in touch with me. We'll have a conversation about it, and if it's not the right thing for you, then you shouldn't be part of this scheme. Hazur mentioned this, and I read Hazur's words out. Okay, it's not about Yasmul Khan Sahib mentioned it. It's not about and Shahid Sahib mentioned it. It's not about having this label. It's actually about wanting to fulfill that. It's actually about wanting to work full time for the Jamaat. Okay, that's the dedication that we need as Waqf-e-Nau. Now, whether or not you are called to become a full-time Waqf-e-Zindagi is at Hazur's discretion only. Okay, only Hazur. Your Waqf isn't with the UK Jamaat. I've said this already. It's with Khilafat. So if Khilafat wants you to go wherever to do whatever, that's the instruction you have to obey. But no one else. But the vast majority of children will be along a different career track. So Hazur's number one wish is that you join Jamia, but outside of that, Hazur, as you heard, mentioned medicine as a core thing that we need our Waqf-e-Nau to go into. It's a very, very difficult subject to get into. Okay, it's very difficult to get into medicine. You do need, especially in the UK, you do need a very, very decent academic record, and then a lot of prayers and a lot of guidance and a lot of help to get through the entire process that we have for medicine in the UK. And then there's other teachers and engineers and architects, as Zul's mentioned all those. Let me just pick up some more of the other questions that are coming through. My parents want me to be a Murabi, but I have a great interest in science. What should I do in this situation? Write to Hazur. It's very, very simple. You should be writing to Hazur to ask Hazur for the decisions about your career choice. Okay. If you write to Hazur and Hazur gives you some direct instructions, some direct guidance, you're so fortunate. You're going to be successful. All you have to do is put the hard work in. Your career's mapped out for you. Doors will open for you. All you have to do is live up to your side of the bargain and put the hard work in. Okay. Another question here. At what age can I go to Jamia? Primarily, we had a presentation from Jamia for Waqf-e-Nau a couple of months back. Jamia very kindly came and I think it's Rohan Sahib and Osama Sahib, who are 6-year students, came and delivered a wonderful presentation on Jamia, and they gave the full details of how you do it. But in short, the answer to your question is around straight after your GCSEs is the primary point for entry into Jamia. So you need to start thinking about the application process before. Get in touch with me, I'll help you. Okay. Primarily, Jamia is taking students straight after GCSEs. In rare cases, they're taking them after A-level, but as with everything, the deciding Hazur Waqf decides whether or not you attend Jamia. Hazur Waqf decides what age you attend Jamia. Okay. So actually, while I'm talking about Jamia, Jamia is for boys. We in the UK are, inshallah, very, very close to setting up the Aisha Academy, which is at the moment it'll be a virtual academy, but inshallah it'll be a full-time education institute for Waqf-e-Nau for our girls. I think Nadeem Saab, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Amir Saab mentioned that we may be looking to go live just before Ramadan.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. So this is in planning. We're waiting for certain guidance and instructions and approval from Hazur. So the Aisha Academy, it's not a Jamia. A Jamia is a 7-year course, but an Aisha Academy, I believe it's going to be a 3-year course, but it teaches you the basics of religious knowledge. And it's for those of Waqf-e-Nau who want to go into that field. The question here, is it raised for girls to become Waqf-e-Zindagi? It's at Hazur's discretion, for boys and for girls. Okay, Hazur decides as to what the needs are for the Jamaat. Obviously, the various international Jamaats will write to Hazur and express certain needs in certain areas, or the auxiliary organizations, or Humanity First, or another one of our organizations may well do that as well. It's at Hazur's discretion as to whether boys become Waqf-e-Zindagi, and as to whether girls become Waqf-e-Zindagi, and it's based on the needs. Now, this scheme is still quite young. Our first set of children, our oldest set of children are now around 34, 35. So we're getting there with that. But as I said, it's at Hazur's discretion. Now, I don't want to go on and answer too many more questions. I've got quite a few again, but like I said, I will arrange something where we'll come to your Jamaats on an individual basis, hopefully face to face. And then I will take more questions. I'd now actually like to move on to what is a very difficult topic in terms of mental health and well-being. It's a topic that has come to the fore over the last few years in society in general and in the Jamaat, and we're all learning. Okay, we're all learning about this, and we're all beginning to look into this a lot more and try and understand this a lot more. And especially with what we've all been faced with in terms of the pandemic, in terms of being stuck at home in most cases, it's something that, again, we thought we'd try and air today. We thought we'd try and give it some time and then see if we can navigate our way through this. So I'd like to invite Dr. Matlub Saab, who's firstly a member of my national team, but who's also had some experience in this area, to please present this topic or give a presentation on this topic on mental health and well-being. Dr.
Saab? While Dr. Saab is getting ready, can I say a few things, Mr. Saab, while Dr. Saab is getting his presentation? I just wanted to say to all the viewers, please obviously keep to the topic in the chat. Please don't spam or put any useless conversations in the chat. And also remember the exam is open, and I will paste the address in the chat in a minute. Sorry.
Nadeem Saab, I'm sharing. Nadeem Saab, I'm sharing the presentation now.
I can't see it come through. Oh, yes, it's coming through now. There it goes. There you go. If you open your presentation, excellent. So go to slideshow, and from the beginning, away you go.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. My name is Dr. Matlub Ahmed. I'm from Manchester, and I'm a medical graduate from Pakistan and did my postgrad qualification from United Kingdom in the field of rheumatology. And this presentation regarding the mental health and well-being is actually a teamwork, and I would like to pay my special thanks and Jazakallah to Alia Nasir Sahiba, who is a qualified mental health therapist and holds a postgraduate in therapeutic counseling. And she is professionally working as a mental health counselor for over 5 years. Similarly, I will pay my Jazakallah and thanks to Maulana Ataul Mujid Rashid Sahib, Missionary in Charge, United Kingdom, and Maulana Muhammad Ahmad Khurshid Sahib, Regional Missionary, Northwest Region, for their support and input. What we are actually studying in today's presentation, so we will cover the definition of mental health, causes of mental health issues, shame and stigma within the community, role of parents and families within the mental health, and spiritual and practical management of different mental health issues. And finally, we will have a question answer session. So please grab a pen and paper and prepare your questions so that we can answer it by the end of this presentation. So what do you understand about the mental health? So mental health is defined as the social, psychological, and emotional well-being. So check in with yourself, how are you feeling right now? You might be feeling happy, sad, bored. Whatever emotion you are feeling, these are the example of your current mental state. And your current mental state contribute to your mental health. So what does mental health becomes an issue? We know that normally we feel sad, or bored, or happy, whatever, even disappointed, but it is usually for a particular time, and then we are normal, we are okay. But however, when a certain mental state takes over and stops your living other parts of your life properly, then it becomes a problem. For example, maybe you feel sad too often. This emotion of sadness might become too much. So you may lose appetite, you may have problem with sleep, so your quality of life is disturbed and decreased. You might be losing concentration in the class, in the work, and definitely your work and your studies will suffer. Similarly, you do not want to socialize, you do not want to meet the people, your family members. So even then it is also a loss of your social life. Feeling sad sometimes is normal, as I've said before, but when it is going out of control, then you may need some help. And we will discuss it, inshallah, in coming slides. So what do you understand about the mental health in that sense that we have already discussed? So sorry, I'm with the so most common mental conditions we are facing by nowadays, and anxiety and depression are the most common mental health disorders in Britain. Depression is characterized by low mood, low self-esteem, low energy, body aches and pains, and sleeping problems. While the anxiety is the feeling nervousness all the time, feeling panic, trouble in sleeping, heart rate has increased, and we are rapidly breathing. We have got some statistics here, and that is 1 in 6 adults have a common mental disorder, while 4 to 10% of the people in England will experience depression in any point of their life. Anxiety-based disorders such as obsessive compulsive disorders are commonly with 1.3 in 100 people affected. So we can see that mental health conditions are fairly common and very important to be addressed. Now, as far as everyone knows that we are passing through an era of pandemic COVID-19, and it is affecting our life and mental health. While we are familiar with the viruses like common cold and flu, But the coronavirus is a new and presents a situation that none of us have imagined it before. And we are just facing it for the last almost a year. The fact that it is extremely contagious and had resulted in business closures, social distancing, and quarantine measures which have disrupted our daily life. It is more important now than ever to pay attention to mental health during this time of isolation and uncertainty. Our concerns are very varied because we are afraid of being sick, because we can get infection, and we know that a lot of number of people have died because of this COVID-19 infection. We are afraid of passing this infection to others, especially to very high risk people. And our mental health is affected because we have to adapt to a new way of life, isolating from the people, confined to the home, and also we are worried about our family and friends. And similarly, we have social financial impact. We are losing jobs. The people are the businesses are closing. So there is a financial impact as well, and definitely there are some shortage of supplies as well. So if you see that this COVID-19 has got a major effect on our mental health, and it's affecting our quality of life. So now we want to know about what are the causes of mental health conditions. There are personal circumstances, and number one, experiencing trauma in your life, like your abuse, someone is neglected, loneliness, which is a very important part, bereavement, long-term stress, losing your job, poor housing and poverty, drug and alcohol abuse, injuries to brain that may bring about some behavioral changes in our behavior, being a long-term care of someone. It is also a very important factor. Hormonal changes in the body, not being supported by family, not forming healthy bonds and attachment with the parents, and especially the elderly people as well, who are not looked after. Now, we have seen from the previous slide that a fair number of people are suffering from the mental health conditions. But why they are not coming up and asking for the help? Because of there are some stigma of mental health in the community. Some might be thinking about this is a sign of weakness and being seen as mad. Some people will say there is a jinn or demonic spirit within this person. And some do not wish to seek help outside. They feel the need to deal with it in themselves. A person known to have a mental health issue is afraid that their diagnosis might shame the family. And the guilt around seeing their mental health issues as a consequence of not being close to Allah. So what do you think about these thoughts? Do they exist? Yes, they exist. And there might be a lot of other stigmas which and the thought of the people which might be coming up with you. And we have to concentrate upon it. Now, as the parents and the Waqfe-Nau are watching this presentation, so I would like to say something about the parenting as well. And what is the parents' role in mental health of the children? A very, very important thing. There are 4 different parenting patterns and styles. One is authoritative, the second is authoritarian, permissive, uninvolved or neglecting one. Now, authoritarian. These parents actually control the kids beyond what is appropriate. They talk at the kids, not talk to the kids. They dismiss the kids' opinion and thoughts and only see their own thoughts as correct. And they show little affection towards their children and expects it to to stay out of their way. Due to this type of parenting, the children have trouble in making their own decisions due to never being given the freedom to make their own choices and become highly anxious and depressed. The other style is the permissive parenting. These parents does not set any appropriate boundaries and let their kids do whatever they want to do. They are not demanding at all, and they wishes to be a friend more than a parent. Permissive parents are fairly affectionate, but there is no balance of fair discipline. So due to this type of parenting, what happens when these children go outside and in the society when they get older, they don't receive the same sort of treatment. So what happens? These children have developed low self-esteem, they are aggressive, they are rebellious, and lack of control and achievement. These kids are at risk of depression, as well as not being shown boundaries of acceptable behavior. Another style of parenting is uninvolved or neglecting one. Children with this parenting largely raise themselves as these parents do not give much of their attention. They are neglected. The parents do not ask their kids where they have spent their whole day, what their activities were. These parents largely ignore their kids and their wants, due to which the children with these parents have a risk of developing depression, anxiety, low self-esteem, and behavioral problems. Now the last one, which is the generally very acceptable and healthiest type of parenting, and that is the authoritative one. Parents are openly affectionate, treat children with respect, talk to their kids openly, and listen to all their problems in a non-judgmental manner, which is very, very important. Parents create clear expectations and take time to explain them to their kids, seek to build a positive relationship with children. And yes, this is the healthiest and most acceptable parenting style. Now, the parents are very important for the children to make their personalities and development. So if the children are going through a difficult time, these are the parents who listen to their concerns openly and do not shame them for their emotions. For example, saying boys don't cry because boys don't cry might make sons feel unable to express their emotions healthily when they are older. Setting healthy boundaries with your kids. Boundaries make a child feel safe and they learn how to establish boundaries within their own personal relationships. Demonstrating healthy behaviors to your children, demonstrating empathy with your children is crucial for them. To be able to empathize with others and understand that their emotions are valid. So it is the parents who play with the kids when they are when they are at their childhood. Play is a way they interact and learn about the world. By becoming to their level and entering their world through play, you are able to teach them life lessons as they will be more willing to accept. Give them the appropriate sense of responsibility. Allocate chores according to their age and capability. Discourage laziness and allows a sense of confidence when they grow up. Now, we are going to the main thing which we in this presentation want to explain and transfer you to the best of our the spiritual solution of mental health condition. In Quran, Allah says, "Allah bi zikrillahi tatma'innul qulub." Surely in Allah's remembrance do heart find peace. So remembrance of Allah can be done through gratitude, that we say Alhamdulillah, Jazakallah, and regular expression of gratitude has found to improve mental health as it minimizes the pattern of negative thinking, helps us feel inspired, eliminates worry about the future. And we can do du'as, prayers, such Salah Jobli prayers. Recently, Hazur Ayyadullah Ta'ala asked us to recite those prayers, and we can find it very, and keep on doing it, it will give us soothness and mental peace. Similarly, seeking astaghfar, that is the forgiveness. Seeking astaghfar also eliminates worry in heart, as it stops us feeling immense pressure from our previous actions. We should tadabbur. Tadabbur is reciting and reflecting on the words of the Holy Quran. And the more we learn about the meanings of the Quran, the more we get satisfied. Tasbihat, we should do tasbih. And we should glorify the Allah with Subhanallah, Alhamdulillah, and keep on doing it. It also gives us mental and heart peace. And we should offer our salat, 5 daily prayers, and also we should offer our tahajjud and nawafil. It gives us peace of mind and health, and definitely a satisfaction. The Holy Prophet Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam, just as a human being, he also experienced anxiety and depression in his lifetime. He was feeling anxious and overwhelmed by certain events and was worried. Allah sent Surah Ad-Duha down to calm him and remind him of all the times Allah has provided for him. And in this surah also has explained to help the needy and make mention of blessings of Allah upon him. Hazur Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam has asked us to create a support network within our community, within our family. Hazur Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam says in a hadith, I'll quote, "Verily, the believers are like a structure, each part strengthening the other." And the Prophet, peace be upon him, clasped his fingers together. Al-Bukhari. So as a family and community members, we need to provide a friendly environment so anyone with mental illness can express openly without any fear of stigma. This is what Hazur Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam wants us to be, to create a support network, a community, a family, a community to support these people. They should trust us, and they come up and will ask help from us. And we should create this, the confidence between the person who is feeling problem, mental health issue, and also, so there are Murabi Silsila, it could be Sadr Jamaat, it could be you, anyone, and especially the Waqfe-Nau who has got the responsibility. They are special people, and they have to play their role, and should show empathy with the people, and they should create the confidence in the people, so that the people could come to you and they share their issues. And when a person who is having some mental health issue and he or she expresses, that's why they get satisfaction, and a lot of problem is solved on that particular moment. Promised Messiah ﷺ, in his book Philosophy of Teaching of Islam, Islami Usul ki Philosophy, Hazur says, I quote, "The natural state of man has a very strong relationship with the moral and spiritual states, greatly so that even eating and drinking affects his moral and spiritual character. Those who adopt the middle course develop both types of moral qualities." So from this passage, we have the lesson that, number one, we need to have a balance in our life, in each and everything. Hazur says that even the drinking and eating affects our moral and spiritual states. Here I will explain and tell you about a very important issue, and that is that those children and young adults, when they are in depression, they find their solution of their problem in eating the food. They keep on eating the food, and so much so that they cross the line of obesity. And the obesity is now a global issue. And the problem is that when these children get obese, obesity itself is a cause of depression. So it's a vicious cycle. So we need to intervene in this cycle. And the way I told you that we need to support them in this problem. Hazur Aqdas Ayyadahullah Ta'ala bin Aziz has also taken on mental health in his Friday sermons, in his interviews, and in his question-answer session. In one of the question-answer session, Hazur told about the 4 steps how to cope with the mental health issues. Hazur said, in step number 1, the remembrance of Allah. As we discussed previously in previous slides, last slides, that remembrance of Allah gives us mental peace, tranquility, and it's a best way to deal with these mental health issues. In step number 2, Hazur says, step forward to serve humanity. Then in step 3, Hazur says, mix with the people at a gathering or at home. So this is what I have said before, that it is something the family and the community play its role. And when a person goes and mixes with the people, he feels happy, and a lot of his problems are shed off from him. Hazur says that the people with the depression usually have a peak of depression around 11 or 12 o'clock, and use this time to go out and get fresh air. Step 4, use prayer as an opportunity to ask for Allah's help with your problems. Then leave your tensions and stress on the prayer mat and continue your day as usual. With forbearance and patience, a solution will come to your life, inshallah. Hazur also said in his interview, Hazur said, in terms of isolation, if we take responding to someone's demise, for example, there is a psychological experience that people go through. People want to reduce their grief, and they have to deal with it properly by isolating themselves and crying over that loss. For example, when someone near to oneself dies, it can lead to sleepless nights, intense grief, and one becomes closed off to the extent that they may even succumb to depression. Doctors sometimes advise that a person should cry when grieving over the loss of someone. In the past, and still sometimes today, people openly, stoically bore their anguish and held back from crying, which in turn had an adverse effect upon them. So such people were advised to cry to release their sorrows. If you suppress your feelings when you are grieving and you suffer in silence by not expressing it or letting it out, it will affect your heart. Therefore, you should cry and express your remorse. This is what the Holy Quran advises us, and what the Holy Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam instructed us as well. God tells us to cry and weep before Him, which is clear from this verse, Ala bi zikrillahi tatma'innal qulub. If it is the remembrance of Allah that hearts can find comfort. Chapter 13, verse 29. Therefore, one should express everything before Allah. When your prayer is accepted, it gives great satisfaction. Now we come to the other solutions of mental health conditions. So we have to look after ourselves. Self-care is how we can look after our mental health. So there are certain factors we have to take care of, and The first factor is the physical factor, and which tells us that we have to look up, eat healthy. We should do regular exercise, a proper sleep, regular sleep, and we should have good relations with our family and friends. Psychological factor is that we can have the support of psychotherapy or counseling. We can do the meditation, and we can be a part of a creative group. Similarly, the emotional factor includes that we should explore a hobby. We should have a very intimate and good relation with the family and the friends, and also practice self-love. And we should, if we want to cry, we should cry. If we want to laugh, we should not control or suppress these emotions. This is very important that we should express. And Huzur Aidul also said as I discussed in the previous slide, that we should express ourselves, and the best way is we should express ourselves before Allah. And spirituality is the another factor, and we should practice forgiveness is a best practice. And we should spend time in nature, connect with the friends, and we should connect with the spiritual community. And we are blessed that we are the part of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community. We have got the Jamaat, we have got the auxiliary organizations, we have got ample chances to connect ourselves with the community. And similarly, we have got personal factors, which include we should plan and set our goals, spend time with family, learn new skills, read books, etc. Similarly, if for a professional person or working person, he should take full lunch breaks, and he should avail the holidays and go with the family. And in this way, if we look to all these factors, it is very easy to look after ourselves, especially psychologically.
Jazakallah, Dr. Saab. Shukriya Board. Time is catching us up. Very informative, and most of the viewers are congratulating you on such a lovely topic you've covered, and in such a lovely way. Masroor Saab, shall I pass it to yourself?
Yeah,
and you can announce.
So again, Dr. Saab, Jazakallah for taking on such a difficult topic. Jazakallah for all the research you put into it, and for the presentation. Wonderful. It is a topic, as I said, it's a very difficult topic, and it's a topic that's coming to the fore, not only in the Jamaat, but across society as well at the same time. So thank you for giving it justice, and thank you for pointing us in the direction of the words of the Prophet ﷺ, the Holy Prophet ﷺ, Hazur like this. We're now moving into a break for namaz, for salat, and then also lunch. But can I please ask you all to return back? I think the timing is 2:45. And we're going to address another topic, another very, very difficult topic, on special educational needs and special needs in children. And
1:45, Masroor Saab.
Sorry, 1:45. I'm on the wrong time zone, obviously. 1:45. So 45 minutes from now, please, if you can jump back on, and we'll address another very difficult topic, and then after that we'll go into the final session. Again, Jazakallah for listening, and I can see some of you from your comments. I can see some of you stay through the whole the program thus far. Jazakallah for that. Please make sure you log back in at 1:45, and we can then take it on to the final session. Again, Dr. Saab, Jazakallah for your wonderful insights. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Aslan Fazl. How are you? Oh, hold on. I need to get you. I need to add to stream. Can you hear me? Aslan Fazl, can you hear me now? Fazl?
Yep.
You can hear me now, right?
Yes, I can hear you.
Perfect. I've added you to stream. I'm still new to this. So I think Nadeem Shah, when he's back, will upload it. But I think you're running them. Yeah.
Okay.
So
I think I sent the slides yesterday, or I've got them here on my computer.
Okay, so I think what we did last time, if you've got it on your computer, I think the best thing for you is when it's your turn, you upload them, and then we'll play them. Okay.
That'd be perfect. Yeah.
So.
And how do you want to do? You want to leave 10 minutes for Q&A at the end, or how do you want to do it?
Let me just see the.
I have to say the previous presentation was superb.
Yeah, it was good, wasn't it?
A lot of new stuff in there.
Let me see. How long do you want to take it for?
Well, I could do between 25 and 35 minutes. I could even do 45 if you really wanted to stretch it out. But it's how you want to handle it.
All right, so the session after you starts at 2:30. So
okay.
at 2:25, whatever, do leave. Finish by 2:25. So give yourself at least five minutes.
Why don't I make it 2:20, so that if there is Q&A, then we can handle that.
Okay. Apparently we're on live stream, so we'll go offline.
Good. All right.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum all. Welcome back. For those of you who heard my technical ineptitude and heard me talking whilst we were on a break, apologies. Thank you for letting me know. Like I said, I'm new to this and hey, these things happen. But we're going to kick off the next session now. Hopefully you've all had a break. Hopefully you've all said your prayers and managed to grab a bite to eat. We're going to kick off the next part of this presentation, or next part of this program. And it's a great honor to be able to invite Fazl Ahmad Saab to talk to us about special needs. Now, this is a subject, again, like mental health and well-being, it's a subject that is gaining more and more traction, both in society in general and in Waqf-e-Nau, and it's something that we came across quite often when we were meeting with the individual Jamaats. There's quite a few questions on this. So I asked Fazl Saab and Dr. Noreen Saiba to put together a presentation and address us on this. Now, like the previous presentation, some of you may have a different point of view. Fine, that's acceptable, but please don't put your points of view on the comments section. Okay, please listen to what we have to say. Our presentations have gone through a rigorous vetting process, and I'd appreciate it if you kept your comments to yourself, especially when we're talking about such emotive subjects as mental health and well-being and as special needs. Okay, please do not write comments. Please do not think that, do not write anything funny. Do not think that, do not try and be smart. If you do that, I will speak to you afterwards. Okay, this is not the time nor the place, so please bear that in mind with comments. Fazl Saab, are you ready to take this session on?
Yep.
Jazakallah. Are you going to upload?
Let me share my screen. Can you see my slides?
Yep.
Okay. Auzubillahi minash shaitanir rajeem. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I'm going to talk to you this afternoon about special needs children, SEND children, and the Waqf-e-Nau scheme. I'm not an educator. I'm not a health practitioner. I'm not a specialist. I'm just a parent. But I do have many years experience of dealing with my own kids and also children in the extended family. We're in the SEND camp, so my viewpoint is personal and it's as a parent. So I wanted to start off by saying that SEND is a spectrum. SEND stands for Special Education Needs and or Disabilities, and the reason for that is it covers both physical and mental conditions. So it is a spectrum, and it can include things like communication, different abilities, cognition and learning delay, social, emotional, and even mental health, a wide range of mental health conditions, sensory and physical. So when we're looking at how best to incorporate children into Waqf-e-Nau training programs, ijtimās and so on, we should take all of that into account. But equally, these children have a role to play, and in many cases they also have enhanced skills. So there are cases of blind people who are able to have a different kind of perception using their other senses to see whether something is near them or where it is compared to where they are. There are people on the autistic spectrum disorder who have enhanced skills like art, mathematics, or other skills, which allows them to be innovators in society. And many of the biggest leaps that mankind has made has been at the hands of people on the autistic spectrum disorder. And we do have a growing number of SEND Waqf-e-Nau in the world. I'm sure Masroor Saab, you could advise on how many there are. So on the right-hand side, you can see just how many different conditions there are out there. And I only know 2 or 3 of those from my personal experience, but there are so many out there. So it's impossible for the Jamaat and all of the auxiliary organizations to know how to cater for the specific needs of any one of those conditions. But we as parents can guide the organizers to make sure that we get the best possible outcome for our children. If we turn to Hazur's guidance for Waqfe-Nau, and I'm sure you will have covered this many times in your programs, but Hazur was guiding us that for our children, if they take part in the programs of the auxiliary organizations and the Jamaat more than others, then they will be called special. So the first prerogative is to make sure that our send children, as far as possible, take part in all of the Jamaat activities and functions. And, you know, if you look at the things that we're being asked to do with our children, you know, reciting the Quran, gaining knowledge and reading, following the Nizam, staying fit and active, learning languages, offering prayers regularly. Children all have things that they can do more easily or where they are challenged, but all children and all parents can make progress in some of these areas or many of these areas. Equally, if you look at the moral qualities that we want in our Waqf-e-Nau, there's nothing that says that send children won't have those same moral qualities. And when I look at my daughter, I see many qualities that we can learn from, you know, even at a young age. So there's nothing in the abilities or otherwise of send children that says they cannot be honest, loyal, patient, well-mannered, and so on. And equally, Hazur gave guidance again, where he said that you should recite the Holy Quran daily and learn its translation and deeper meanings. It is not enough simply to read the Holy Quran. You must also practically implement what the Quran teaches you. All of these matters are essential to every Waqf-e-Nau. And that's the important point. These things apply to all Waqf-e-Nau. Now, in the case of send children, they will often need assistance to be able to participate in the way that we might want them to, but that's perfectly reasonable. It's our job as parents to find techniques, tools, and other ways to allow them to engage and to fully participate. And I'll give some examples as we go through. So this is my daughter, Maryam Sana Ahmed. She has Down syndrome. Down syndrome, for those people who aren't aware, occurs fairly frequently all around the world in 1 in 1,000 children. It's quite a well understood pattern. So is it a coincidence, or was it a planned creation and a design on behalf of our creator? It's not a disease. They aren't suffering. They don't need pity. It's just an extra chromosome. They're different, but they're similar as well. So, you know, we should embrace people of Down syndrome as we would anyone else in society. But when you have a Down's Waqf-e-Nau child, it isn't an easy journey. It is quite hard. You know, they have so many comorbidities and health issues that you have to keep a track of. So as parents, you're taking them to hospital regularly for checkups and clinics. You're taking them sometimes for surgery, or if they get croup and you're having to take them to A&E, their progress will be slower. They'll work at their own pace. They will often be on medication. They will have different communications issues, different comprehension issues. Their life expectancy is different. Alhamdulillah, it's improving. It's changed totally to what it was 30 or 40 years ago, but it is a different path. And it is full on. So I wouldn't even dream of saying that I'm fully responsible for the way my daughter is turning out. My better half, my wife, puts a lot of effort in. but it is full on. And it's the same with children with other special needs and disability conditions, that the parents have to be fully engrossed 24/7. But that also means that it is stressful. And, when I say parents, it requires both parents to be actively involved as much as possible. It's not something that one parent can handle. And everyone needs respite as well. So the husband taking on more of the role and giving his wife some respite means things can progress and you can maintain the quality of care and education for the Waqf-e-Nau child. If you just leave it to one party, they will fall down. I've been learning through this process. I've even learned to cook a little bit. I try to help out with clothing and other stuff. I'm nowhere near where I should be, but I'm having a go. And so my message here to dads would be that this is not something that is just for mums to do. Hazur says parents, mothers and fathers, have to be equally fully engrossed in their send children to help them to develop. Coming back to my daughter Maryam, people often are quick to say, well, your child can't do this, your child can't do that, your child lacks this ability. But actually, Downs people lack other things. They lack greed, dishonesty, pride, lust, envy, wrath, gluttony, the 7 deadly sins. Is that a defect? I think we can learn from that. I think it's a positive. And wherever we've taken Maryam, and I've seen other Downs children as well, they have a positive impact on their extended families. They have a positive impact on their neighbors. They have a positive impact on friends and broader society, the teachers and so on. So actually, if we're looking at Waqf-e-Nau as having a positive impact and attracting people towards the Jamaat, I mean, we're seeing this at her tender age. She's just turned 9, but since she was born, she's been attracting people to her. And then when they find out about our community, they get attracted to the Jamaat as well. So there she's already doing tabligh without realizing it. And these conditions are not new or alien to religion. So I've only pulled out a few quotations, but if we, and there are many people who are much more expert in this than me, but if you look at Hazrat Musa or Moses, he had a stutter. And yet when he conveyed the message to Pharaoh in Egypt, he requested the help of his brother Harun or Aaron. And this is documented in many places, including in Surah Taha in the Quran. Jesus al-Islam, he was challenged by people when he met a blind man. And the perception in some communities in Palestine at the time was he's blind, therefore he must have been punished for his sins. And it's actually a viewpoint that unfortunately we see in villages in South Asia and elsewhere even now. But Jesus turned around and said the works of God might be displayed in him. In other words, he might be blind, but God might have more love for him than he has for other people. And this is documented in the Gospel of John, chapter 9, verses 1 to 12. So this is another example. In Hinduism, they have a revered sage called Ashtavakra, who went on to author the Ashtavakra Gita, one of the documents that they still refer to. And yet Ashtavakra had many physical deformities, but God used him to document this message for the Hindu community. Hazrat Ayub or Job had many physical issues and suffered a lot, but this actually helped him in his journey to cleanse himself of sin. And then in the Quran, in Surah Al-Abasa, which is chapter 80, there's an account at the beginning of that surah where a man called Abdullah bin Maktoum was approaching the Holy Prophet ﷺ when he was talking to the Quraysh leaders. And it talks about, the person, turning his face with, And actually the chapter is talking about the weak and the poor and the disabled might be appearing to be weak in front of general public, but in God's eyes, they might have a different position, a greater position. This, there's a lot of commentary on this. If you look at Tafsir Kabir, Hazur gave a lot of background as to what the actual meaning in that verse was, and how the Holy Prophet ﷺ and addressed this person in a way that wouldn't upset him, and gave him his due as well. And finally, there's a hadith, and this is by no means comprehensive, but it's just showing that this subject is already addressed in religions. So even in hadith, there is a hadith captured in Sunan Ibn Majah, which says, the one who is proficient with the Quran will be with the noble and righteous scribes, or the angels. And the one who reads it and stumbles over it, finding it difficult, will have 2 rewards. So, capabilities are all relative. And what this is calling out is that being able to read the Quran fluently and in a beautiful voice is fantastic. But that doesn't mean that someone who is struggling but working hard and doing their best isn't going to be rewarded. And actually, the message here is they will get double reward, because to get anywhere near that same recitation, they have to work so much harder. And this is something that you should think about with SEND children, that every achievement is relative. So what are our expectations for Waqfe-e-Nau? And I'm going to come back to this image in a couple of minutes. This is from Rabwa. SEND children do have a role, and that's not to say that every SEND child will be given X role. It's the same with all of our children, that we do our best, and then when we present them, when they're ready to Hazur, Hazur decides what role they can or can't play. And there's no guarantee for any child, but we've made our commitment and we're doing our best. However, what we do see is that SEND children do attract people to the Jamaat because we as a Jamaat have a positive outlook. And I'm going to give you an example from Rabbi in a couple of minutes. They have capabilities in their own right. They each have unique skills that can benefit the Jamaat. So even in Humanity First, we're on Review of Religions, where I spend a lot of the time, we have people with physical disabilities, sometimes people without a hand, who've got a prosthetic hand. They're doing great work in the Jamaat. There are people in wheelchairs who are doing amazing work. These children also tend to be more empathetic because of the challenges they've had to overcome. And when people see where they've come from and the challenges that they've faced and what they've achieved, that's inspiring. It's inspiring for broader society. And they also have an impact on us, on our families, on the people around them. As we see them making strides, small steps, we start to appreciate all of the bounties of God. And it makes us better Ahmadis. We start to appreciate every small thing that we have that we possibly take for granted. In SEND children, each one of those faculties suddenly takes on a new meaning. Hearing, sight, taste, being able to use your hands, your feet, all of these things that we would just take for granted. When we see how these children suffer but inspire us, it surely makes us go back to our Creator and thank him for all the faculties that he's given us. When I talk about SEND children, Waqfe-e-Nau children, we sometimes limit their experiences by our own inhibitions, whereas actually there's a lot that we can do with them. So this is when Maryam this was probably 5-6 years ago. She would have been 4 at the time. She went on Waqf-e-Azi with us as a family to the Gambia. And we raised funds from her school and from other people. We as a family fully funded the actual travel and those aspects of the holiday, but we raised funds from the schools and friends and family for school resources that we were going to buy in country for not just normal schools, but we also came across a place called Heart House, which is a Down syndrome center in Sincho Al-Haji in the Gambia. And we built a link as a family with that institute. And even now, years later, whenever Jamaat doctors or Humanity First medical teams go to the Gambia, they're all visiting Heart House. And Jeff, the person who runs it, knows the Jamaat now very well. So this was an example where Mariam's condition allowed us to reach out to a whole new community that we would probably have never approached if she hadn't been here. And they have such a positive view of her and of the Ahmadiyya community because of their experience of engaging with us around their own special needs children. Now, as Mariam, with her own condition, because of the way people react to her, she was amazing in raising awareness and raising probably over £5,000 for disabled children in the Gambia. So that was an amazing thing. And people were drawn to her, and people were drawn to the story of Heart House when they saw the photos and videos. So I come back to the same point, that we sometimes limit and reduce our expectations of our children based on our own inhibitions. But actually, there's a lot more that they're capable of doing, and they will surprise you by what they can do and the impact that they would have on other people. I mentioned Rabwa. Some of you may not have come across this. I suspect many of you might not be aware, but the Jamaat runs an institute for special education in Rabwa called ISA. It's run by Nazarat Talim, and their motto is every child is a special child. They have a wide range of education and therapy programs to develop children with all kinds of conditions. They have a holistic approach to learning and development. I've been talking to Hassan Manir Saab, who is the Deputy Director of Education at Nazarat Talim. He's running this school, and he's just about, they're rebuilding this center. So the image on the bottom right, you can see is now the new facility that they're building, which is beautiful. He's putting in a hydrotherapy pool with a hoist so that children in wheelchairs will be able to go for water therapy. It's just amazing. And when you see what they're doing with these children, some of these children, they all have activities they do. They have sports for them. They don't leave anyone out. Everyone takes part. Many of these children have been attending the Special Olympics and winning medals on behalf of Pakistan. They have individual plans, both educational and physical, for all of the children. And they've created an amazing culture with the parents, with the children, with their wider community. Social responsibility. Now you imagine starts building more of these ISA type facilities elsewhere in Asia, in Africa, in Central or South America. Who would be best to advise them than our Send Waqfe-Nau children and their parents? We could guide on what facilities are required, what kind of ramps would help those children, and so on. And this is just one example. This is, a Jamaat school, but there are other specialist facilities that the Jamaat is getting involved in and supporting. The picture on the right is from Zagreb in Croatia, where a community of children with Downs and various other conditions, both mental and physical, approached Humanity First for help. And we started off providing prescription glasses, and then they asked for transport help, and we provided this van to be able to take children in wheelchairs for activities. And we still stay in touch, and we're providing them with other resources. In the same way, we're helping Heart House in Gambia. There's a blind school in Soroti in Uganda that we're supporting. There's many other special needs schools that we are supporting outside of the community. And again, it's creating that bond between those families and the Jamaat. So when we come back and look at the way outside world review, looks at these children and the way we do, we should realize that these children were created by the same God, by the same creator, irrespective of their race, religion, gender, or social standing. They all play such a huge role in keeping a balance in society. Families are enriched by these children, and so is the broader society. And the Waqf-e-Nau scheme could also have a place for them. If you think about it, at the point at which we dedicate a child to Waqf-e-Nau, we don't know what their condition is going to be in terms of health, physical health, mental health, other capabilities. We don't know what their life expectancy is going to be. We don't know how good they're going to be in different academic capabilities. But we make our dedication and Hazur accepts the dedication. God is creating the child. God has already seen our niyat to put them forward for Waqf-e-Nau, and God has a design for these children. So we should accept and treasure that and find an appropriate role for them. But the parents have to play an instrumental role here. The parents must lead, because nobody knows and of a specific child. What the Jamaat has been doing, even at our ijtimas in recent years, the way Khadam al-Amdiya and Lajna Maila have been accommodating special needs children is inspiring. They've been creating separate areas for them. Even at Jalsa, the Lajna have a respite tent where they provide activities for them. If you look at when we have competitions, I know practically from Khadam al-Amdiya that those children who are struggling to recite in front of a crowd, they make arrangements to deal with them one-to-one. It's fantastic. And we have to recognize that there are so many conditions that we're dealing with in the Send population that children react differently to temperature, to crowds, to noise, to light and ambience, to space. So we have to be flexible and accommodating to ensure that we don't leave anyone behind. Change even can be chaotic for many children. So in some cases, we have to prepare them before they go into new activities. Now, it's impossible for the Jamaat auxiliaries and even Waqf-e-Nau to be experts in all of those conditions and to make arrangement for so many different requirements. The parents must co-produce those activities to ensure that their children can get the best possible outcome from the activities that are being offered to them. Similarly today, with the Waqf-e-Nau exam that we were doing, that's great for children, and those that are flying will answer all the questions and get everything right and look great. But sometimes it can be daunting for parents of special needs children to think, how do I honestly answer these questions? And does this truly represent the progress that my child has made? Because they might have cognitive delay, they might have other issues, and just answering no, 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 or getting questions wrong doesn't truly reflect relative progress that child might have made. If they get 30% of them right, that should be something we should celebrate, rather than saying, compared to everyone else, they're less, they're behind. So we all have a lot of learning to do, but I think it is amazing and inspiring how much progress the Jamaat is making in this direction in so many areas. So the way forward. Our Waqf-e-Nau Send children can be torchbearers for the Jamaat. Even you imagine when we do peace conferences and other events, when we have special needs people, not just children, when we have Send members of the Jamaat involved, the general public are attracted to them, they're drawn to them. So they can play a role in expanding the reach of our Jamaat and the message that we have, which is the purpose of Waqf-e-Nau in the first place. Equally, it's up to all of us to recognize that children in the send category are all different, and they will all make progress in different things at their own pace. And that, their pace is the right pace. And sometimes each small step we should celebrate. We should recognize that all of their achievements are relative. So somebody else might be flying in one area, they might be making good progress in another area. And we should always keep it positive and play to their strengths and keep rewarding them and recognizing the small steps that they are making. We should have realistic expectations, but we can have an unhindered ambition to serve. All of these children can serve, even if they don't stay in the Waqf-e-Nau scheme for any reason. The learning that they will have, the skills that they will gain, they will be able to play a part in the Jamaat. At the same time, we all believe in the power of prayer. We all have blind faith. And if you're not aware of it, I'm also involved in the review, so I'll shamelessly plug the Existence project that the Review of Religions has done this weekend. There are examples of, realizing the existence of God through different things that we see. Send children are no different. Some of the things that they will do will honestly shock everyone. They're amazing. Many of these children are doing things which relatively are just amazing. And it should, if we view it in the right way, it should make us appreciate and accept the bounties of Allah even more so. Parents have to make their maximum efforts. And, through the Waqf-e-Nau program, we would do our absolute best and keep writing to Hazur and then present our child at the right age. It will be up to Hazur where best Hazur sees each child fitting in. But there will be a role for many of these children. And we have to maintain that confidence and keep working hard on that basis. So coming back to my daughter, Maryam, I suppose I am a bit biased. As I said, parents have a key role. The Waqf-e-Nau department is doing amazing work, but we cannot expect the Waqf-e-Nau department to know the ins and outs of every condition and every child. We're working hard. My wife is the main driver. She does absolutely superb work. I do my best to support her. We're seeing small steps. On the right, on the top right, you can see an award that my daughter won at the Lajna Ijtima. Seems like 6 months ago, but with COVID, it's actually 18 months ago. But it shows you that Lajna Maila are creating separate events, special events for SEND children. And really, the work that the Lajna team are doing is inspiring. We also are fortunate here in the UK to live in a country which has been a leader in Special Olympics. It's been a leader in new education techniques for SEND. Things like the riding school for disabled. The bottom right, my daughter attends horse riding at a disabled riding school in Epsom, and it's made a big difference to her. But all the volunteers are absolutely brilliant, absolutely brilliant. And they're all learning about the Jamaat. It wasn't done as a tabligh exercise, but when they see how positive we are, they ask, which is your community? And this is another way that Maryam is doing tabligh for us. As a family, we're focusing on all of her development, her education, her religious knowledge, her life skills, whole range of things. This is our duty. And we're looking at positive experiences to keep her progressing. So I gave the example of Waqf-e and going to the Gambia. Many of the children, we could look at other experiences. They don't have to be abroad, but even in this country, we could give them experiences that enhance their skills and their development. There are opportunities at Ijtima. And we have to recognize that the development will be at their pace, in their way, and it's a step-by-step process. And we have to keep Hazur regularly informed and keep requesting prayers, and you will see miracles happening. So just to finish off, there are many resources available to us. You know, for the blind, the Jamaat has had a Braille Quran for decades, and it's in of our Jamaat bookshops. I've seen it in many countries. We've started to introduce audiobooks, and it's not just the blind children with other conditions who struggle to read or to concentrate or to follow a book. We should start making use of resources like the range of audiobooks now on alislam.org. Similarly, children respond to learning in different ways. Some of them need more visual approach to learning rather than just reading a book. And Lajna are spearheading a lot of new ideas in that area. So there is a Lajna Send learning group, and they have resources and a support group, and they're doing amazing work. And you know, the Jamaat can benefit from that. So I'll finish off here. I hope that this has given people some confidence to be positive about what we can do with Send Children, and in the years to come, inshallah, we'll see these children doing amazing things for the Jamaat.
Fazal Saab, Jazakallah. Thank you for taking on what's such a difficult topic. Thank you. Excellent. Absolutely excellent. I think we will learn so much from you. Just eye-opening, really is eye-opening. Now, I suppose as National Secretary of Waqf-e-Nau, we have a number of children who are Send children, a number of children who are on the spectrum, and a number of parents have told me already. Okay, and there's questions about should they be in Tehreek Waqf-e-Nau, should they not be in Tehreek Waqf-e-Nau. Firstly, I'd like to address that, but secondly, I would like to ask any other parent whose child has any form of need to please get in touch with me directly, get in touch with me personally, and so that I'm aware of this, so that I can mark it down, so that I can keep track. Okay, we're nowhere near where we need to be as a department in dealing with our children in the correct way. Okay, but we're learning. So please, will you do us the honor of getting in touch with us and letting me know what conditions we are facing, because it's these children are our children. They're Waqf-e-Nau children. They're the Jamaat's children. Okay, so please let us know to see if we can assist in any which way or form, and if need be, we can put certain programs in place. We can put certain things in place that will allow us to better help these children. Now, coming on to the point as to whether or not they should be in Tehreek Waqf-e-Nau. You as parents dedicated the child's life before its birth. Hazur Aqdas accepted it. Okay, only Hazur Aqdas can add a child to Tehreek Waqf-e-Nau, and only Hazur Aqdas can take a child out of Tehreek Waqf-e-Nau. Okay, now I am aware there's a couple of cases where Hazur has mentioned that for the benefit of the child, it's best to take that child out of Tehreek Waqf-e-Nau. But I'm also aware of cases where Hazur's fully aware of the situation and has said nothing about taking a child out of Tehreek Waqf-e-Nau. Okay, Hazur makes a decision on every child on an individual basis, absolutely on an individual basis. So please, as Fazal Saab said, you should be in regular contact with Hazur Aqdas anyway, and if your child has the ability to write to Hazur, then the child should be in regular contact with Hazur Aqdas as well. But please, will you come to me in the first instance, let me know if there's anything we can do, or let me know if there's anything that I need to be aware of as National Secretary of Waqf-e-Nau, such that when we do hold our events in person again, we can make arrangements for you. Now, it's difficult with the facilities that we have, especially in Battle Futur, but the more we are told of something, the more we can try and make arrangements. For example, the exam, you don't have to do the exam in person at the National Ijtima. We can help you do the exam online, as you're all doing this year, and we can continue that on. If there's a quiet room that's needed, we can arrange stuff like that as well. So again, Fazl Sab, fantastic. Thank you. Thank you for dealing with such a delicate subject in the manner that you have dealt with, in such a positive manner. Really, really good to hear. Nadeem Sab, I think if we can now, before we ask Mudassir Sab to present, I think if we can play some of the videos that we've been receiving from some of our younger children.
Yes, of course we can. We've got quite a few videos that have come through, so I'll play a couple for you here.
My name is Irfan Khan and I am from the New Jamaat. As a Waqfe Nau, I will help the Jamaat in the future by learning the Quran, to act upon it and to teach it to others. And I will also spread the message of Islam, inshallah.
So you can see we've had a lot of people actually send us videos, Masroor Saab, and it's been a pleasure getting them. And it's actually hard keeping in touch with them because there's so many that are coming through. So we will endeavor to try to, inshallah, play as many as possible.
My name is Jaylise. I come from Leicester Jamaat. I want to be a Mawabbi. I want to go to Jamia to teach people all about Islam.
MashaAllah, you can see the lovely messages we are receiving. Do we have time for a couple more?
Yes, yes, please.
Excellent, excellent. So I'll play a few more that have come through. Is a young chap who sent us his.
My name is Adar Rafa Uppal, and as a Waqfe Nau, I write regularly to Hazur Aqdas seeking his guidance. Inshallah, I would like to go to Jamia with Hazur's permission and serve the Jamaat in whichever capacity Hazur asks me to do. Jazakallah.
As you can see, and a lot of these kids have been taking part in the Talim classes we've been holding. So I recognize the names and now I recognize the faces. So it's quite a blessing to see them now. Bless them. And I'll play one more, Masroor Saab, and then we can maybe move on.
Alaikum. My name is Basil Shazad. I am from the Jalinga Jamaat. As a Waqfe Nau, I am going to help the Jamaat in the future. I want to become a good preacher of true Islam. Our message would be love for all, hatred for none. I will always keep myself ready to serve my faith to the Jamaat, inshallah. Jazakallah.
Jazakallah Nadeem. So I think you've got time for one more at least.
Yeah. Oh, very good. Excellent. That's brilliant. I'm keen on getting through as many as I can today, as we've got so many. So here's one more.
My name is Basit Shazad and I'm from the Niham Jamaat. I am proud to be a Waqfe Nau because I have the opportunity to devote my life to Islam, and while doing so, I am able to create a special bond with Allah. Being a Waqfe Nau has motivated me to study harder so that when I'm older, I can help the Jamaat. Inshallah. Jazakallah.
One more, Mr. Saab?
Yeah, one more.
Okay, excellent. I've got messages coming in the left, right, and center saying, please play mine. So we are getting through them, and inshallah, we'll get through all of them by the end of the function.
My name is Daniel. I'm from the Birmingham North Jamaat. I'm proud to be a Waqfe Nau child because there is nothing greater than devoting our life for the cause of faith. As a Waqfe Nau child, I will improve my spiritual condition and I will make a special bond with Allah, and I will serve the Jamaat, inshallah. Jazakallah.
Jazakallah Nadeem. So
professionals.
Yeah, you can see that we've been playing clips from our younger children. There's a reason for that. Firstly, they're far better looking. They're much, much cuter. Secondly, they're actually a lot more confident and they're a lot more eloquent than some of our elder children. So something that the elder children should take heed of. Great confidence there from our young viewers. It's now time to hand over to Mudassir Rashid Saab, who's chair of the Ahmadi Muslim Research Association, to give his presentation. Mudassir Saab.
Assalamu alaikum.
Let me see
if I can share my screen.
Having trouble hearing you.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's quite low.
Oh. Just arrange my mic. Can you hear me now?
That's better.
Okay, excellent. Let me just share my screen and we'll kick off. You can see this?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. Dear brothers and sisters, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. It's an honor to be here and giving you ultimately an overview of some of the things that I do and some of the things that I think as Ahmadi Muslims, but Waqf-e-Nau especially, should keep in mind and ultimately is part of our purpose of existence. And that is in seeking truth. And I don't mean truth in terms of what is right and wrong. Of course, that's very important, but I mean the ultimate truth and the source of that truth and how that truth is intertwined in the universe. I want to share this journey in two stories. And the first story begins in Los Alamos sometime in 1930s. There was a physicist sitting in this sort of rough terrain looking at the sunset, sitting with his wife, and moments go by in peace, and then he turns to his wife and says, "I figured it out. I know why the sun shines." And what he's alluding to is that at that moment it clicked in his brain how nuclear fusion occurs inside the star and how stars then emit light. And not only that, ultimately stars are the incubators of all matter. And so he had figured out a very key question that had been puzzling thinkers for hundreds and hundreds and thousands of years. That is, what are the stars made of? What are they and how do they work? And even though many people had tried to address it, he just happened to be in that point in time in history to have figured it out. And it must have been an amazing feeling for it to have clicked in his mind that the stars have this nuclear fusion and how that fusion actually works. He was the only one at that time, in that moment in space and time, who knew the answer. And you may say, what so? But think about it in terms of everything we now know about stars, we're endowed to his thinking and his efforts. And that moment when he had figured it out. Hans Bethe was his name. And he was one of the most prolific nuclear physicists of our time. But ultimately, he was integral in our discoveries of stars and how they work and how ultimately they have a relationship with the planets around us as well. And so he had opened a door to new vistas that we never knew were possible. So this is story one. And why is this interesting? Well, I want to present to you another quote, a quote from Hazur, to put this into perspective. Beloved Hazur Ayatollah bin Nasr al-Aziz has said, if we nurture the best scientists in our community, then Ahmadis will not only be the voice of religious teachings, which the world will rely on to learn about religion, but Ahmadis will also become the leaders of worldly knowledge. And the world will depend on them to attain that knowledge. Ultimately, pursuing careers in research enables you to be the forefront of discovery and the world learning from you and your example. And considering the oaths we've given to serve mankind and serve Allah, imagine how we could serve others around us if we were to attain those levels. Hazur further elucidates this with advising the youth, immerse yourself in studies to the exclusion of everything else, advance so much in every field of education that your minimum target is a Nobel Prize. That requires hard work over a long period. When nations want to develop and progress, they make plans on a long-term basis. So your planning should begin at the very young age that you are, with your parents involved directly in where you want to be, and then and with Hazur's guidance, specifically Hazur guiding you to how you can better yourself, but also serve Islam and Ahmadiyyat. And I know countless of examples of young kids who and many of you sitting there and watching would have personal stories of how Hazur has guided us in our education. And ultimately, the demand from Hazur from us is that the minimum target for us is a Nobel Prize. Is of that, the minimum level we should reach is that of that level, of that of a Nobel laureate. And so some 10, 11 years ago, some students in Khudam al-Ahmadiyya decided, after being incredibly motivated by Hazur's guidance, to put a proposal through to create a research association, which is now known as the Ahmadiyya Muslim Research Association, and AMRA for short, with the fundamental aim, that being to advance natural and social scientific learning, with ultimately the view to serving God and His creation. And AMRA, although it's been around for some time, now just over 10 years, its mission hasn't changed. And we are blessed with direct guidance from Hazur in terms of how it should continue, how researchers in Ahmadiyya should continue to acquire knowledge with the view of serving God and His creation. And that it shouldn't just be for the sake of seeking, but there should be purpose and drive behind it. So with that in mind, a lot of the work that we do is to inspire you, is to show you, is to show the youth of the Jamaat that look what amazing things you can learn and you can do, and ultimately how amazing the creation of Allah is. And that's directly from what the Quran tells us, that it is signs in the heavens and the earth in its creation for men of understanding. That as we study the word of God and the act of God, we will find our Creator again and again. And so I want to, just before I go into the second story I want to tell you about, I want to also tell you a few exciting things that we're doing that many of you might want to be involved with. Some of you have already been part of. So over the last few years, I know many of you have taken part in these kind of AMRA Academy, where you've built your own electronic circuits and done code breaking and DNA sequencing and stuff. But this year we have a very exciting new program working with UCL, as well as Atfal al-Ahmadiyya and of course AMRA and Amur Tulaba, to put together what is known as F1 in schools. It's a national competition. Inshallah, it'll be coming live soon, and so you should keep an eye out for it. And this is ultimately to enable you to become better than you are currently, to excel at your own interests. So we're starting with this, but there's a lot of other things coming down the line which you can utilize with AMRA Academy. I haven't told you who I am, other than the fact that I currently serve as chairman of AMRA. I also work in King's College London as an experimental physicist. And so as an experimental physicist, of course, you do many things, but some of the things that I'm working on is looking at how thermodynamics, the laws of heat and energy, work at the microscopic and nano level. And this allows me to start to explore creating new kinds of heat engines, for example. So here what you have on the right is a picture of an iron trap. And inside, in the middle, what you can't see with your naked eye is that I actually have a trapped silica sphere that's very erratic and moving, but it's levitating. It's hovering in space. And what's holding it together, what's holding it up in the air, is actually electric fields. It's very cool. I find it very exciting. So I do this on a daily basis. But my story of where I got to in terms of the lab on the left that you see that I'm working in starts with another question. It starts with a very simple question that many have asked, and it's nothing to do with what I'm currently doing. But I was astonished when I started to look into it, and I was amazed by Allah's creation when I started to look to it. And I'm certain that many of you have done so as well. And the question is of that of extraterrestrial life. And you might, once again, I hope you're thinking, what an odd question to ask. I remember sitting in very long time ago in Islamabad with a tent outside the old roti plant, and looking up in the night sky with a clear, beautiful day at night, and you could see all these stars bestrewed everywhere, and you just thinking about looking at them and staring and thinking, what are they? How are they made? What is out there? And all these questions go through your mind of, are we alone in this universe? Are there other worlds like the Earth? Do these other worlds even exist, and what's in them? Is there life there? Is there others looking back at me, thinking the same things that I'm thinking? Do they have hopes and dreams like I do? Are there civilizations, or are we alone? And although the question I asked that went through my mind when I was looking at these stars, and at the age of 17, 18, of course, there are some answers to these questions. It depends how you answer them and where you look. So I go back to history. I go back to all the way back to the ancient Greeks. And the ancient Greeks believed, they were great thinkers. They spent time and time again pondering over the universe, and they introduced this idea of atoms, that everything in the universe can be condensed down to minuscule, tiny atoms, and everything is made of atoms. And these atoms are indivisible. You can't divide them any further. And they led this reasoning to its logical conclusion, which was that, well, atoms are everywhere. All these atoms came together to combine the Earth, to make up the Earth. And then on Earth, these 8 atoms came together to make life. There is no reason why you can't create, or why these atoms cannot come together somewhere else in the universe and combine to make life. In fact, there is nowhere that exists an obstacle to the existence of infinite number of worlds. This is the conclusion that Epicurus comes to some 2,500 years ago. But that's it. It's a musing. It's a thought. It's an idea, and it builds momentum over years, over centuries, over thousands of years, to the point where you've got Thomas Augustine, who's a great Christian scholar, who says that it is unfitting to say that God has created things without reason, but for same reason that he created one, he created many. And since his power is not limited to the creation of one world, but is infinite, as was shown before, therefore God has produced many worlds. And so he's saying, and for you and I, it seems like an odd question. Why are they worried about this? Well, it really mattered. The question of, are we alone in this universe? Even for these early scholars, they were worried. They wanted to understand God in its completeness as best as possible, and how Allah creates. And so they were asking these questions of, are there more worlds beyond our own? And then enters into the picture the Holy Quran. And the Holy Quran, I'll read the translation, states in Surah Ashura, and among his signs is the creation of the heavens and the earth, and of whatever living creatures he has spread forth in both. And he has the power to gather them together when he pleases. When he pleases. What does this mean for us, for our question that we're in search for? This story, this narrative of looking for alien life, of life beyond Earth. What does that actually mean? Well, let's look at the words of the Quran, of this verse. And ultimately, this is beautifully explained in Khalifa Rabi's book, Revelation, Rationality, Truth, and Knowledge, where, of course, Allah is the Lord of all the worlds. Here, it's not all the world, it's worlds. There's an S there. There's a plurality. There's more than one. And the fact that Allah says that he will cover the heavens and the earth with animals and ultimately bring them together. And the word daba is used here. It doesn't just mean, it covers ultimately all animals which creep and move along the surface of the earth, and does not apply to animals that fly or swim. So when Allah says that he will bring together creation in the heavens and the earth, heavens doesn't necessarily here now mean the sky. It means beyond earth. And Jam'ihim, which is the Arabic, which tells us that he will bring life of earth and elsewhere together. And so Khalifa Rabi is, in some sense, his understanding of these verses led him to state that Allah is saying that there is a very good chance in the future, if he so wishes, to bring about this communication, whether that's physical or whether through long distance, long range communication. This is actually a prophecy in some sense, right? And so where we had these philosophers of the past thinking, musing, just as I and you have done, sitting in a campfire and looking up into the sky, here the Quran is emphatically saying it might happen as so Allah wills, and that this is a possibility because Allah is Lord of all the worlds. Fast forward many centuries of speculation, of discussion, we get to the age of about 1950s, where man has advanced to a point of technological development where we can actually now start to go beyond Earth physically. We have spaceships, and so at this juncture we are able to not only go beyond Earth, we can study the heavens and look for signs in there of any life that is beyond our Earth, and that we might be able to discern that this is life or of some sort of intelligence. And so in 1984, in fact, the discussions about this happened a long time ago, but it took about some time to create this. But in 1984, the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence, SETI, was instituted, was created. It's a non-profit research organization, and ultimately its mission is to explore and understand how and try to explain the origin and nature of life in the entire universe. And of course, the beginning part is trying to understand how life came about on the Earth. But that's just let's say a reference point to allow us to better understand how might life exist in other planets. So they use radio telescopes. So there's a bit of a typo there. Please ignore that. So they use radio telescopes to look for signals in a broad range of electromagnetic frequencies. And the reason they use radio telescopes ultimately is because radio waves can pass through unimpeded through gas and dust and atmospheres from or that's around in space as well as planets. And the other thing is that they're looking for is a very special range of frequencies that only exist or would, if someone was to send a signal, would show a certain level of technological maturity. And that is that every astrophysicist, every astronomer studies the stars. The stars are made of hydrogen. Hydrogen is the most abundant element in the universe. It is the most occurring element, and the most, of course, the basic one. And so now hydrogen's internal structure, what happens is that the light emitted by hydrogen, it has a very, very special spectrum, very special sort of signature. And so everyone studies it. It doesn't matter if you're a civilization of our level or a civilization of some galactic level, the study of hydrogen is always important. And so when we're looking for signals in hydrogen, we're studying the radio frequencies around the hydrogen spectrum that's emitted, the light that's emitted from hydrogen, let's say from stars, from different planets and so on. Then you will find some signal, and this is the best place to hide a signal ultimately. So that's what SETI started doing. They started looking at signals in what is known as the water hole, the hydrogen OH bond, and started to look for signals, spikes of certain wavelengths that might exist here, because this is where it's least noisy, and this is where everyone studies the hydrogen spectrum and they might find it. Of course, to date, haven't, but they keep praying and they keep trying. But it's the effort that matters, the passion to know the answer to a question. It is the drive to do long-term studies. And this is what Hazur was saying in the quote I presented earlier on, is that you should be dedicated to studying with the mindset that you're going to do this for a long time with a long-term plan. It's not something that you do with short attention spans, but it's something that you work on day in, day out to seek the truth, the answer. This has been around for a very long time now, and there have been PhDs and postdocs and researchers and professors all working on these ideas, and of course other things as well in relation. And the discoveries have been difficult, but fantastic. And I'll present some of those in a bit as well. Unexpected. But before that, let's go through something called the Drake equation. Now, this is a bit of fun. And you can do this yourself if you go into Wikipedia, type in Drake equation, and you can play around with the numbers. It's an equation created by a physicist called Drake, and it's supposed to estimate the probability of finding life beyond Earth. Now, what are the chances of this? So, all right, let's have a look. We have R asterisk. So this is the average rate of star formation that occurs in a galaxy. So then the question is, how many stars are formed in our galaxy? And the answer is roughly 1.5. And we can work this out by looking at astronomical readings and studies of the galaxy in terms of how many stars are being born and how many stars are, of course, that die out and so on. And there's been a long study, so now we can have a reasonably, not accurate, but reasonable picture, a ballpark figure. Of course, things are slightly different for every galaxy, but 1.5 is the average rate of formation in our galaxy. And then the fraction of stars that have planets. So there are lots of stars in a galaxy, billions of stars in a galaxy, and so then how many stars actually have planets? So this is a fraction. So 80% of stars have planets. Now this is a new picture that's emerged after the discoveries of so many exoplanets. Then the question is, well, how many of these planets can potentially support life? And that is a very important question, of course, because not every planet has life. We know from our own solar system, there's only one planet that has life, as far as we know. So then the question is, well, okay, well, this is once again a bit of a rough estimate, but 20%, let's say, on average, would have life per star. So 0.2. So if you have 10 planets, the chances are there's 2 planets at least. There's a very upper estimate that might have life. But that's not enough, right? So life might exist, but then it might die out. And so then it's not just about that it can support life, but it can support it to a level for a sustained period of time. And that, once again, is a number that one can roughly calculate. So I put down as 0.13. And then the equation asks, well, what is the fraction of planets with life that can actually go on to develop intelligent life? I mean, this is a real difficult question to answer because we only have one example of human beings. So there's life, there's animals, but then there's a difference between that, the animals and us, right? There's a level of massive difference of intelligence between us and them, and so one says that for 1 million billion species or so on, there's one likelihood of intelligent life. But that also then can get narrowed down, because it's not just, there's lots of intelligent life that might have existed on Earth as well, we don't know, but ultimately we became the dominant species. And so you go down to even lower fractions to say that how many of those can actually become a civilization that can generate a technology, and not only technology, but technology that can send out signals into outer space to show that they exist. And then you multiply this entire series of numbers by the length of time such civilization can release detectable signals into space. Once you've done all of this, these are rough estimates. It's quite fun. You can play around. I did this, and so the numbers I chose give me n is equal to 6. I'm a very big optimist, of course, as you can imagine, that I believe there must be life outside of planet Earth. And so my optimism leads me to n is equal to 6. If n is less than 1, it means there's no chance of life beyond Earth. And if n is equal to 1 or greater than 1, then there's some chance of life on Earth. beyond Earth. So I'm an optimist, and I think that there is, and this is a guide to tell us when we study the stars, when astronomers study the stars and astrophysicists study the stars and the cosmos in general. This is a guide to sort of figure out some of the numbers and hone into certain directions where it might be helpful to find life. That said, we go to the next stage of development. So SETI was 1984. Then almost 2 decades later, about 15, 20 years later, we have the discovery of exoplanets, planets that orbit not our sun, but another star system. And this comes because of advancements in our own ability to detect stars. So it's really amazing what astronomers do. I am in awe of what they achieve, because they use very minuscule amount of light that's coming all the way from stars, and then they from that light they decipher everything that makes up that star. Not only that, they decipher what's around the star. And not only that, they can tell you when that star is going to die and how long it's been in existence for. There's so much information in light that we gather from the heavens, and so by utilizing it in different ways, we can see imprints of additional things around it. So, for example, a star, and I'll show you a video to explain this a bit better. It's a star that wobbles a certain amount will actually be wobbling because there's another gravitational pull nearby, which means that there must be another planet that's pulling it. It's very minuscule, but it's there. And things like that allow them to essentially ascertain that there are exoplanets out there. And so in 2019, which is the last time I checked, which was roughly around 4,000, just over 4,000. So now we should be well above 6,000 confirmed exoplanets that have been discovered. And the hope is that when the Kepler Space Telescope comes online soon, then it will be able to develop directly detect a lot of these exoplanets as well. And out of these, there are roughly 300 Earth-like planets that live in the Goldilocks zone. Now, this is really important for us because we know only of one example in the universe where life exists, right? We conjecture that there must be more life, but as scientists, we only have one proven example, and that's the Earth. And so that is our, in some sense, excuse the noise. So it's our sort of reference point of how we can move forward. And so they've discovered so far 300 Earth-like planets. And so let me show you, before we explain what the Goldilocks zone is, I want to share a video. I hope this works. If the organizers can tell me if the audio doesn't come through.
It took Clyde Tombaugh
Yes, it's working.
Looking at photographic plates containing over 2 million stars before he discovered Pluto, and it's in our own solar system. So how on earth does one find a planet orbiting a distant star? You could just look, but stars are so far away and so bright compared to their planets that it's really hard to just look at one and see a planet orbiting it. Direct discovery of new exoplanets by just looking is essentially limited to relatively nearby stars with very large planets very far away from them. Think 10 times the size of Jupiter and with orbits at least as big. The vast majority of exoplanets have been found indirectly by observing their effects on their parent stars. For example, a planet passing in front of a star will make that star darker for a little while, and the amount it darkens will tell you about the size of the planet relative to the star. Of course, this trick only works if the planet's orbit is tilted perfectly to pass between us and its star, and on average, less than 1% of Earth-like planets will have this convenient orbital orientation. We have managed to find a lot of exoplanets this way by exhaustive satellite searches, but you could instead look at the effect planets have on the motion of stars. As we know, planets don't orbit stars. Rather, both orbit around their combined center of mass. Stars are so heavy, the center of mass is often inside the star, but the star will nonetheless be moving. That motion manifests itself as a teeny tiny wobble in the velocity of the star relative to us, which we determine by carefully measuring the red or blue Doppler shift of the star's light. Both these indirect methods are most effective at finding big planets close to their stars because the speeds involved and the amount of light blocked are greater, and also because close planets orbit more often, so we don't have to wait as long to notice their effects. There are other more complicated and fancy methods that can find planets which are harder to notice via star wobbling or starlight blocking, and all of these together have combined to help us discover more than 1,800 exoplanets as of 2014. Sorry, Pluto, you've been X'd out. This
Okay, so if you don't know about Minute Physics, it's a great program which sort of simplifies a lot of hard concepts into easy digestible bits. But here, I hope you got a rough idea of how some of these planets are being discovered. And there are many other methods as well. Of course, the techniques are very complicated as you increase. The interesting thing then is that, okay, so we can discover these exoplanets. All right, that's wonderful. But we're interested in this question today anyway of life. How do we know that a planet might have life? Now, one of the other criteria we put on there is that, well, water is a really important element for life. And we know this from Earth. But there's also additional elements that are critical to life as well. Now, Allah can create, this is a really important aspect, right? So we're narrowing our window, but we should always keep in mind that Allah can create anything from anything, right? So he can have a silicon-based life form. It doesn't have to be made from water. Allah has the power to do so, and it may be so that is the case. But once again, as a scientist, we have some guidance from our study of the universe, and that there is a lot of abundance of certain things. And for habitable civilization, at least the ones that we can search for so far, it has to be, we have to put certain constraints. And that constraint is this habitable zone. This habitable zone is known as the Goldilocks zone. And it says that you shouldn't have a planet too close to the star so that it's too hot, i.e. the planet is too hot. And that it's not too far from it so that it becomes too cold and it doesn't have enough heat. And these are really important elements. But in addition to that, for life to progress, there should be sufficient size of the planet as well, because you can have it in the perfect Goldilocks zone, but it would be massive. And if it's a massive planet, it's very likely that it's some sort of gas giant, and that it hasn't condensed down to becoming a solid planetary, or having some sort of solid planetary core in a body and an atmosphere that is habitable. In addition to that, there's also these additional problems, of course, of asteroids being sufficiently far away, toxic gases that might come into the atmosphere, into the planet. You know, when you start to study this aspect of it, there's something beautiful about the Earth, the location the Earth is in, and how well it's protected. You know, Jupiter, where it is, protects us with all these asteroids that could have collided and destroyed life again and again and again, to the point that life couldn't sustain itself to the point that we are at now. But in effect, all these additional components that exist in the solar system allow us for life to be sustained for long enough period to develop into intelligent life. And so this is what we're looking for outside in other planets. So you want ultimately some resources that are required, of course, for life. There's the distance between the stars, as I said, and the size of the planet is really important. And of course, the age of the planet, because we know that early age of the Earth was very, very much volatile and volcanic and hard for intelligent life like ours to exist. So now, this is where the search is coming to an end, because this is where we're at. The size of the planets tell us where these are ultimately the different sizes of the planet. You can see that Jupiter, which is the biggest planet on Earth, is quite small compared to some of the other discoveries we've made. And our puny little Earth, which is, alhamdulillah, harboring life. So I want to give you a roadmap of what is in the future, and ultimately how you should see the future as well, I hope. And there's some exciting prospects, of course, with space discovery and a lot of work being put in a lot of work being put into space exploration. This is financially quite useful for mankind, but also enables us to go and explore and look for life beyond Earth as well. And of course, there is this idea of a generation ship, but that's a very far future. Huh? But let's start with small steps. I want to show you a final video. This was in, I think about 2.5 years ago. We started a small rocket building workshop with Khuddam and Atfal at the National Spring Retreat. You can see we did about 50 rockets, roughly, and they reached really, really high. I was quite impressed. And this is the water rocket. So inshallah, we'll build on that. One day we're starting with rockets, water rockets, and then inshallah the team will build proper rockets that can go to planets one day, maybe. So let me finish this with a quote from Hazur, and as guidance for everyone, and for, of course, for all researchers around. You must leave here with a firm determination. This is Hazur speaking at the AMRA conference in 2019. In your firm determination in your hearts to follow in the footsteps of Dr. Abdus Salam and those outstanding Muslim scholars and researchers who left behind a rich legacy of knowledge many centuries ago. With these words, I pray that may Allah the Almighty enable you to flourish and to achieve great success in your fields of expertise, and may we soon come to witness the dawn of a new Islamic golden age of intellectual progress and advancement, led by Muslim Ahmadi Muslims across the world. Ameen. Jazakallah.
Jazakallah. Riveting. Absolutely riveting. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate that the talk is aimed at our slightly older Waqf-e-Nau, but we have Waqf-e-Nau of all ages, and I found that to be absolutely riveting. So there's a reason why we wanted Madrasa Sahib to present today, and I just want to read out Hazur's words on this again. They have been said once, but Hazur did in the khutbah that we played, Dar Khalisa played, it was at the end of that, but I want to read it out again. Sometimes Waqf-e-Nau have a special aptitude for certain subjects, so obviously Madrasa Sahib. So when they consult with me, I approve that they can pursue further education in their chosen fields. However, for all students, I will say this, that they should aim to explore various fields of scientific research. This is a general instruction for all students and Waqf-e-Nau alike. If we produce the best scientists in various fields, then the world will not only turn to Ahmadis to seek religious knowledge, but Ahmadis will also be in the forefront of secular knowledge, and the world will be dependent upon them to attain that knowledge. Okay, so Jazakallah again, fascinating presentation, really was. I've got to say a little bit of it went over my head, but I will. I'll watch it again. I'll watch the live link again. I'll probably call you up to get some clarification on some of the stuff. But I think our students out there, those who are more in tune with physics and more in tune with science, would have found it absolutely fantastic. So Jazakallah for that. So our final session, inshallah, will start in 20 minutes time. And Nadeem Sahib, that gives us time now to play some more of the videos that we have from our younger viewers, the videos that they've been sending in. And inshallah, in the final session, I will be reading out the results for the academic competitions. I'll tell you who the prize winners, etc. are. And I have actually put on the chat the email address. It's waqfenau@ahmadiyyauk.org for any Waqf-e-Nau related queries to do with anything whatsoever, today's presentation, or anything that you want to get involved with. Please just email me and we'll sort it out in time. Again, can I ask you all to please make sure you have taken part in the Vaqf-e-Nau exam. It just means I don't have to chase you, okay? Because I will be chasing you if you haven't taken part. So please make sure you take part in the exam. Nadeem Saab, over to you to play some of our viewers.
I'm from Manchester, North Jamaat. I chose the topic how I'm going to help the Jamaat in future. I want to become a doctor in future as I'm part of the blessed scheme of Waqfe-Nau. I will work under the guidance of Hazur Anwar. I will serve people and humanity to spread Islam and the message of Hazrat Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam all over the world, inshallah.
That was one. Here's another one. Obviously, please, viewers, do like.
मेरा नाम फिरोज बशीर है और मैं वक़्फ़े-नौ बच्चा हूँ और जब मैं बड़ा होता मैंने डॉक्टर बनना है और जमात की खिदमत करनी है खुदा हाफिज़
Inshallah. You can hear that. Here's another one coming. Remember, children, adults, please like.
I'm Subhataman Ahmed from Burton Jamaat, Midlands region. And what Waqf means to me is my identity. Because Waqf is the driving force that keeps pushing me to learn, and my every action is dedicated to the Waqf that I aim to fulfill when I grow up.
Allah. Moving on to another one.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Jazib and I am from Aldershot Jamaat. By the grace of Allah, I am part of the blessed scheme of Waqf-e-Nau. With permission from beloved Hazur, I want to go to Jamia so I can increase my religious knowledge and then pass it on to others. Inshallah.
And now you heard his ad earlier on.
My name is Iqan Mahmood Khan. I am in Islamabad Jamaat. I would like to go to Jamia because I feel it is the best way to serve our Khalifa and our Jamaat. Jazakallah.
Excellent. And we've got still many more to play, but I will play a few samples here.
I'm from Birmingham South, and as a Waqf-e-Nau child, I want to grow up and serve the Jamaat as best as I can.
My name is Mika Zaki Ahmed, and I'm a Waqf-e-Nau from the Glasgow Jamaat. Please pray for me that I can serve the Jamaat to the best of my abilities when the time comes. Inshallah.
As you can see, very dedicated Waqf-e-Nau, all of these children are.
My name is Muhammad Talha, and I am from New Malden. I am proud of being a Waqf-e-Nau because I can meet Hazur more often and I could serve the Jamaat. Jazakallah.
Jazakallah, young man. And one more.
My name is Noor Ayan Muhammad and I'm from Khilafat Jamaat. Why I am proud to be Waqf-e-Nau? My relationship with Allah is very strong than others. And I spend lots of time to read Quran and books. And I take part in the Jamaat program. I look at the one who is financially lower than me. I look at the one who is financially higher than me to strive further in spiritual progress rather than in material progress. I am grateful for Hazur. He gave me the opportunity to work for my life and my parents. Ameen. Jazakallah.
Message I think is shared by most of you.
My name is Zishan Ahmed Ramji. I am a Waqf-e-Nau. I am proud to be a Waqf-e-Nau because I can serve my Jamaat and as well as serving mankind. I pray that Almighty Allah bless our beloved Khalifa and all Waqf-e-Nau. Jazakumullah.
My name is Kuram Salman Ahmed and I am from Roehampton South. I am proud to be a Waqf-e-Nau because I can serve the Jamaat and mankind in different ways. Jazakallah.
Jazakallah Kuram.
My name is Ramiz Rashid and I am from Kashartan Jamaat. I am proud to be a Waqf-e-Nau because I can serve the Jamaat in many different ways and in the future I would like to be a murabbi.
See a common theme there.
Assalamu alaikum. My name is Ruhail Ahmed and I am from Dream Jamaat. I am proud to be a Waqf-e-Nau because it gives me blessings for me and my family.
Here we have
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Rohan Ahmed from Leicester. I am proud to be a Waqf-e-Nau because my parents have made a wonderful decision to sacrifice my life for my faith. When I am older, I wish to serve the Jamaat in the best manner and follow the guidance of our beloved Hazur. May Allah be his helper. During his life, the promised Messiah ﷺ devoted his every day and every night for the sake of Islam till his final breath. May Allah enable us all to follow his footsteps. Ameen.
What a good message. Remember, children, like.
I'm Shahan Ahmeda and I'm from Khilafat and Jamaat. And I'm proud to be a Waqf-e-Nau because Waqf-e-Nau spend their life for the sake of Allah and the betterment of his creation.
There you go. One more coming for you.
Assalamu alaikum. I am proud to be a Waqf-e-Nau because I can teach the entire world the true meaning of Ahmadiyyat and Islam.
MashaAllah. I'm just going to carry on and say,
I am proud to be a Waqf-e-Nau because I can spread the message of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam to all peoples of the world.
Warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Tokir Ahmad Arish. My age group is 10 to 11. My Jamaat is Blackburn. Today my topic is how am I going to help Jamaat in the future? Alhamdulillah, I am in Waqf-e-Nau. My life's goal is to serve Jamaat. When I will grow up, I will ask Pyare Hazur, Pyare Hazur, can I be a doctor? And when I will get the permission, I will help those who are in need, inshallah. And I will do everything that Pyare Hazur will say, inshallah. Allah Hafiz.
Inshallah.
I'm from Burton Jamaat, Midlands region, and I'm proud of being a Waqf-e-Nau because I know I have Hazur's special prayers, and when I grow up I will be able to serve the Jamaat and humanity. Jazakallah.
Jazakallah, young man. And just got a few left. I know more have come through since we started, but don't know whether we'll have time to play them, but I've got two more in my scheduler.
I'm Elijah Malik. I'm 7 years old and I'm from Leicester. When I grow up, I want to go to Jamia and become a Murabbi and serve the Jamaat.
Excellent, young man. And one more, I think.
My name is Yahid and I'm from Surbiton Jamaat. I'm proud to be part of the Waqf-e-Nau team. I'm passionate to serve the Jamaat and mankind, inshallah.
Inshallah. So you can see the passion from you Waqf-e-Nau children. And I would just like to reiterate, please don't write useless stuff on a chat. I can see it coming, and debates. You don't need to. You're part of the rally. Please just talk about the rally, and then inshallah we can carry on. That is all I have in terms of the videos. I do have some more that have come through, which I can try to play if that's required. I need to download them, which I am now. There you go. I'll download this and I can play this for you guys as well. There you go. Bear with me, it's a bit of a slow process. There you go. One more.
My name is Sabia Mizkan and I'm 9 years old, and when I grow up I want to be a scientist. I'm proud to be a Waqf-e-Nau child. I'm ready to serve my life for Hazur however he would advise me to. Jazakallah.
MashaAllah. So I think that only came about half an hour ago. So MashaAllah, we managed to get him in as well. I think we're coming towards the end, i.e. the final session. So we'll just wait. Mr. Usab, do you want to go through the results?
No, we're going to go through the results after we start the final session. We're now waiting for Abid Khan Saab. Inshallah, he'll be joining us. His speech is due at 3:30. So inshallah, he'll be joining us soon, and we'll start at 3:30. So we can, if we just hold fire for a few more minutes, that would be fantastic. Unless anybody has any questions that they'd like to ask me, I'm more than happy to take questions that you may have, if there's anything. Again, what I will do is I will put my email address down on the chat. Is it a YouTube chat, Naveed, or I'll put my email address down on the chat that people are making.
Yeah, that's right, and it'll be on YouTube.
And then please, anything to do with Waqfe-e-Nau, anything to do with Waqfe-e-Nau related queries, anything to do with today's presentations, please come to me and I will see. I'll point you in the right direction if I can't help you directly. Okay, so that's there again.
And in terms of the exam, Mr. Usab, the web address for that?
The web address for the exam is, I'll put this on there as well.
So all the children should be completing the exam and making sure they submit it to yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. I haven't had an update lately as to how many we have, but like I said, it's something that's part and parcel of what we do as Waqfe-e-Nau. We've been running these exams for 10 years. I think we've been running them online for the last 2-3 years. As you all know, we use the tablets that we have when we run them at the Ijtima. So again, they've been running online, but if you can, please go take 10-15 minutes. Well, actually it's half an hour. We're allowing half an hour for the test. If you can, take the time after the final session now, please, to take part in the exam. So let's just see. One question has come through. How do I join the Amr Academy? Can I join at the age of 12? Not so certain about that. I will ask. I'll ask Madrasa Saab, and we'll put some information out through the local secretariat as to when you can join the research association. I think it's more kind of geared towards slightly elder children, 15, 16 and upwards, but I will check. But if you have an interest in science at the tender age of 12, there's no harm in asking, and no harm in keeping up to date with what they're doing. If you find this stuff fascinating, then it's absolutely the right thing to do. And as Hazur has mentioned, science is something that we all need to understand, not just Waqfe-e-Nau, but everybody, but in particular our Waqfe-e-Nau.
I just wanted to mention, if I may, Mr. Usab, mashallah, since the morning, we've had 858 likes, which means potentially more people can view this rally, because as soon as you like, it gets put on your timeline. So that's really good. Wanted to push for 1,000. If we can do it by the end of the rally, that would be really good. That means another 1,000 people could easily potentially watch it afterwards. Some other Waqfe-e-Nau have asked about the dislikes. Don't worry about that. There's always going to be people in the world who don't like things, so we shouldn't worry about that. Let's look at the 856 that have liked it rather than the 14 people who have disliked it. So I wouldn't worry about that. Also, I would say, Mr. Usab, the comments have been really positive. People have really contributed a lot, and they've really been part of the rally all day today, and it's a great pleasure seeing that.
Perfect. Some comments coming through, or some questions coming through. Can you send individual links to all the different presentations for rewatching? I'll leave that to the technical team. I've got no idea how to do that, so I'm going to leave that to them. How do you volunteer for MTA? Good question. If you want to volunteer anywhere in the Jamaat and you're Waqf-e-Nau, please come to me and I will see what we can do and we'll put you in the appropriate position. As part and parcel of being a Waqf-e-Nau, especially when you hit the age of 15 or elder, you absolutely must work voluntarily for the Jamaat. Okay, it's the first thing I mentioned in my opening address. So if you're not doing any voluntary work, and what I mean by voluntary work, it includes Majlis Khudam Namdir, it includes Lajnai Maila. Okay, they're wonderful, brilliant auxiliary institutions that will really help train our Waqf-e-Nau. But you must have some role somewhere. You must be connected to the Nizam of the Jamaat in some which way or form. If you don't already have a role, then please contact me directly and I will try and arrange a role for you, maybe at a local level, a regional level, a national or an international, such as for MTA. Another question that's come through, is the exam only for UK Waqf-e-Nau? No, we will take whoever wants to do the exam. If you're Waqf-e-Nau, if you just put your Havala number down, one of the required parts for the UK is an AIMS number. If you don't have an AIMS number, just put 0000. I think it's 5 zeros. Put that in, and then put your Havala number down and your email address. And I will then, once we do the results, which, as a couple of people have asked on this, it does take a little bit of time to get the results sorted out. I will email you your results as well. Okay, it's primarily for the UK. I'm National Secretary for the UK, so I can't hold exams for other countries. But if you are listening and you want to take part in the exam and you're Waqf-e-Nau or non-Waqf-e-Nau, yes, you can go onto the link and you can put it through, and I'll do my utmost to get you your results through. Okay, so we have been joined by Abid Khan Saab. Assalamu alaikum, Abid Saab.
Walaikum salam. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you, sir. Jazakallah for joining. We are planning to start this in 2-3 minutes, if that's okay with you, at 3:30 on the dot.
Yeah, of course.
And inshallah, we'll start with Tilawat, then Nazm, and then I'll hand over to you, if I may.
Perfect.
Okay. So just coming through a couple more questions for the Aisha Academy. So this is obviously generating quite a lot of interest. There will be information available, inshallah, quite soon. My latest understanding of where we're at is we're still seeking final approvals from Hazur like this, and once we have those approvals, then we will publicize it. Amir Shah will then publicize this, the Aisha Academy, and then inshallah you'll have all the information you need. I think it's going to be held virtually whilst we're in a virtual world, and then it will be held at Bat Lasan. I think that's my understanding of it. There's someone else has mentioned Abid Saab, you've already got some likes for your diaries and you haven't even spoken yet, but someone else has mentioned Voice of Islam Radio. Yes, Voice of Islam Radio is another institution that we are always looking for people to help with. So if that's something that interests you, then absolutely please get in touch with me and I'll speak to Safdar Saab and the team at Voice of Islam to see if we can use your skill set. Another really important thing that we're doing, that the Jamaat's doing at the moment, is the International Ta'lim al-Quran Academy. It's something that was set up in the UK, must be only 3 months or so ago, but it's now teaching the Holy Quran. And yesterday we were at a meeting, Nazim Saab, correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think the program now starts at 6 o'clock in the morning from Australia and goes on to the far side of Canada till about 9 p.m. our time. And it's thousands of students. We're looking for both students, but we're also looking for teachers who can teach the Holy Quran. Full training will be given. But again, if you're interested in that, please contact me. My email address is down there. And then we can put you in touch with Hafiz Fazl Rabi Saab, who's running the entirety of that program. But with that, now it's 3:30, and I'd like to start this concluding session of this virtual rally. Jazakallah for everybody for staying with us to date. So I'm going to request Mashood Kokar Saab to please recite a portion of the Holy Quran.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله الذي أنزل على عبده الكتاب ولم يجعل له عوجا قيما لينذر بأسا شديدا من لدنه ويبشر المؤمنين الذين يعملون الصالحات أن لهم أجرا حسنا ماكثين فيه أبدا وينذر الذين قالوا اتخذ الله ولدا. English translation. I seek refuge with Allah from Satan the accursed. In the name of Allah, the gracious, the ever merciful. All praise belongs to Allah, who has sent down the book to his servant and has not put therein any crookedness. He has made it a guardian that it may give warning of a grievous chastisement from him, and that it may give the believers who do good deeds the glad tidings that they shall have a good reward, wherein they shall abide forever, and that it may warn those who say, Allah has taken unto himself a son. Jazakallah.
Jazakallah. Can I now please request Zishan Akbar Saab to recite a nazm? Zishan?
Assalamu alaikum. Kalam Hazrat Masih Maud alayhi salatu wassalam. वो पेशवा हमारा जिससे है नूर सारा नाम उसका है मुहम्मद दिलबर मेरा यही है सब पाक हैं एक दूसरे से बेहतर सब पाक हैं पैगंबर एक दूसरे से बेहतर लेकज़ खुदाए बरतर खैरुल वरा यही है पहलों से खूब तर है खूबी में एक कमर है उस पर हर एक नजर है खैरुल वरा यही है ज़ाकल्लाह
Jazakallah. It's now a great honor and great privilege to request Abid Khan Saab to address us. Abid Saab.
Assalamu alaikum. Jazakallah Masroor Sahib. Auzu billahi minash shaitanir rajeem. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Dear respected National Secretary Waqfe Nau and all the organizers and all of my brothers and sisters Waqfe Nau, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. It's a pleasure for me to be able to speak to this Waqfe Nau Ijtima or rally that is taking place. And as somebody who has served the Jamaat for several years and been very fortunate to spend a lot of time in the company of Hazrat Khilafat al-Masih, I have seen time and time again the great expectations that Hazur has of the Waqfe Nau. And the more you think about this scheme of Waqfe Nau, the more you start to realize and recognize its great blessings and how unique it is. Truly, this is the only global spiritual army that has been created in the world today, that has not been created to fight wars, or it's not been created to increase tensions between countries, or to fight for one's rights over the rights of others. Rather, it is a spiritual army that has been created purely for the sake of bringing people closer to God Almighty and to ensuring that peace and justice prevails in the world, where all people can live their lives with freedom, with peace and harmony. And one thing that I'm sure you will all have been reminded of many times during this Ijtima or past Ijtimas is the point that Hazur often makes, that being a Waqfe Nau is not a title to brandish around. In the world, we see many titles, people getting called Sir, or getting knighthoods or MBEs or whatever else it is. In America, they have the Purple Heart, which people are very keen on. But Waqfe Nau is something completely different. As Hazur has reminded us many times, Waqfe Nau is actually a pledge. It is a way of living your life. It is a way of being, that everything you do in your life has one purpose. And that purpose is to, as I've said, to serve the Jamaat, serve the mission of the promised Messiah, and to be obedient to the true Khilafat of this age. Anyway, I wish to share with you some incidents that I have witnessed that illustrate the character of the Khalifa of the time, who is the role model for every single Ahmadi, but especially every single Waqf-e-Nau should always be looking to the example of Khalifa Waqt and seeking to emulate whatever the Khalifa Waqt does, whatever he says, whatever he preaches. First and foremost, as members of the Waqf-e-Nau scheme, you should seek to learn and respond and to emulate whatever Hazur says. When I look back at this era, in my position serving as the press secretary of the Jamaat, there's one thing that I'm quite sure that in future generations, historians, when they look back at this period of time, they will be, whether they are Muslim or not Muslim, whether they are MD or not MD, if they are fair-minded historians, they will be forced to admit that what has transpired over the past few years bears testimony to the truth of Khilafat of the promised Messiah alayhi salam. I remember in 2016, you may remember that Hazur visited Canada for quite a long trip. It was about 5 or 6 weeks long, over 6 weeks actually. And during that visit, throughout the time, Hazur was meeting lots of media, all the national broadcasters were coming to the masjid. They even sent a helicopter when Hazur arrived, and which was covering live Hazur's arrival in Canada. And after a few weeks of the visit, Hazur was also requested for an interview by Peter Mansbridge. And Peter Mansbridge, for those who are not aware, at the time was the most famous broadcaster and journalist in Canada. He's retired now subsequently, but at the time he was the most well-known broadcaster in Canada. And he had a lengthy interview with Hazur in the mosque about various different issues. And there's one part which many of you will have seen, but I'm going to mention that Mr. Mansbridge asked Hazur that what will happen if Donald Trump, who at the time was a candidate for president, is elected as president of the United States, and he seeks to enact policies that are discriminatory, that marginalize people, that are unjust. What will happen then? And this is the point of a clip I'm sure many of you will have seen, that Hazur said that if he embarks upon such a divisive path, then Hazur said, I fear that there will be a civil war. And some of you, especially those who are younger, may not realize how surprising, even startling, Hazur's comment was 4 or 5 years ago. At that time, nobody could have imagined a situation where a civil war might ever take place in the United States again. Civil wars were for war-torn countries in Africa or perhaps in certain Arab countries, but not in America, which was considered the most democratic nation, law-abiding nation. And I was there just a few feet away, and I remember seeing that look of shock on the face of the journalist and he asked Hazur to repeat it just to make sure he had not misheard Hazur's word civil war. I remember after the interview was finished, some of our Ahmadis, who were there in Canada who had heard it, they came to me and they asked me that did Hazur misspeak, God forbid, or did he mean to say something else? Similarly, MDs, once it was broadcast in other parts of the world, some of them started asking, did Hazur really mean civil war? And anyway, a few years later, perhaps 2-3 years later in 2019, I remember that by now, Donald Trump had been president for quite some while, and he had sought to make some policies that were unjust. And suddenly, we started seeing in the media people speculating and talking about the potential of civil war-like conditions in the United States. And then, if you fast forward just to the recent, everybody will, I'm sure, be aware of what happened in early January, when people, hundreds, if not thousands and thousands of people, did an attack on Capitol Hill, which is the center of American democracy, another place where Hazur has given his message of peace personally. And it truly seemed for those hours that America is reaching that point. Certainly, if it is not a civil war officially declared, the state of division within the country, where half of the country believe one thing, the other half of the country believe another thing. It is a civil war in all but name. And I remember once I asked Hazur about that comment he made in the interview all those years ago. And Hazur said, and I'll quote Hazur's words. Hazur said, "I do not know why the word civil war came out of my mouth when I was interviewed by Peter Mansbridge in Canada. Certainly it was not something I had ever thought of before, but at that moment, somehow, Allah Ta'ala placed those words in my mind for me to say in front of the world. Allah knows better why He put this term in my mind." So you see, it was extremely inspiring for me to see sometimes how Allah Ta'ala truly guides the Khalifa Waqf. So the Khalifa Waqf, in essence, does not even remain in control of his tongue, that it's Allah Ta'ala who is speaking for him, through him. And then, of course, where the Khalifa of the time speaks, then time proves whatever he has said to be true. There are many examples of this. I've been working in the press office for 13 or 14 years with the grace of God. And it was around that time that Hazur first started warning about the threat of a global war, a third world war, and of the use of nuclear weapons in the world. Hazur spoke about how he could see blocks being created and how the situation in the world today was somewhat similar, or they bore some similarity to the situation leading up to the situation before the Second World War. And over the next few years, I was witness to many politicians, to journalists, dignitaries who met Hazur, and Hazur expressed his fear to them. That it was clear that they considered what Hazur was saying to be extremely pessimistic. And there were some who clearly thought it was ridiculous to believe that a third world war was possible. They sometimes often spoke about how the United Nations had been formed to prevent such a situation ever happening, or how NATO or European Union or all these global alliances were there to ensure the peace of the world. Yet over the last 4 or 5 years, and especially over the last 2 or 3 years, the world has become progressively more unstable. I've already mentioned what we've seen in America, but at a global geopolitical level, the situation has become much more tense. There are conflicts in various parts of the world. Economic disparities are increasing to the extent that now many political experts are writing openly about the threat of a third world war, about the use of nuclear weapons, about how economic inequalities today bear resemblance to the situation before the Second World War, leading up to the Second World War. Another example, about 10 years ago, the Arab Spring took place. Some of you will remember it, some of the younger ones may not. But at the time, it was where several Arab nations, starting with Tunisia and then leading on to others, decided that, or their people took to the streets and started to bring about a revolution in their countries. Thousands, hundreds of thousands, millions of people took to the streets in the name of trying to remove their leaders and to change their governments. People across the world were praising this movement, but there was one person, one leader who said that this is not going to lead to the benefit of those nations. It is not going to help them. This is not the way that Islam has taught about how to bring your rights, by inflicting violence and rebellion. And that was Hazur, who spoke about it in his Friday sermon at the time. And 10 years later, again, everybody is witness that the whole world who was spoken praise of it, of that revolution, have been proven wrong. And the one person who stood apart has been proven right. Every single country which engaged in those revolutions is now in a worse state, continue to be mired in turmoil. Hundreds of thousands of innocent people have died in those countries as a result of what transpired. Now, when we look at what's happened in America or in the Arab Spring or these countries, we should not feel any pride or happiness. We can never feel pride or happiness where there is misery for innocent people. But it must and should always give the world, but especially Ahmadis and especially Waqfe Nau, pause for thought. And we must heed the lesson that whatever, at all times, Allah Ta'ala is guiding Khalifa Waqt. There may be times in your life as Waqfe Nau that you receive instructions from the Khalifa of the time that you may not initially understand. You may have questions. But at those times, it is not your job to ask why. It is your job to say that we have listened, we have obeyed. And inshallah, always you will find that time will prove the wisdom of whatever the Khalifa Waqt has said. I found that so many times myself. I presented matters to Hazur, expecting perhaps for Hazur to give permission for something or to give guidance in a certain way. But Hazur's guidance has been quite the opposite to what I was expecting, or perhaps Hazur has not given permission for something. But over the time, whether it is sometimes within minutes, sometimes within days, but sometimes within weeks, but always in the future, I've come to see how Khalifa Waqt truly is a shield, protecting us from our own weaknesses, protecting us from our own mistakes. But we can only benefit from that shield if we are obedient to Khilafat. Something that I've always seen is how selfless and humble the Khalifa of the time is. Sometimes it becomes so humbling yourself, and you feel ashamed of your own standards when you see the standards of the Khalifa Waqt. I've been in Hazur's office, seen him tidying his own desk or picking things from the floor that have fallen down, and I always, of course, say to Hazur that, Hazur, let me do this service for you. Why are you doing it? And Hazur's response is always that where I can do my own job, I prefer to do it. Every moment of Hazur's life is spent in the service of the Jamaat. I remember in 2013, Hazur traveled to Singapore, and I was very fortunate to travel with Hazur on that occasion. And we were there for just over a week. And every day Hazur's routine would be that he would go from his residence to the mosque, and then he would spend the day in the mosque meeting Ahmadis, holding events with the Jamaat, of course offering namaz, and then at the end of the day, when all the events were concluded, then Hazur would return to his residence. And this continued every day. And I remember thinking that perhaps Hazur might go out to do some sightseeing. Of course, you don't get to travel to Singapore, which is very far away, all of the time. But with each day passed, Hazur did not go anywhere. And then it finally came to the last day or the second last day of the tour. And I had mulaqat with Hazur. And I asked him, I said, Hazur, we have been here. We're almost time to depart. And are you not going to take even an hour or two to go and see some of the local sites? And in response, Hazur said, every day I'm traveling from my residence to the mosque here. That is enough. It is more important for me to meet our Ahmadis than for me to do any sightseeing or to visit the city. I remember just how amazed I was at the purest selflessness of the Khalifa of the time, where I was thinking that who knows when I will have this chance again to visit this place. I wish to see some of it, if possible. Such thoughts because never enter the mind of the Khalifa Waqf. His only objective is to serve Islam, is to alleviate the problems of the members of the Jamaat, to bring them closer to the Jamaat and to strengthen that bond between Khilafat and each and every Ahmadi. So you see, Hazur's priority is always lay in fulfilling the mission of the promised Messiah alayhi salam. Hazur's life is the Jamaat. I've seen this time and time again. And as Waqfe-Nau, this is the trying spirit that all of you must try and inculcate within yourselves. Of course, it is not easy. But Hazur is our role model, as I said at the start. We have all pledged, whether we are Waqfian or not, but as Ahmadis, to give precedence to our faith over all worldly matters. Now, to say things in person and to make a pledge is quite easy. To live that pledge is much, much more difficult. I just mentioned how Hazur preferred to stay at the mosque throughout that Singapore trip. There have been very rare occasions where I've had the good fortune to see Hazur do a little bit of sightseeing or tourism, but invariably, those visits also become a means of tabligh and tarbiyat. In that same 2013 visit, it was a long trip of 53 days. On the very, very last day, which was in Japan, Hazur instructed that for 1 or 2 hours, he would like to go to a local traditional Japanese market. And this was something that we all were really happy to see and grateful. After 53 days of non-stop activities, those 2 or 3 hours were very precious. So we went to the market and we saw Hazur and Hazrat Apajan. They were doing some shopping in the market, just as all of us would do in our private time. But just as after, say, 10 or 15 or 20 minutes had passed, suddenly a group of Buddhist monks in these very traditional orange-colored robes saw Hazur from a distance, and they came rushing towards him. And they approached the security and myself and some of the others, and they said that we do not know who that person is, pointing to Hazur, but we can see that there is something extremely spiritual about him. He has a very beautiful face, and if you permit, or if he permits, we would love to be able to meet him and to have a photo with him. And so then the security, Ahmed Sahib, requested Hazur, and Hazur graciously permitted it, and they came forward and they were so delighted. And then upon seeing them, there were dozens and dozens of other groups and other people in that market who had been looking from a distance and perhaps didn't have the courage before. But suddenly, upon seeing that the monks had this opportunity, they all flocked towards Hazur in exactly the same way that us as Ahmadis would flock towards Hazur, or would want to flock towards Hazur. They all came rushing towards him. And over the next 30, 40 minutes, Hazur very patiently, invariably met each and every one of them. They didn't know who Hazur was, but they all were attracted by something. At the very end, though it was quite interesting, there was one couple who did know who Hazur was, sorry. It was an English husband and wife who were visiting Japan on holiday. And they came, they waited in line, and once it was their turn, they came to Hazur. And the lady, she said that, I just wish to say, Your Holiness, that I am your neighbor. And even Hazur seemed surprised at this, and we were all quite surprised what she meant. And she said that, Your Holiness, I live on Melrose Road, number 67. And when she said this, again, we were completely startled. It was such a strange coincidence that Melrose Road is the road very next to Fazl Mosque, where of course Hazur lived at that time. And 67 is literally perhaps one of the closest possible houses to Masjid Fazl. So she was as close a neighbor, and it was so strange to meet her, for her to meet Hazur in Japan of all places, in this traditional market. And she then mentioned another coincidence as well. She said, Your Holiness, when she met Hazur, that, did you know that yourself and myself, we both share the same birth date? And upon this, Hazur asked her, what is your birth date? And she said, Your Holiness, I was born on the 15th of September, 1950. And Hazur then smiled, and Hazur said, You're quite right. This is also the day I was born as well. And it was really a beautiful moment. And when I returned to the UK and I talked to some of the people who were local to the Fazl Mosque and who lived there and knew the local, they mentioned that that family in the past had some, not grievances, but perhaps slight grievances with the parking and these type of issues around the mosque, and had raised some complaints. And yet when she was there in Japan and she saw all these people flocking towards Hazur, and seeing it, you could see how grateful and inspired she was then when she realized that she was the neighbor of this person. And I'm quite sure she will never have raised any grievances again after that. The time is not too long, so I'll just mention one or two other brief points. We all know that Hazur gives addresses and speeches wherever he goes in the world. And when he, through his addresses, Hazur is able to convey the message of the Jamaat of Islam or Ahmadiyyat to the leaders of different countries and to their dignitaries, but also their common people, their average people. And there were two addresses in 2019 which were of great significance. One was Hazur's address at UNESCO in Paris, and the other one was Hazur's address in Berlin. They were just a few days apart. And I think Khuddam al-Ahmadiyya are actually have either printed these two addresses or are in the process of printing it. And so I would definitely recommend the Waqf-e-Nau to read them. But just to tell you a little bit, in the UNESCO address, Hazur spoke a lot about what Islam has given the world in terms of knowledge. Hazur spoke about and expressed his pride in the achievement of the early Muslim scholars in the Middle Ages, and also how the Holy Prophet ﷺ had established such a civilized and enlightened society in Medina. Then moving to this era and this time, Hazur spoke about the achievements of Professor Dr. Abdus Salam and how he had used his faith as a Muslim to inspire him to the highest levels of educational achievement. When Hazur returned to the UK, he gave another address to Khuddam, in which Hazur again spoke of Dr. Salam and how he achieved the Nobel Prize. But Hazur also said that at that time, Hazrat Khalifatul Masih III had expressed his hope that Dr. Salam's achievement would usher in a new era of Islamic enlightenment, of knowledge, where Muslims would again lead the world in terms of science and maths and being the pioneers. But Hazur expressed his regret that in the 30, 40 years since Dr. Abdul Salam Sahib won that Nobel Prize, there were very few Ahmadis, if any, who had reached those type of levels. And so Hazur said that it was now the time for Ahmadi Muslims, to focus on being the next generation of people who are going to bring pride to the name of Islam, who are going to be the leaders in society in their various fields. And so again, as Waqf-e-Nau, this is something that you must all take very, very seriously. In whatever studies you are pursuing, whatever careers you are pursuing, you should not think that we just have to pass our exams and then one day we'll work for the Jamaat and that will be it. Rather, you should be thinking with this mentality, that if we truly want to be fulfilling our waqf, we should be those ones who are at the forefront of fulfilling that desire of Khalifa Waqf, for Ahmadi Muslims to be at the highest levels and being of their fields and professions, and being those who bring about a golden age once again in Islam. In his address in Berlin, Hazur spoke about the common allegation that is often leveled that Islam somehow is a threat to Western civilization. And this is something that is often written about in the media and is used to try and incite fear of Islam and of Muslims within the Western world. And this event took place with some of the most senior politicians of Germany, some of their most senior dignitaries and people from academia and diplomats. The whole hall was filled with these very, very renowned people. Religious leaders were there as well. And the question was Islam a threat to Western civilization? That was the very topic that Hazur had chosen for his address. And it was very, very interesting that Hazur said that Islam is not a threat to Western civilization. Rather, it is atheism that is the threat to Western civilization. Hazur turned the whole argument on its head. Hazur said it is the fact that society in the West is abandoning religion and moving away from its own Christian heritage by choice, by its own religious heritage. It is giving up its traditions and values, which are centuries old, in the name of progress. This is the threat. This is what is truly bringing about this change in your society for the worse. It is not Muslims. Muslims are those who actually want to follow their faith and keep some traditional and decent values and moral values in society. So, and I remember afterwards, I spoke to quite a lot of people, and our Germany Jamaat also had discussions with various people, and one of their discussions were with senior leaders of the church in Germany. And those representatives of the church came and told the Germany's Jamaat that they did not like Hazur's message. They said that it was too harsh, in the sense that it is wrong to say that atheism is a bad thing. And I remember hearing this and being genuinely astonished that here Khalifa Waqf was defending religion, was defending the Christian values that they have had as good moral values. And yet it was the modern day Christians and their leaders who said that this was wrong. And this was because, and this is because, in the world today, there is only one religious leader, one leader who is motivated and following the true teachings of his religion. And that is the Khalifa of the Promised Messiah, alayhi salam. All the other religious leaders, whether they admit it or not, get corrupted by modern day and wanting to please the people. We should always remember what Hazur often says, that religion came here to guide mankind. It did not come that religion should follow mankind. Rather, Islam has given us some universal values and timeless values. And so we should never ever have any complex about our faith. We should never ever think that our religion is teaching us something that is old-fashioned. Rather, we have to be strong, have courage of our convictions. And the best way to do this is to have knowledge of our faith and to be regular in watching Hazur's khutbah and learning directly from the Khalifa of the time. And I'm just going to end with one more incident which leads on from that, which again illustrates how the Khalifa of the time is always thinking about, is always defending the principle of religion. I just mentioned the UNESCO address, and that took place in Paris, as I said. And a few weeks before that, Hazur was preparing his address in the UK. And I was taking dictation for the address on my laptop. And anyway, I took the dictation, but I also conveyed to Hazur something that the French Jamaat had told me. They mentioned that previously it had been agreed that that function at UNESCO will start with the tilawat of the Holy Quran. However, now it had been decided by the organizer that UNESCO is a neutral place, and so we should not start with the Holy Quran. And Hazur was quite upset, quite not pleased at all by this, and said that we should try and persuade the organizers, especially on the fact that the main organizer himself was a Muslim. But anyway, it was the next point that really stuck with me. Suddenly, and to my surprise, Hazur looked at me and he said that, will they try and stop me from starting my address in UNESCO with the Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim? And I was genuinely surprised. I did not expect this at all. And I just responded immediately that, Hazur, nobody can stop you from reciting Bismillah at the start of your address. And I will never forget what Hazur said next. Normally, as you are all aware, Hazur's tone and demeanor is always so calm. Hazur is smiling. But for a few seconds, Hazur's tone became very serious and stern. And his voice became a little bit louder, and Hazur said, if at that time, when I start my address in UNESCO, anyone tries to stop me from saying Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim, I will walk out of the hall at that very moment without delivering my speech. Hazur said, I remember he turned to me then and he said, you might all become embarrassed, but I will walk out of that hall without a second glance, without any hesitation whatsoever. And I remember feeling so inspired at that moment. It was so clear to see Hazur's complete love and obedience to the Holy Quran that he could never imagine for a second beginning any of his addresses without invoking Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. And I remember I said to Hazur at the time that, Hazur, we will never ever, even for a second, be embarrassed, but instead we will walk out behind you without a second glance, and we will feel nothing but pride. But of course, alhamdulillah, it didn't transpire. Nobody dared to stop Hazur from starting his address. But it is a lesson anyway for all of us. As I said, that we must never ever have any complex. We must be strong. It's hard living in the West when there are so many things and the values are evolving on a daily basis. What was considered normal 5 years ago is now considered out of date, never mind what was considered normal 1,000, 1,400 years ago. So, but we must be strong and have that firm belief that what the Holy Quran says is true. What the promised Messiah ﷺ has taught is true. And it is on the basis of what the promised Messiah has taught, what the Holy Prophet ﷺ has taught, what the Quran has taught, that the Khalifa Waqf is serving the Jamaat full stop all of the time and is guiding us accordingly. So with these words, Jazakallah, thank you so much. And I hope I didn't take too long. Thank you very much.
Abisab, Jazakallah, enthralling, absolutely enthralling. I told you when I spoke to you that I could listen to you for hours, so this was a very selfish thing for me, that given the opportunity to invite speakers, I wanted you in, but by the comments that we've seen, I think we made the right choice. I think everybody's really looking forward to this, and Jazakallah for this. I've got to say, we had two wonderful addresses earlier on this morning from Ayaz Mawud Khan Sahab and Murabi Tariq Khalid Sahab, both Murabiyan, sorry. And they tried to follow your footsteps and give personal anecdotes of their time with Hazur, and they were wonderful, wonderful addresses. But they don't match what you've just delivered. I hope they don't mind me saying so, and I'm sure they don't mind me saying so. So Jazakallah for that. We now move on to the next part of this closing session. I'm, with your permission, Luqman Sahab, Abid Sahab, I'm going to give a very, very brief report on what we've done over the last couple of days, and then I'm going to just read out the prize winners. And then I'll hand over to Luqman Sahab for the concluding remarks. So, we planned this rally some time ago. Obviously, we're not allowed to hold a national ijtima. An ijtima is a gathering, and we can't get together. So we planned this rally, and this is day 2 of the rally. So yesterday, Majlis Khuda Namdi gave a fantastic event the whole day. And it was transmitted around the world as well, I understand. And they primarily dealing with the children in their age group, so Khudam, and the presentations they gave and the addresses they gave were just inspiring. Luqman Sahib, you were there for the opening session. So yesterday, we also had a range of academic competitions for our younger age groups. So using the syllabus that we've received from Markaz, we had a range of finals for the 7 to 15-year age group in Tilawat, Nazms, Urdu speech, and English speech. And this is a culmination of a series of regional events that we'd held over the last few weeks to determine who were the top in the region. And those winners for the 7 to 15 age group took part yesterday morning, and we've now got the results of them. We had the 16+ age group this morning, so not to coincide with the Majlis Khuda Namdi event. We asked them to take their finals competition this morning, and alhamdulillah, we've also completed that. So we've done a range of academic competitions. At the same time, we've been running the national exam for all Waqf-e-Nau. And as of about half an hour ago, we've had over 3,200 entries for the exam. That still means there's some children who haven't taken the exam. They still have the rest of this evening, inshallah, to take the exam. Otherwise, we'll start chasing them. And then we started off today with the opening session. And then, as I mentioned, we had Ayaz Mahmood Khan Sahab come and deliver an address to us on the meaning of my Waqf, a totally engaging presentation. He was followed by Shahid Mahmood Sahab, who talked about becoming a better Waqf-e-Nau. And then that was followed by Tariq Khalid Sahab, Murabi Tariq Khalid Sahab, who was talking about building a relationship with Khilafat. Now, all three of these presentations took snippets and focused on Hazur Aqdas's khutbah from the 28th of October 2016 in Toronto, in Canada. And I mentioned to our viewers that you've, from Markaz, you've actually termed this the constitution of Waqf-e-Nau. And this is now the constitution, this khutbah, you've termed as the constitution for our Waqf-e-Nau. And I reminded our children that we'd actually handed this booklet out on your instructions of Mansab. We handed out at I think it was the 2019 Ijtima, and then we posted it to children who hadn't attended the Ijtima. So the first part of the morning was really focused around the expectations We then moved on to two very, very difficult topics: mental health and well-being. Dr. Matloob Saab, in conjunction with Ayla and Aisha Saiba, they put together a presentation which Luqman Saab you'd seen and approved on mental health, and we really focused on the spiritual side of how to deal with mental health, and it was very, very interesting topic. It's something that's coming to the fore now in society and as a Jamaat. And then after the break, we were blessed really to have such a heartwarming presentation on special needs children from Fazl Saab. Fazl Saab's a parent, and he gave personal accounts of this and what it means for Tehreek Waqfe-e-Nau. And it was just a phenomenal presentation, really, really interesting. We then followed that up. We followed this up with a presentation from the Ahmadi Muslim Research Association from Madrasa Rashid Saab, and it was very focused on the science. And again, it's at a slightly higher level, but it was really focused on science in space, and it was again very, very interesting. And now we've come through to this final session. So Alhamdulillah, we've completed our program as such. So I'll now, Nadine Saab, if I can ask you to please put up the competition, academic competition winners. I will read out the results of our academic competitions, and in some which way or form, we will arrange to do some formal prize giving at a time when it's more suitable, when we can have our children together. Okay, but for the 7 to 9 years age group, for Tilawat, the first prize went to Munif Chaudhry from Yule, the second prize went to Abdul Shafi Ulsul from Glasgow, and third prize went to Jahaz Haq Virk from Slough. In Nazm, first prize went to Abdul Shafi Ulsul from Glasgow, second prize went to Basirat Ahmad from Balham, and third prize went to Munif Bajwa from Islamabad. In English speech, Faris Majid from Burton-upon-Trent came first. Zainal Abedin from Bristol achieved the second position, and Waqas Ahmad from Hounslow South came third in that competition. And for Urdu speech, Akhdan Ahmad Khan from Morden Park came first, Adal Baqi Muqtadir from Tooting Broadway, and Ryan Mirza from Crawley both came second, and third was Ashir Ahmad from Hartlepool. In the 10 to 11 age group, Tilawat, first prize went to Burhan Shafqat from Selton, second prize went to Aliyan Ahmad Raja from Guildford, third prize went to Muhammad Talha from Battersea. In Nazm, Farhan Mahmood from Peterborough came first, Abdul Qadir Salam Saab from Upper Mitcham came second, and Muhammad Basil Amini Saab from Putney came third. In English speech, Mohib Ahmad from Cambridge came first, Noor Ahmad from Bournemouth came second, and Masroor Said Ahmad from Wallington achieved the third position. And in Urdu speech, Jazib Ahmad from Tooting Bec was first, Dokir Ahmad from Blackburn came second, Habib Rana from Masjid Fazl and Azan Ahmad from Burton were joint third. In the 12 to 13 years age group, Farhan Amir from Blackburn came first, Abis Zafar from Peterborough came second, and Jazib Ahmad Shah from Shirley came third. In the Nazm, Zishan Akbar from Glasgow was first, Mudassar Khan and Mudassar Khan from Aldershot, Mudassar Ahmad from Southall were joint second, and Jazib Ahmad Shah from Shirley was third. And in the English speech, we had a tie for first place. It was Jalaluddin Shams from Guildford and Mujibur Rahman from Slough. In second place was Talha Rahman from Wandsworth, and in third place was Munib Mia from Peterborough. And in the Urdu speech, Farhan Amir from Blackburn came first, Sajil Mirza from Cardiff and Munis Ahmad Virk from Newcastle came second, and Zishan Vadud from Sutton and Shahid Ahmad Khan from Burntwood came third. In the 14 to 15 age group, Mashood Cocker from Mosque East came first, Roshan Ahmad from Birmingham South was second, and Tazil Ahmad from Tooting was third. In the Nazm, Mashood Cocker Saab was again first position from Mosque East. Zishan Ahmed from Glasgow was second, and Khalid Uddin from Leicester and Izaz Mamouza from Surbiton were third. In the English speech, Talha Zafar from Northampton was first, Haris Hamid from Slough and Bilal Bonsal from Leicester came second, and we had a three-way tie for third. Fuzail Ahmed Khan from Ewell, Tanzil Ahmed Khurram from Tooting, and Matar Ahmed from Thornton Heath. And in the Urdu speech competition, we had Sabahat Aman from Burton, who came first, and Hamza Haris from Crawley, who came second. Then in the 16-plus age group that was held this morning, we had Hafiz Abu Bakr from Barking first, Faris Ahmed from Intolavat, Faris Ahmed from Thornton Heath was second, and Takreem Ahmed from Bradford North was third. In the Nazm, it was Jerry Rafi from Norbury and Safir Ahmed Nasr from Clapham who achieved joint first prize. In second positions were Shamikh Iqbal from Birmingham and Abid Khan from Scunthorpe, and in third position was Rana Asif Rashid from Farnham. In the English speech, it was Osama Hamid from Birmingham South who was first, Shor Ahmed from Clapham who was second, and Zakib Mahmood from Carshalton who was third. And in the Urdu speech, Shahzeb Rana from Leicester was first, Muzaffar Ahmed from Farnham was second, and Mohammed Talha from Croydon was third. That completes the prize winners. So it just leads me to say the most important part of the entire weekend has been something where a few of our Waqfe-e-Nau children, a few of our university-going children who live in London, and because of the pandemic, because of the restrictions, it was very, very limited, and it was called by invitation. A few of our children, alhamdulillah, had the opportunity to be in the presence of Hazur this late morning, early afternoon. Now, I haven't received any reports as yet from that Luqman side, but I'm aware that program happened. I'm aware that program has happened. So that is the absolute highlight of the entire two-day rally. Yes, in previous Ijtimas, Hazur has always graced Daily Waqfe-e-Nau with his presence. This isn't an Ijtima, it's a rally, and all we can do is pray that next year, once this pandemic is over, we can get back to doing stuff the way we were doing and having our Ijtimas and having the blessed presence of Hazur with us. So with that, I'd like to hand over to you, Luqman, for the concluding address. Luqman, I don't think you're coming through. Your voice isn't coming through properly.
Yes, maybe the issue with the headphone you're using.
No, it's not coming through. Is it the headphone that you're using, possibly? No. No.
Nice.
No. Apologies, Luqman. It's for some reason it's not. Can we Luqman, would you mind trying to join again, see if that solves the problem? So while we're waiting for Luqman, let me give you a fuller introduction of Luqman Kirshasab. He's actually in charge of the central office for Waqfe-e-Nau. and it's a Markaz department, so he's in charge of the worldwide department that's actually based in London, but he has a team. Luqman Saab's Murabbiin is a team of 3 other Murabbiyan who work with him as well, and they man the Tariq Waqf-e-Nau office in Deer Park, and it's open 7 days a week. So they're the ones that I deal with on a daily basis in terms of all the administration for Tariq Waqf-e-Nau, and they're the ones that give me all the guidance as to the instructions from Hazur like this. So inshallah, Luqman Saab will be joining.
While we're waiting, do you mind if we play another child's video?
Please.
Yeah, I had about 2-3 more coming very late.
Please.
So while we've got the opportunity, maybe we can play them. That would be really nice. So this has only come to me very late, but
my name is Farzul Sultan and my age is 8. I am from Birmingham South. I am proud to be a Waqf-e-Nau because I can serve the Jamaat and spread the message of Islam Ahmadiyyat. Jazakallah.
Is it just me, or those 8-year-old children now seem like 4-year-old children?
Far more confident than we ever were. I do have one more that's just come through, so I could possibly play that one.
Yes, please.
If that's all right, while he quickly saves it. There you go. Right, bear with me while I find it in the... Here it is. There it goes.
अस्सलाम वालेकुम, मैं वक्फ-ए-नौ हूँ। मेरा नाम सिमाल अहमद भट्टिया, मैं 8 साल का हूँ और मैंने कहना था कि जब मैं बड़ा होऊंगा और अगर हजूर इजाज़त देते हैं, अगर मैं एस्ट्रोनॉट होऊंगा, फिर मैं किसी तरह ह्यूमैनिटी स्प्रेड करूँगा मून पे या मार्स पे या कहीं, और फिर मैं ट्राई करता हूँ मेरा बेस्ट, और मैं इस्लाम स्प्रेड करूँगा।
He sounds a bit like my Urdu was when I was young, Masroor Saab. Now it's improved being older, but no, he sounds like I was when I was younger.
Okay, so we're just we're trying to get hold of Luqman Saab to see how we can assist in his what seemed to be a possible headphone or a phone issue. I understand. I think he's at Deer Park. I think he's in the office himself. So if you just bear with us for a few minutes, it's very, very important. I understand he's trying to log in again. It's very, very important that you listen to what he has to say. Luqman Saab, as I said, gets direct instructions on all matters to do with Tariq Waqf-e-Nau directly from Hazur like this. So it's very, very valuable information that he has that I'd like him to share with you, and also to hear from myself as well. So please bear with us whilst we can. As I said at the outset, technology is it's a great leveler, but let's see how we can. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Jazakallah. We can hear you perfectly now.
Sorry, I was just doing my best to, control the system, but I think something went wrong with my system in the office. So now through the phone I am here.
But you're here now. Jazakallah.
Thank you. Jazakallah. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله أما بعد فأعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم First of all, I do apologize for the system error and due to delay in this speech. It was a marvelous speech by Abid Khan Sahib. Alhamdulillah that all of us, all the Ahmadi, they love to listen about Hazrat Khalifatul Masih. They love to listen about all the directions given by Huzur, or sometimes the personal, Huzur's habits or Huzur's daily life. This is the love of Ahmadis for the Khilafat. And this love we want to inculcate in our Waqfe-Nau or Ahmadi children. If they are attached to Khilafat and they are attached with the Imam, they are truly an Ahmadi Muslim children. They are always attached to Khilafat. If they are attached, they will follow all the directions of Khilafat. While being a Waqfe-Nau kid or children or child, all the Waqfe-Nau children, they should follow the instructions of Hazrat Khalifatul Masih. Here, I would like to add some instructions by Hazrat Khalifatul Masih, which he delivered or gave on his address, which was on 28th of February in 2016. In this address, Hazur narrated all the good qualities of a Waqfe-Nau. As just Masroor Sahib, he was mentioning about the constitution of Waqfe-Nau, which Huzur delivered the sermon in Canada. But here, I would like to add just one direction by Huzur, about which he always asked to the children of Waqfe-Nau, either they are in Khuddam or they are in Atfal. Always he asked about their prayers, their attitude about the prayers, their punctuality in the prayers. Prayer mean namaz, salat. Huzur said that, however, I also wish to make it clear that it is not merely enough for you to gain educational qualifications. Rather, as members of Waqfe-Nau, there are other extremely important expectations that we hold. In short, the personal character of a Waqfe-Nau should be completely in accordance with the true teachings of Islam. You should always bear the highest spiritual and moral standards. The question is, how is this best achieved? Apart from our fundamental belief of the existence of God, the next most important thing Allah has taught a believer is that they must be regular in offering the 5 obligatory prayers. That is namaz, salat. Remember, Allah has said that a sign of a believer is that he or she offers their prayer with true humility. Thus, make sure you are always regular in prayer. And as young men and boys, it is incumbent upon you to offer your prayers in congregation whenever possible. As Waqfe-Nau, we hold even higher expectations of you than other Ahmadis. You must therefore realize the importance and benefit of being regular in namaz. Furthermore, Hazur advised that, remember, Allah the Almighty desires for us to excel in righteousness and virtue. And so a Waqf-e-Nau has a great responsibility to always try and improve and to stay away from all forms of wrongdoing. Similarly, Allah the Almighty has instructed that a Muslim should control his anger. It is quite common for boys or young men to be overcome by their emotions and to say things in anger, but a believer must always try to keep control of his emotions and nerves. He should remain calm at all times because anger often leads to fights and disputes, and this can easily destroy the peaceful atmosphere of a society. I would like also remind those children and youngsters who are under 18 or under 15 that they should now realize that as member of Waqf-e-Nau, their primary objective should be to develop a personal relation with God Almighty. The way to achieve this is being regular in Salat or Namaz. Hence, I remind you all once again that you must pay particular attention to safeguarding your prayers at all times. Whether you are at home, school, or anywhere else, Allah the Almighty has also said that we must love our parents and treat them kindly and listen to what they say. Normally, upon entering teenage years, youngsters tend to think they are free and independent, and their peers can also sometimes wrongly influence them. As a result, they are sometimes rude to their parents or fail to listen to them. However, our Waqf-e-Nau should display the best standards so that people can clearly distinguish between you and others. So I just read out all the words by Hazrat Khalifatul Masih, in which he mentioned the importance of namaz, and with that, while being a good Waqf-e-Nau, if you are regular in your 5-time prayers, then you also should be obedient to your parents as well. You should listen to them. They will always tell you, advise you, whatever they think the right is. Always listen to them according to your all the values which are given by Hazrat Khalifatul Masih for the Waqf-e-Nau. We should be very careful that if we are a Waqf-e-Nau, our standards should be high, as Hazur told us, and Hazur also discussed all those higher qualities or higher attributes for Waqf-e-Nau. So we should adopt all those qualities in ourselves. And even parents, they should also listen to their kids. In this society, every time, if you say something to your kids, they will try to argue you on different ideas, different habits, or different your advices, but listen to them. Sometimes we get angry just because we don't have the answers of those questions. Behave with your kids like friends. If they are arguing with you, you should always try to prove that whatever you are saying, that is good, that is true. And this can be proved by your, not only by your words, but through your character, through your actions. Teach them that we are here not to act upon the thing or the directions or the, values which are in the society, but we are here to teach them what are the correct values, what is the true meaning of peace and harmony. Sometimes they say that you people don't integrate in our society. You should teach them that what is an integration is in true meaning. Don't follow them. Try to make your followers. Teach them the true values. Then we can become a true Waqfe-Nau or the special Waqfe-Nau about which Hazur has explained again and again. And here I would like to add that as Masroor Sahib mentioned, that they had a very special program about the kids with special needs. Alhamdulillah, we were thinking about it. And there was a program in which you encouraged all those parents who have such special, kids with special needs. Most of them, they directly contact me about those kids. Every kid is a gift of God, and we are responsible for better upbringing of all the kids, all the children. So it was a great job, and I would like to request the management that they should keep always such kind of the activities or the programs. They should carry on it. And inshallah, the parents, they will contact me as well in this regard, as far as I know, and I will convey their messages to Masroor Sahib and his team. And may Allah bless you all. May Allah be with you in all your efforts. May Allah reward you the best. Jazakumullah ahsan al-jaza.
Jazakallah, Luqman Sahib. I'd just like to say my thanks to the team, the organising team, specifically and especially to Nadeem Rahman Sahib, Secretary Darleem UK, for hosting us on his session, on his platform. With that, Luqman Sahib, can I please request you to lead us all in silent prayer to end this rally?
Jazakallah, please pray. Ameen.
Ameen. Jazakallah to parents, Jazakallah to Waqfe-e-Nau for bearing with us for so long. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu.